Yo, 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 Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Peace and love to everybody. I got a special guest coming up by the name of Danielle supplee. Hope I'm not chopping your name up, but I got her coming up. I do a lot of researching on Instagram, and I run into a lot of like-minded people like myself. So I always try to reach out to bring some of these great minds up on my platform to let them, drop gems and drop their knowledge. What's up, John? Yeah, I always try to, reach out to like certain people, man, to have them come up. That way, we build this consciousness together, because before the internet, we were all connected through the ethers. So, it's only right that I reach out to certain people, bring them up on my platform. Give me 1 second, yeah, 1 second. All right, I'm back. But yeah, I always try to reach out to like-minded thinkers like myself. I love having them come over on my platform to drop gems because I've learned so much just by me branching out and reaching out to different individuals when it comes to this knowledge. I've learned so much just by having these people come on my platform, and educate, you know, we just reminding each other who we are. So it's always great to have like minds come up. Let me add her up real quick. 1 second. How you doing, Miss Danielle? Grand Rising.
Hey, so when you rising?
It's going
Hold on, I
good.
was
It's
just
going.
getting ready for you. Yeah. How are you, love?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I appreciate you coming up. That's why I was telling my subs that I seen you comment somewhere on Instagram. I was like, oh, she got some knowledge. So I was like, I figured I'd reach out to you because I'm always like reaching out to different people, man, trying to bring them over here, because I learned this way. This awakening we helping each other remember. Because I was saying that we was connected way before the internet through the ethers, so we've been connected. But go ahead,
Yes.
I'm gonna let you have the floor. Like, you can give your own introduction. Give myself so like a brief introduction on how you came into this awakening. And where do you see things going next?
Okay, cool. All right, so my name is Danny. I'm Danny supplee on IG. And how I came into this awakening, I went deaf for 14 years and I self-healed myself. My ancestors came to me and told me to put uh, pennies on my forehead and
Right,
meditate underneath the sun and listen to 432 hertz and up, like 432 hertz, 528, 999 hertz. And what the pennies actually did, the pennies are copper and uh they are charger. So with the sun hitting the pennies, it was actually putting positive energy inside my body and was sparking my neurons that was uh that was damaged. Um, how I lost my hearing, I'm going a little backward, but how I lost my hearing is um I fell and a dentist had put metal in my mouth instead of titanium. And when what the metal did was bust my bust my eardrums. Actually had disconnected the neurons.
right.
And so yes, so I had
So it's
went got
sorry to hear that. Sorry that happened to you, but everything happens for a reason, right?
yes it does. Yes it does.
Yes, ma'am.
So within 14 years I was in the spiritual realm and I must have been traveling um through different universes and I was just picking up so much knowledge. Like so many downloads was coming through, especially when the COVID virus had hit. It was like downloads is coming through, downloads, 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 and that's when I realized, like, you know what? It's time to start waking our people up. Like, I'm receiving this knowledge for a reason, and
Right.
it's time for to put it out into the universe. And here I am. So
That's what's up.
I'm not
That's
used to
beautiful.
this, so be patient with me.
It's all good. It's all good. You know, reach one, teach one. I also wanna ask you a question because my last guest, he had mentioned that he connects to the sun. You know, we know we're sun people, us indigenous people. We're connected to that sun. But could you elaborate on that more about us being sun people and about how we share a special connection to that sun, like how it activates the neurons, the electrons, the dendrites in the brain.
Okay, so we actually have a sun within us. Our pineal gland is like a black sun, right? And our soul is called ether, and our soul is actually from the sun. Our soul is called ether. That's why we call ourselves non-ether beings. And what the sun does is actually hits the forehead, and it sparks the our pineal gland, which is the black sun that we have within us, and it neutralizes our soul. Like, it it feeds our soul basically. Like,
Right.
it brings up all the positive energy out of us, and it's just like grounding. All right, just like grounding. When you put your feet in the dirt, it actually pulls all the negative energy out of us. The sun, when it hits our forehead, it pushes all the positive energy within us and remove all the negative energy out of it. So so it's just like a battery. So you got the positive and then you got the negative. And underneath the ground is a black sun as well. In the
Right.
middle of the earth we have a black sun. And when we put the feet on the ground, the black sun actually pulls all the negative energy, while the sun above push all the positive energy within us. And what it does to the neurons, it sparks our neurons um, to spark the soul,
Right.
to build the soul back up. So yeah, that's the
That's what's up.
information
That's
on
what's
that.
up. You know, it's a pleasure to have a melanated woman on here because you know everything comes from the mitochondrial of melanated women. Y'all was the first ones to ever physically, manifest yourselves into this physical reality. So,
Yes, we have the portal. We
right,
we are the portal. Um, we are connected between. All right, I strongly believe our souls come from planet Nibiru, Star X, Star A, and Star B. That's my
right,
opinion. I strongly believe that's where our souls come from, because they are nothing but those planets are nothing but a sun as well. So I believe that's where our souls come from. And we are the portal. Women are the portal that's in between um, the two realms, from that realm to here. And that's why we be able to carry the baby. And the men's sperm is like the positive sign, which sparks the soul within the child. Um, this why we always need each other, because one complements the other. Like, we
right,
take care of men in the spiritual realm, and y'all take care of us in the physical realm.
right. It's about
And
balance, right?
and what I strongly believe, the Adam and Eve story is not our story. At one point in civilization, when the planet was being feudalized, we was able to bear children. I believe they call it asexual. When we was able to bear children um, by ourselves, like this, where the Jesus story come from. Um, we was asexual. Right now, we actually carry the sperm cells within our bone marrow. When we created the okay, so They say that women are the actual gods, and we are the ones that created um the earth. Well, we created the earth, we created the everything that's around us. We are the
Right.
creation, right?
Right. Because y'all emulate nature. Because I put this on my channel. Like, if you look at a so-called black woman's hair, just look at our hair. It looks just like a tree, and we look just like a tree.
Yes,
A tree is brown. A tree is brown. We have brown skin. We emulate nature.
yes. And the reason why we have brown skin at one time in the beginning of civilization, we was actually all different colors. Um,
Right. We
it's
fell in
all our
frequency.
chakra colors, right? And then because we was breathing in hexogen, and when the reptilians landed on our planet, that's and our planet fell into a coma state. That's when oxygen came into the universe, and we started breathing in oxygen, which rusted out our our chakra tone colors and turned us brown, just like the trees. So
Mm,
yeah, we like way more powerful than what people know. We are so powerful. Oh my
facts,
God, we're
man.
so powerful.
Facts. You just what I'm saying. I appreciate you coming up because your knowledge is like everybody I've been bringing up on my panel the past month has been so knowledgeable. I've been learning so much stuff. You know, iron sharpen iron. And I seen you comment over on Instagram. You had mentioned that our star family had eradicated the moon because we all know the moon is an artificial celestial body. So
Yes.
could you elaborate on that a little bit more about the moon?
Okay, sure. All right, now I'm gonna give you a little story real quick on how I know without studying anything or whatever. Like how my soul actually knows. One time when I was a little girl, my favorite aunt had passed away, right? And she came to me. I was sitting outside, sitting on the set, and she had came to me and she was like, Bob Puddin, I love you, real loud in my ear. And this was like 8 o'clock at night. So it was like dark time, right? So when she yelled in my ear, Bob Puddin, I love you, I saw her and I saw two other beings carrying her soul towards the moon.
Mm,
Yeah, I seen that with my
wow.
own eyes.
Wow, because you know, as kids, we're more in tune with the spiritual realm, so that's I wholeheartedly believe that.
Thank you. I got a lot of experiences I can tell you. Um, so when I seen it, and then like later on, you know how like you get a confirmation like later on in the year, you're like, oh, that's confirmation. Oh, that's true. So what they say is the moon was a soul trap, and what it was doing, it was what the Riputilians actually was doing, which is another species, another race that they breathe just like us and everything else. Like they from another starship. I mean, they from a different place, but they also breathe and everything just like us, right? Like they can still have sex with us, and we can still carry a child from them. So they kind of like just like us, basically. Okay, so the what they was doing, the Riputilians was coming to us, acting like we their family, and then will take our soul back up to the moon to entrap our soul, and then later down the line send us back down, like reincarnate us back through our bloodline. Um, but now our brothers and sisters from the Sirius, our star family, actually depleted the moon. I don't know if y'all noticed when y'all was seeing like different faces and stuff. They had videos out there where they had different faces that was coming out of the moon, or um you was able to see like a little smoke shadows around the moon. I don't know if anyone's seen it, but there's videos out there that shows it. And our brothers is when okay, let me go back. Okay, so when Queen Elizabeth passed away, our star family took her soul because she was half reptilian, half human. They took her soul and entrapped it because they had spells on us through the magnetic field lines, right? And she also had the combination to the spells. that they had on us that's at the moon. Whereas though how they was able to come to us like a like they are family, and then we'll go up to the moon with them, thinking that we're going, to heaven or wherever you think you're going to go next.
Right.
But um, so when our brothers and sisters from a star family had basically went uh changed all them light codes spells that they had put on us, and that's how they was able to destroy the moon.
Wow, that's deep. That's deep. And you know what's so crazy, Danielle? I hadn't seen the moon prior to this, prior to you speaking about this for like almost a month.
Hmm.
I didn't see the moon for a while.
Right, right.
So
Because
that
right,
makes
what
total
we
sense.
have now is how it's just a light that's look like it's the moon, but it's not really the moon. It's a light that's showing to make it look like it's the moon, but it's not the moon. Because that
Right.
moon, our moon, has been destroyed. That's where the aurora lights. When you see the aurora lights, those are the souls that's being released. That was being released from the moon.
Mm, damn. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. My bad. I mean, hold on. This is real deep. Say that one more time. So you saying that the moon was eradicated by our star families, and then the consequences of the moon being eradicated, those aurora boreals, was souls being released from the moon.
Yes, yes. The
Wow.
souls that was being released from the moon.
Damn, that made
And
that green ethereal energy, right?
yes, yes, yes. That's why you see a lot of the heart chakra, the green and the purple. Those are our ancestors that was being released. So
Kind of.
now they can travel through all 9 dimensions.
Right. Kind of like that
And
movie. Remember, I won't cut you off, Danielle. You remember that movie Meteor Man? He had that green ethereal energy with Robert Townsend
yes,
in it.
yes, yes, yep, yes. I remember that. Yep,
You know, right? But go ahead, my bad. I ain't gonna cut you off. But they got to give us the truth in plain sight. So
that part because I mean that's universal law, so they gotta tell us the truth mixed with their lies. So now, uh, this why this voting thing is so important because United States is actually over. So after they captured after Elizabeth had passed away, Queen Elizabeth passed away, that's when the contract was over with the United States. So now in 2025 is basically the last year. So this why they trying to push out to get us to getting our permission to actually do another 4 years. You understand what I'm saying? Like
right,
they need the people because all the laws been turned back over to the people, but our people don't know that.
right,
Like you really don't have to pay no bills. You really don't have to pay no rent. You really don't have to like the system is really over. But in order for it to keep it going, they need our permission to keep the flow. You know what I'm saying?
right. Everything's contractual, and like I agree with what you're saying. Like the United States, the fact that the United States corporation is done with because we're going into the year of completion, number 9. Because they
Yes.
added on 1,000 years, 1,000 man-made years.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's
They
over
did.
with. Like this whole the Matrix. I'm gonna let all my subs know now. This whole y'all pretty much know it. Everything it's over with. It might look like it's still going on, but it's done. It's over. But my,
Yeah.
my bad. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Thank you for with me being deaf for 14 years, my speech is a little off, so that's why I'll be like trying to because I'm just now feeling it's like healing, like I'm at 90%. So when you lose your hearing, it's like your speech changes a little bit because
Right.
now you just vibing off a frequency. And what's crazy is that during the 2020, like remember when the corona had happened?
Yeah.
Speaking of me being deaf, I was still deaf at that time. And I was able to see through the 5G towers, I was able to see. the Catholic Church must have released their demons on us because they was coming through the 5G towers as a frequency. They was coming through. How they transport is through frequencies. So they released their entities on us in 2020. So that's why things was so erratic and was going so crazy. Like they would jump on people and whisper in their ear, and you was able to see like a person knew that was negative. I was able to see the dark shadows that was standing next to a person and whispering in their ear. Can you imagine and being in North Philly at that?
Wow, you
Yeah,
in North Philly?
stuff like that.
Shout out to Philly, man. Shout out to Philly. That's
Thank you. So
yeah. You
now
know,
the
so
five towers. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say one thing. A lot of us
Mm.
got these cosmic downloads in 2020. That's when we got our 2020 vision, because that's when I had my grand awakening. But I've been, like I say all the time, I've been like this all my life. I've always fought
Right,
against the matrix. I've always been like this. It's just I didn't know my true power until like around 2020. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
right, right. And so what they did was because now the planet is rise. All right. Sometimes I'll get back and forth. I apologize. Let me start over. Okay, so all right, now that our planet is rising at a between 37 and 42 hertz, right? So we losing between 37 and 42 seconds per minute. So this is why time is going by so fast. So as our planet is rising, the magnetic field lines they had the spell on had popped, like they busted. So what they had to do was they had to put up these 5G towers to keep us low vibrated. So they send out a silent dog whistle through these 5G towers to keep us on our left side of our in the physical side to keep us away from our spiritual downloads. You kind of understand what I'm trying to say?
I feel what you're saying.
Like,
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying for sure, for sure. That they keeping us away from that feminine energy, the right side of our brain. That's why we always say right, right, because we right brain thinking, right?
yes, yes, we supposed to think from the right to the left, not left to the right. Our
Right.
right side is the spiritual side. The left side is our physical side. So everything is supposed to go from right to left because you're supposed to have your soul control your body, not let your body control your soul. So what they tried to do was keep everything on the left side to keep us away from our spiritual side. This is why they made us right from left to right. So we can accepticate energy from the outside in instead of from the inside out. And now we're going actually going back to that. Now that the planet has actually shifted and is turning the opposite direction now, um, everything is going back to its natural state. So it's going back from right to left. So with the red iron oxide dust that's coming off of the sun hitting us, not only that it's cleansing the atom of our body, but it's also brutalizing our soul at the same time, and it's switching our soul back to its rightful place.
Got you.
It's
And yeah,
actually
that makes total sense. Yeah, because the sun is emitting different, ionized particles, and like that UV radiation is hitting different. Like when I stand in the sun now, I can just feel it. You can just like my dreams are more vivid now.
yes, yes. And you know that also, if you stand underneath the sun, it also give you the power, a what's the word I'm looking for? Magnetism. You receive a lot of magnetism that hits your body, and this how a lot of people can airbend because I can airbend. Can you see it?
Your phone is freezing, but I see it, and I wholeheartedly believe you because I've been seeing a lot of videos on Instagram, and that's that DEA being activated, right?
Yes.
And then they came out with that movie Supercell. That's not a coincidence.
No, it's not. Because I have sickle cell trait. That's crazy you brought that up. So people that has a sickle cell trait actually have a supercell. And what they did was way back then they knew about our supercell and they must have gave us like some type of vaccination or something. and it became hereditary and turned our cell into a sickle cell, and it became hereditary through the bloodline. But that's also changing as well. Um, I can tell you something that's real deep. Uh, I'm trying to think, should I share it? Okay,
Right,
I'm gonna
right.
share
Go
it.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I want to hear this.
Okay, all right. So, when I was deaf, completely deaf, my I had. Uh, okay, let me see where I can say it. Start it. Okay. Okay, when I was a little girl, a Reputonia tried to snatch me, right? When I was a little girl. And I was standing across the street from a church. And I was coming out of a friend house and that lived right across the street from a church. And as I was leaving, I received a telepathic um like thought or picture in my head of something that just didn't look right, right? Something big, green, and ugly, right? And my soul like almost jumped out my body, like like oh shit, like I'm ready
Right,
to run.
right,
So an ancestor came down, screamed in my ear, the same ear on the right side, screamed in my ear and said, "Run!" So as I'm running, the Rickytonian must have tried to scratch me on the back of my neck. But next thing I know, I saw a big plasma. I thought it was lightning at the time that came down and must have struck it. Because as I tried to turn around, entity must have pushed me and told me, "Don't turn around, keep running." And I kept running, right? So uh, I don't think it killed it, but what it did was it stopped it from snatching me that night. But later on, probably a few months later, my whole family started acting real weird.
right,
Like my mom started drinking more. My dad started drinking. Arguments started happening. Um, like my family, my household just went like upside down. Like both of my parents worked at the post office, but they both at night. But it just seemed like every time it was time for us to get together to drop us off to the babysitter, me and my brother, it was like always friction, always fighting, always this, that, and the third. So me being a child, I'm noticing the patterns and I'm noticing how their eyes didn't look right as if it was something that kind of took over them. You know what I'm saying?
like they became
So
possessed by something.
yeah, yeah, right. So as I was getting older, one time my brother had caught me levitating. Um he caught me levitating and he cut the light on and I fell. Um so one day I started noticing that these little marks was on our body, on my mom body, on my father, my brother, and me. And it's like they look like moles, but what they was doing was growing inside of our body, wrapping around our nervous system to control us.
Right,
That's
right.
some deep,
Kind of like them body snatchers.
right. There you go. There you go. And uh, so with my situation, when I end up becoming deaf, I noticed how the marks on my body was actually controlling me. Like I couldn't because I was able to see more and feel more. It was like I started noticing that they was controlling me. And it felt like I was like halfway out my body, like I couldn't even get back into my body because I had all these marks on like that was wrapped around my nervous system. You kind of got following me?
What's up?
Hello?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So not too long ago, um, 2 months ago, something had came to me and put like these octopuses inside of my body. I can feel them all running all through my body. But what it's actually doing is breaking down the marks from around my nervous system.
Right.
And the more they breaking them down, the more clarity I feel like I'm back to myself.
Right.
You
Right. So
wasn't
you
ready
saying
for that one.
that was really deep. I don't heard some deep stuff on this channel. Like I don't have some people come up and say some deep shit, but you know you taking it there. But I'm all for it. You know I'm all for it.
Okay,
I feel like it's not a coincidence that we coming together. I feel like I've met you before. Like even my other guests,
right.
like we met before because you know this is spiritual before physical. You know
Yes. Yes.
we just coming back together. That's all it is. Because
Yes.
somebody that think like me, I've never met somebody on the same conscious level as me in person. Never, ever. Oh, it's only been on via YouTube and social media. That's it.
That's true. Because you were chosen one for where you at. Like in 2025, there's gonna be blackouts. There's gonna be chaos. It's gonna be because not only is it the sun is healing us, but it's breaking down uh the complicated cells, which is the Caucasians, Arabs, Chinese people, whatever. Everyone that's not us is being
I,
broken down.
I don't want to cut you off, Miss Danielle, but could you further elaborate? You say the complex cells and these other races. What I want to ask you this because I ask all my guests this: where do these people, where do they come from? Like the so-called white people and
Okay.
Arabs, these modern day Orientals. Where do they come from? Do they come from like gene splicing? What like do they come from outside of the ice wall where they brought here via spaceship? Where do they come from?
Okay. Um the reptilians actually created them. And they 1% our blood with 99% animal DNA. And they are like a clone, like a splice. They use the RH negative blood, universal blood, to create them. So this is why a lot of white people have O negative blood type because that was the universal blood that was used to create them. They was created on a planet called Planet Nern, where it has two moons and no sun. And they came through the portal into the Caucasus Mountain. And that's where they had actually started accumulating, multiplying, having babies and whatever, started multiplying. And then when they was ready to come out, they saw, well, this is the story that someone was saying, and I'm just like repeating the story. And they said that when they came out, that they saw us as giants. So the reptilians had to like literally push them into society with us. And it was our fault for actually accepting them instead of just killing them off. I'm sorry to say it like that, but that might have wouldn't this wouldn't probably would have never happened if we would have just took care of the situation then. But because we have such a pure heart that we really don't have anger and want to hurt each other. Like that's not us. That's their animalistic behavior. That's not our behavior. We
Right, right,
really like loving, high vibrated people. Like when I
right.
talk to people, I talk to the souls of our people. I don't talk to the physical.
Facts,
It's a difference. But
facts.
that's where they came from. And now the sun is actually breaking that they're glued down. That 1% of our blood mixed with 99 different animal DNA. That glue is called P2136, something like that. And what it's doing is actually the sun is actually melting that glue. So like this fake chicken that we got, and it's that glue that hold the
Mhm,
the chicken
mhm.
breast together. That's the same type of glue that actually holds their DNA together.
Wow,
And the sun is breaking it down. So they're gonna go back into an animal state.
wow. Yeah, that's believable. And I want to anybody just that just now joining this panel. this sister got some real deep knowledge. She stated earlier that the moon has been eradicated by our star family, and all that green energy, those auras, those auroboros that we've seen in the sky, was our ancestors being released and different type of souls being released that was trapped on that moon. That was the deepest shit I've ever heard on this panel, on this channel to date. Because majority of the masses they like to give these entities, these parasites, power. They say, "Oh, that's HARP doing that. That's HARP doing these hurricanes." No, man, no, no, they have no power, none.
Yeah. And did you notice that they put in all these portals? I'm about to do a video today about it. They put in portals all around and uh in the cities where most black people are. So like Philadelphia, Detroit, Chicago, New York. They put in these portals around because with the sun sending down that red iron oxide dust and the fact that we have a black sun in the earth, in the middle of the earth, when the sun above sends down that ionized particles, the black sun is actually pushing it back up to us at the same time, right? So it's like a cycle of the ionized particles being recycled. So the Riputonians, they live within a in the tunnels. They live in the tunnels or whatever. So now they're gonna have to start coming up. So I believe that these portals is there for us to activate it. They looking for a 12-strand DNA to activate these portals, basically. And because they couldn't find any, that's why a lot of our kids was being snatched from Ohio because Ohio had a tribe there that had actual 12-strand DNA in Ohio.
Damn. Hold up. And you know what's so crazy? I had seen that publication last month. All those kids coming up missing in Cleveland. So that makes total sense. And my last guest, young Cavo, he had mentioned that they don't have the genetics to access these portals or any of our ancient spaceships, our ancient technology. They need us to
Right,
do it. So
right.
that damn, that's oh man.
Connect the dots, right?
Yeah, the
Connect
dots are
the dots.
connecting. Like wow, because that's not a coincidence that you say that and he said that, and then my man genetic guy said the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Because they need our energy, our frequency to actually spark it. Because whoever got the 12-strand DNA is receiving a magnetism now that's coming off of this the ionized particles. And with that magnetism is actually turning that cell back into a supercell. And you're gonna start seeing people levitate. You're gonna start seeing our star seeds moving objects with their minds. It's crazy. When we even use more than 10% of our brain cells, you actually have a portal on your right eye, and that's how we travel.
Right. And all these powers have been laying dormant. This is what the 2020 inoculation was about. Because think about it, I say this all the time. Corona. If you look at the etymology for Corona, that means crown, your crown chakra. So
Mhm.
it was really a war on your crown, on your God gene to
Yes,
connect you to source. So the
yes,
inoculation was about keeping those powers dormant.
yes, and all that dormant DNA is reawakening now. But you have to be on the think with the right side of your brain to to receive the downloads because the physical is still not it's still stuck in the matrix some kind of way. Like our spirit is stuck in the matrix, but our soul is taking over that spirit and taking over the physical, and then we can all reconnect as one. See, we gotta hurry up and reconnect anyway because now that our planet rising in between four other planets, which is Sirius Star X, A, Sirius B, Sirius Star A, Sirius Star X, and Sirius Star Planet Nibiru, and Planet Sirius Star C. Those four giants is going to create a new magnetic field lines around the planet. But before it be able to create, we gotta all reconnect. Like we have to all reconnect on the right side of our hemisphere of our brain in the front lobe and reconnect with each other order for the magnetic field
Right.
lines to even come across so we can be connected to the magnetic field lines. You got me?
Right. I got you. I got you. Hey, yeah, I got
Okay.
you. What you saying makes total sense. When you hear logic and you hear real knowledge and you hear this cosmic wisdom, you can't. It automatically resonates with my soul. So you know
Uh-huh.
our vibrations match. And I was
Yeah.
wondering, look at that sun. That sun was shining. That sun was shining on you earlier too when you was walking in it. I also want to ask you
Yeah.
this.
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned earlier going into this year 2025 on this Gregorian calendar. You were saying that it's going to get like you're going to start seeing more anomalies happen, like hurricanes, black power blackouts, chaos, and stuff like that, because they know their time is up, right?
Yes. And that's what the portals in the cities are for. So they can try to come in, snatch as many, and then run back because they still going to have to feed some type of way.
Right,
You know?
right. So, right, I got you. So, are these are these entities like when you say they eradicated the moon? We know that the grays, these these insectoid like beings was on the dark side of the moon. That's what so called God was lived at, right? Like
Yes.
these energy harvesters. So you saying was it were they eradicated too when the moon was
Yes. Yes. And that's why the consciousness is rising now because it was a spell on us through one of the magnetic field lines. They actually kept like a invisible hat on top of our head, like kinda to keep us low vibrating.
right,
So with that being destroyed now, we're all coming up to a rising.
right?
And
There's nothing they can do about it. Sorry, I didn't cut you
it's
off. And there's nothing they can do about it because they I don't like quoting that Bible, but I put this on my community page and I say this all the time. This is what Revelations is about. It really means revelations. Apocalypse doesn't mean the end of us. It means the end of a matrix, the end of a simulation, the end of the age of King Goo. The spell
yeah,
that, like you said, they put on us. It's the end of that. It's
yes,
the end of their world that they put. It's the end of their world.
yes. It's the end. Like it's over. Everything is coming back to us. They even started giving our land back, but people don't even realize it. Like upstate New York, they just gave us our land back in upstate New York. But that's why they put that Diddy situation out there. Um, to distract our minds to not even think about going, getting it back. So, like with all the stars and them falling, that's why they showing all the stars falling. It's to show that United States is falling. That's
Right.
why Diddy fell, because they want to show that New York had just fell. They might have
Mm.
they might have did somebody in Chicago to show that Chicago just fell. They did Little Dirt to just show that the state of where Little Dirt from just fell. It's all subliminal.
Right. It's the corporation. Like everything's subliminal messaging. Because I seen that damn skin that mask wearing Joe Biden come out and apologize to the so called quote unquote Native Americans, but that motherfucker was really apologizing to us. They did
Right.
he just did a you seen that?
Yes, I did.
What
Yes,
they say
I did.
every tongue shall confess and every knee shall bow. That's what they doing.
Yep. Yes, they are. Because they scared. They don't know which way to go. Because we already won in the spiritual realm. I was there. We already won in the spiritual realm. So now it got to trickle down into the physical. But it's
Wow.
up to how it's going to play out.
Right, right. Because what happens as above, so below, as within, so without. So whatever happens in the spiritual has to transmute, trans, mute into the physical.
Right. Exactly. And we won though. We won. This is our shit. And we taking it back. Like, do you know
Right.
it's a thousands of our ships around us right now? Like you can literally call on them and they'll come to you. But they
I
waiting for
believe
us to
that.
remove that fear.
Right. I had, you know, what's so crazy, Danielle. I had a vivid dream last night that I was talking to one of my ancestors. It was a melanated being, but he was dressed in all Indian attire. He was a
Yeah,
chief.
yeah,
He was talking to me. He was had all white, and he was talking to me.
yeah. The cloth looked so beautiful, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a chief. It was last night. I verbatim. I can look. This dream was so damn vivid because we know when you dream, you really go into your real self. And it was a
Right.
chief in all white talking to me. But it was the conversation. He wasn't moving his mouth. He wasn't moving his
Mm-hmm.
mouth. He was talking to me without moving his mouth. Everything we was talking was telepathy.
Yep. 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 Yes. And
And
you
I can
receive a
remember
lot
this.
of
This just
power
happened
from that
last night.
too.
My bad. My bad. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh, because you are him.
That you saying that's what I am?
Yes.
Because I didn't know how to like dissect the dream. I was like, because it was a like I said, it was a chief dressed in all white, and it was talking to me without moving his mouth. And like you saying that was me, like I could see it. But I'm
Yes.
thinking it was
That
my
was you
ancestor.
talking to you. Well, you are your ancestor.
Wow, yeah, right, right. We are the ancestors. But I thought it was like one. That makes sense. That do make sense.
You understand what I'm saying? Like that was your ancestor back then. When you reincarnated, that was the ancestor you reincarnated from. You got me?
Right. So you saying that was me, but I'm in a new avatar right now.
Right.
But that was me
Yes.
long ago. I was
You
just me. I was
got
just
it.
everything's a reflect. Everything's a reflection, right? So I was just talking to myself.
Yes. Of your ancestors. Right. As a memory.
Damn, that's crazy. It's not crazy, but you know what I'm trying to say in hindsight. Like
Yeah, it is. Mm-mm-mm. We are so powerful.
we are. I say this all the time. We don't, because look, because when I go on other people's panel, I went on somebody else's panel the other like last week, and I was
Mm-hmm.
telling them like we was the first people that ever existed in this on this earthly realm. And a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
they get in their feelings about it. They say, "Oh, it doesn't matter who was here first." Yes, it does matter because if it didn't matter, they wouldn't have did the shit they did.
Right. Correct. Correction. Yes. None of this would have played out the way it did. But it had to play out the way it did, though. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's like we fell into a coma state when the reptilians landed on our planet. We fell into a coma state. And then as we rising, like they then changed everything. And can you imagine? Like, so you got to go deep within yourself to get that memory of who you truly are. But because we living during this time, it's like the whole world, well, all of us have received um an awakening at the same time. So this is the most beautiful time to actually be living in.
Right, right. And it's not a coincidence that beings like us, light beings like us, incarnated in this sun cycle. It's not a coincidence. I was born in
Mm.
'88. It's not a coincidence that we chose to incarnate
Ooh,
in this timeline.
ooh, Xfinity.
Well, I ain't gonna say born. I incarnated in '88. I came back in '88.
Right, right.
I
Solely a
landed.
return.
I landed.
Mm, wow. So did you get the message when he was talking to you?
The message I really couldn't like really dissect the message. Is to be honest with you, I really couldn't dissect the message, but I remember
It's more
vividly. He was standing right in front of me, a melanated chief dressed in all white in Indian attire talking to me to telepathy, not moving his mouth at all. But like you were saying, like we were saying, everything's a reflection. So that was just myself. We are the ancestors. We just incarnate. We just come back. But I remember
yes.
that dream. I'm starting to remember all my dreams vividly. I'm starting to remember all of them. As a before I
Wow.
couldn't really remember them.
Your veil really been lifted. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That means your veil has totally been lifted. And now you starting to get that memory from your DNA, from your ancestors, from your bloodline. It's
Right?
awakening
Epigenetics.
up inside of you now.
right? Epigenetics. It's been laying dormant inside of all of us. You know, yep.
Yes. One thing I learned about being deaf is the energy before the word. See, I didn't learn sign language or nothing. I just went off of straight telepathy. And telepathy is like, you all got the biosphere around us. And when you have a thought on the right side of your brain, it goes out into the universe. Like your soul thought goes into the universe. And you can catch it. It's hard to explain, but it's like a frequency that you can just catch and dilate it for some kind of way. But
Right.
you got the power to do so. So
Facts. Facts.
it's weird. Like we so powerful, yo.
We are. We are.
We
Let me ask you
powerful.
this. Let me ask you this, Danielle. I don't know how much longer you got to be on here. Like, you just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead. I'm good.
Uh, what's your thoughts on these anomalies, on these hurricanes and stuff like that? Like coming through these sundown towns. Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Those are our ancestors that's giving karma actions back to those areas. Like those are areas that they fed us to the crocodiles and our babies to the crocodiles. That's the areas where they hung us. A lot of them areas is actually grave sites that actually is coming back up because their soul's been released. So now their spirit is meeting with the soul and coming through. So a
Right.
lot of them areas are where you know, where there's a lot of mass graves at. And our ancestors is returning the favor. That's what they
So you
doing.
saying so you saying these people have karma? They have karmatic debt on them
Yes,
from
they
what
have
they
karma.
from what they from what their ancestors did.
Yes, yes. All that is coming back. Because if you notice, that's the Aurora lights is most of the high Aurora lights is over there in that section too. If you think about it, you see a lot of Aurora lights in those areas.
Right.
And those are our ancestors that's coming back. Yeah.
Right. And my
That
man Naga, you did say that the other day, bro. You said somebody in the panel on the chat. He said I literally said this the other day. It's the ancestors. Right. You said that. Young Cavo said that. My man Genetic Guy said that.
whoa.
Yeah. All my other guests said the same thing. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to connect the dots
Whoa. I didn't hear nobody say that. That's amazing.
because he
So
broke
we
it
all
down to
on
me
the same
like
frequency.
right. He broke it down to me like they use it as alchemy because it's plasma, liquids, solids, and gases. So that's us in a liquid form. That's our
Yes,
ancestors in a liquid form.
yes, yes, they are.
They say the
Oh
eye
my,
of a storm. We have an eye, just like the eye of the storm. We got an eye too. That's our first eye,
yes.
and we blow
And when
wind
it's
by blowing
open
with our
up,
breath. We do everything a
woo,
hurricane do. We blow wind with our mouth. Breath. That's wind.
yes, yes. And we have a magnetism energy to be able to control the wind. Wind,
Damn.
air, air, fire. That magnetism is coming back onto the planet. So we powerful. we powerful.
Right. Let me ask you this too. Let me ask you a few more things. Let me ask you this.
Go
How is
ahead.
it like you being so you know conscious? How does your family take you? Are you like that black sheep? Are you that one that gets called crazy and ridiculed and stuff like that?
What? Yes, of course. Of course I do. Yeah, I've been with my husband for 22 years, and it's like it's almost we're so we about to break up because he don't understand. It's like he always, yeah, call me crazy. I need to talk to someone, and it's like, well, you're the one I'm supposed to come to and talk to about certain things that I have on my mind without looking at me crazy. So if you're looking at me crazy, then it's time for us to, go our separate ways because I'm not going to hold myself back down uh for someone that doesn't have the knowledge, you know? I'm not gonna hold
Right.
myself back for someone that doesn't understand or on a totally different level. And I understand that there's levels to it. I get it. But if you're not trying to willing to understand it and it's right there in your face, then you just
They
happy
not
with just being you know, an
NPC.
NPC or
They
whatever.
not ready to be woke. Hey, shout out to Big Dog Philly OG. We got Big Dog Philly OG in the building. But yeah,
Okay.
most of them they not meant to be on this level. I feel like if you're not consciously aware right now, it's not for you because it's like that with me. Most my family calls me crazy.
Yeah.
They don't understand what I be trying to tell them because we're not vibrating. It's about frequency. Our words is power. So they can't take it. They can't dissect this. Their brain can't break it down. They call us crazy,
Right.
but they call us crazy, but they worshiping a fucking god out of a book. You better off picking up a comic book and worshiping a superhero out of the book.
Good
You call me
example. Good
crazy. You
example.
call me crazy, but you go to your job every day being a goddamn slave to a corporation. But I'm crazy. You call me crazy,
Yeah.
but you going to one of these churches, bound down, sucking gods. I ain't gonna say the rest.
Right. That part. And don't even know that they are the ones that created religion, reptilians. And then they want to call you. I had this one girl call me a witch, right? And I was like, "What is the definition of a witch?" And she couldn't answer me. So I said, "Okay, so why your hands and feet away?" Because she called me. The guys on the block was like, "Miss Danny, go ahead, airbend. I want to show her you can airbend, right?" So I was doing it, and then she was like, "Oh my God!" Started running. Was like, "Oh my God, she's a witch! She's a witch!" And I'm like, "Tell me the definition of a witch. What is a witch? And then tell me why your hands and feet away. You don't even know that your palm of your hands is a transfer energy, and we transfer magnetism. Magnetism. How you doing, that? Like you don't even know how many organs you have. Why your hands and feet away? You don't know nothing about yourself, but you want to call me a witch. Like people that
Right,
talk about voodoo. When sacrifices was created, because when the reptilians started going around snatching our kids, we have found out that they needed our they was using our children, was feeding off our kids, right? They was feeding off the blood off our children. So what a lot of Africans started doing was sacrificing animals to take that reptilian off of that person and put it onto the animal to clear that person of any entities or whatever. And a lot
right,
of people don't understand that either.
right.
So, you know, it's okay.
Let,
They will
let, me- let
soon
me
find out.
right. Let me ask you this, Danielle. We were just
Go
talking
ahead.
about religion. Does your family and your loved ones and your peers do they still indulge in monotheistic religion?
Yes, my brother, they Muslims. Imagine. They bump their forehead to the ground. So yeah, they Muslim and trying to get me to convert and be submissive and this the right way, Allah's the right way. Oh, you're what they call me? You what they call you? When you don't follow their religion, some that they call you. Um, I forgot the word that they use, but yeah, my brother, he's deep into the Islamic thing. Like he even went over to Mecca, and
Oh, he went to Mecca. That cube you got. So I'm saying most of the masses don't even know that cube is what entraps your soul inside of they man-made religions. And plus, what they do when you graduate, they put the cube on top of your head.
yes, ooh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's
Wow,
what that cube is. That cube, yeah, that cube. They put that on top of your head too, and it says that's that same cube over there in Mecca. If you look at Trump Tower, he got that cube up there in Trump Tower too.
oh, I did not know that. Wow, so it is an entrapment of the soul.
It's an entrapment of the soul because if you look at the planet Saturn, Saturn has a cube on the bottom of the planet. It entraps souls. And who dwells on this planet on that fallen planet Saturn? These same entities you was just talking about.
Yes, wow, I didn't know that. Thanks for the download. Thanks for the download. But yeah,
Appreciate you.
like when he went over to Mecca, he told me that it's a spot over there where as though the birds don't even defecate on the ground. Like that's because Prophet Muhammad had walked in that section and blessed it. So birds don't even defecate on it. I said, no. I said the magnetic field line has been removed. So whereas though the birds don't fly off of that magnetic field line to go across there. He
Right. Damn. Yeah, everything is energy,
got mad
man.
at me.
Look, I'm telling everybody listening now, y'all already know, like the sister was just talking about. The show is over. This is why on the world stage they subliminally throwing out messages. Subliminally,
Mhm.
they doing it right there in our faces. If you're not using your spiritual discernment, you're not gonna catch it. But they doing it. It's the fall of their patriarchal of their patriarchy. It's patriarchy. My bad. It's the fall of monotheistic religion. It's the fall of fiat currency. It's the fall of the military industrial complex. It's the fall of Babylon. Everything must revert back to zero. That's how energy is. Everything must revert back to zero. This is why I was just talking about the cube. Everything comes from this Fibonacci spiral. We've been inside of this square all the time. All this time. We've been inside of this hexagon, right?
Yes. Because if you look at the uh it's what's that app that you look at and you can see like the pressure of the red iron oxide dust that's hitting the planet, the plasma that's hitting it. You can actually see the planet a square that's around the planet. Whereas though you can see like our planet is inside of a square box and it's actually moving itself up out of that square box.
Right.
Wow.
It's a square.
Yeah.
It's a circle of life. The Fibonacci spiral.
Mm.
Where do you think they got that? Remember that movie Lion King? They say the circle of life. That's what they talking about.
Yeah.
Because if I pluck my hair out right now, my hair goes into a spiral, into a coil. Same with
Yes.
you,
Yes. That's where I locked. Spiral, coral. That's where they
right?
get cord from. Course.
Facts.
Cord from the hair.
Because we plugged
That's the
into we plug into this realm automatically. If you are organic, you got dark complected skin. If you indigenous or aboriginal or just organic, you can automatically plug in. You can go out and ground your feet like you was talking about earlier.
hmm Yep. And your ether actually is like the telephone wires for your ancestors to speak to you as well. The more coarse it is, the stronger the connection is. So this is why you see a lot of people locking their hair up because a lot of our souls is reacting when our physical don't understand why. So people will get
Right.
locked, don't understand why they get locked just because it's like a fad or whatever, but it's not actually affecting their physical.
I think you borging out, Danielle. I don't know what happened. Give me 1 second. Well, give me 1 second, Aaron. Yeah, I got you, bro. Give me 1 second. Cause I really just wanted to have her on, but cause when I do these panels, I really just want to have one other person on. But I'll let you up. I don't know if she borged out. I don't know what happened. All love, much love, Aaron. All right, let me post the link here, man, for you. All right, there you go, man. Yeah, that's right, Naga. That's true. Everything has to go back to zero. This energy, man. Oh hell no, hell no, hell no.
Hello.
I gotta get you out of here, man.
Why? What I do?
All right, let me read this private chat. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Danielle. Hopefully she comes back up. To Air Force, Army, Ground. What's up, Paul from Newcastle? What's up, D? What's up, D? Allen Warren? What's up, bro? Much respect, man. Man, she was dropping some gems, man. I hope she come back up, man. She's real deep with the knowledge. This is why I reached out to her and had her come up, man. I ain't got no time for no trolls, man. You not coming up here. All you want to do is come up here and troll. We trying to learn. We trying to teach. We trying to vibrate. We trying to like vibrate to a higher level, man. We don't have no time for no low vibrational beings up in on this panel, man. Yeah, man. You take your religion and you take your politics on somewhere else, man. We don't get into all that on here. Appreciate that big dog, Philly OG, man. Appreciate that big dog. Yeah, man. She was real deep with the knowledge, man. Just from her being on that short period of time, I learned a few things, and that goes back to what I was saying. But shout out to one of my subs. You pointed out to me yesterday that I predicted Hurricane Helen 5 months ago, 6 months ago. I predicted it. So I went back and listened to that video that I had dropped, and I really did predict it. It ain't the fact that I predict anything. It's just we know it's gonna happen. Because I had mentioned that these hurricanes, these anomalies, we was just talking about like these hurricanes is really our ancestors. Because remember, it's four phases of matter: solids, liquids, gases, plasma. They just come back in a liquid form via a hurricane, and they serve injustice on these small racist towns. You know, and this is not me being nefarious or nothing like that. It's just common sense. Because think about it: when Hurricane Katrina happened, what did the U.S. de facto government call us? What did everybody call us? They called us refugees. No, hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. She just messaged me. But yeah, yeah, they called us refugees on our own land, right? But then they calling these people in North Carolina. This is no disrespect to nobody. So I don't want to see nobody lose their home, lose their family. But we dealing with logic. They call these people patriots. So I went and looked up the etymology for patriot. Patriot. If you calling yourself an American patriot, that means you calling yourself a barbarian. Patriot means barbarian. That's what it means. Remember, I'm the only one to predict the Civil War after the election. Yeah, I'm rocking with you on that, bro. I'm rocking with you on that because that's what has to happen because the system, this matrix, this fucking this corporation is dematerializing. They can't take none of this Pisces energy, none of this patrilineal energy into a new sun cycle. They can't take it into the age of Aquarius. We're already in the age of Aquarius now. They can't take none of this bullshit into a new age, into a new sun age. They can't. They know they can't. So the system has to collapse from within. It's kind of like that pale horse. If y'all watch that movie Troy, how did Troy fall? It didn't fall from outside. It fell from within via a pale horse. So I'm rocking with that Naga. So the Civil War is going to be that horse that's going to collapse this de facto corporation that's been keeping us stagnated under ecclesiastical laws. This shit has to evaporate because it can't go into a new sun cycle. They know that because the year 2025 signifies the number nine. The number nine is for completion. We coming out of the dark ages under the spell of religion, under the spell of corporatism, under the spell of Luciferianism, under the spell of imperialism, under the spell of capitalism, under the spell of dystopianism, under this I can keep going, under the communism, fascism. All these spells have been broken, so we coming from under that spell. Shout out to Danielle. I appreciate you joining. Thanks for coming up. Yeah, it's inevitable. Civil war is gonna happen, and it's going to be more anomalies, more hurricanes. There's going to be way more hurricanes because the Earth is alive. She's alive, so she's reawakening, just like we have reawakened. It's regaining its memory. So it's just like being hit over the head with a fucking brick, and you lose consciousness for 1,000 years, and then when you wake back up, you don't forgot you was God in the past life. You got to start remembering shit. So the same thing with the planet. The planet has been stuck in chronos, trapped in time, just like us, because we know time is an illusion. So it's been trapped under time, chronos. That's why when you punch a goddamn clock at work, it's chronos because you trapped in time. So the planet has been trapped in time. This is why winter. This is why this is gonna be one of the warmest winters ever. I'm calling it right now. I called it last month. Mark my words. This is gonna be one of the warmest winters ever. All these X flares hitting this round, all these solar flares hitting this round. The planet is starting to heat up. It's not gonna be no more winters because you gotta think wintertime is inorganic, even fall time. And shout out to Danielle. She mentioned that too. That everything falls in the winter. What's up, Naga?
What's going on, bro?
What's going on, though? What's going on, big homie? You good?
Hell yeah, salute, salute. That was powerful, Bill, man. You always got special guests.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna keep bringing them up, bro. I got a few more people I'm trying to get on, bro. It's just I be trying to reach out to people, man. Like like-minded people like us. That we resonate on the same frequency. Get them up on here, man, because this is what we got to do. But go ahead and pop your shit, bro. Yeah, yeah, can you elaborate on the Civil War, man? What's your take on that, man? You saying you calling it? You predicting it?
Yeah, I'm basically predicting it. That is going, is going to happen. I've been saying that, and I'm gonna keep on saying that, and it's all start with. I'm gonna say this right. I'm gonna make this analogy. Remember, people, listen. This is not a This is not a a a a, a fact or the truth. What people call the truth or what people call a fact, but it's a analogy, right? And I think everybody know what an analogy is. So I'm gonna start with this analogy, right? That they give us this book, this Bible, right, of a savior, right? That basically uh came, right? That basically came and save humanity. Basically died for the whole world, right?
Right,
It
right,
was a savior. That's what they gave us, right? But we have that and they basically saying that story is 2,000 years old, right? But basically 200 years ago, 220 years ago, right? We had a I wouldn't say a a savior, right? Like how they deify the story or personify the story or what's that word? Metaphorize the story, right? But 220 years ago, right, we had a black man, right, that abolished slavery, right, on the whole planet, right, abolished that, basically, freed humanity from slavery, because slavery was a global business, right? Just like the industry is a global thing, and this is the beginning of the end of the industry. So it start
right,
with the people that created them. So we have the God uh Ra and the God Set. Set is the brother of Ra, right? So Set is the god of chaos, darkness, and Ra is the god of light, good and all that. So Set kill Ra, right? Which is Osiris, right? And cut him in 14 pieces, right? And establish his kingdom, right? Here on earth, right? So Ra, sister and wife, right? They took the body, right? And they mummified the body, right? And they did a ritual, right? To for Osiris to basically come back, reincarnate, and restore his kingdom, right? And this is what the reset is about, right? When we're talking about the great reset, is about Ra and Set. Is the battle amongst these two brothers,
Ooh,
right?
damn. Hey, that's deep, Naga. I get what you're saying. So you say reset, reset. Oh shit.
hmm That's why one.
Damn.
That's why one of my YouTube name was Raset. A lot of people know me by that name, Raset. You feel me? Because that was me sending a message. You know what I'm saying to the people, letting them know that something is coming. You know what I'm saying? Ra and said, the battle of Armageddon, is about to take place. Is what's taking place, and we're just seeing the effect of it. What causing all this energy that we're seeing here, you know, is this energy between Ra and said they give this to us, they give it to us in the form of God and the devil, right? Or Jesus and the devil, Jesus and Satan, these two brothers, you know, basically because the devil, is God, is Jesus' brothers. You know what I'm saying? Is Jesus' older brother, but the kingdom was given to Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
Got you.
But yeah,
So
but this story is our story. They take and metaphorize this story. They deify this story, personify this story. They basically remix this story, and make it look like it's older than it is. In order for them to insert themselves in history. That's
right.
how
They
this.
had they had to like put themselves in so called quote unquote history, right? So they rewrote themselves into history.
No, rewrote themselves. There was never, written in history. You know, the worst thing that was
I mean,
written
I'm gonna
about
take
it.
it a step further. I'm gonna take it a step further, Nugget. I don't even think they written in the book of life either, man.
Nah, hell no. Like I said, they ain't. Because life come from life come from the the deity that's supposed to be Osiris, that's supposed to be good, that's supposed to be the good. You know, that's where the life will come from. Death will come from the darkness, the god of chaos, which is Set.
Got you.
So yeah, so these people that's we've Set, that's following him, right? They their name is not written in the book of life.
Let me ask you this, Naga. Let's we speaking on the Civil War. Who's the Civil War gonna be fought between?
The children of Ra and the children of Set, just to keep it on the methodological aspect, because I don't want people to give me a feedback. If it's a metaphoric story, then people get what they get out of it. Instead
Right.
of trying to give a pushback, and to water down the story or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying?
Got you.
But yeah, what was the question again? Or I don't know if I answered it.
No, I'm saying like who when we talk about this Civil War, it's gonna be fought. It's gonna be fought between so-called whites, so-called blacks, uh, Hispanics. Like between us and the government? Who?
It's gonna look like chaos, like total chaos, because you're gonna have black and white fighting on the same sides on both sides of the war, of the battle. That's how it's
Got you.
always been.
Got you, man. That's what I'm saying. I feel like, I feel like I know this is gonna be their last election. Election. They it's gonna be their last time harvesting energy on a mass scale like this. I know after this, after November 5th, it's over with. It's done. It's done with now. I'm not even gonna put it. You can't put a date on nothing on this Gregorian calendar, but this shit's over with now. They trying to prolong some shit. That's what Danielle was saying earlier. They trying to get 4 more years.
The time that all the time they want the I always trying to find a word for that time because it's not time that they buying, but it's like uh like when your bill is due, right? And you can ask for an extension. You know what I'm saying? To extend, the date, to pay the bill.
Yeah.
That's basically, what they are getting. They basically get a little bit more time to to get themselves together, right? And get up out of there. But they're using that time, you know, to prepare for a battle, which they can't even.
You good, Naga? I don't know if your mic fell off. I don't know what happened. Yeah, hopefully he comes back up. There's been a good little build here. If anybody else wants to come up, the link is in the comments. There you go,
Mic
man.
check. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a call.
Yeah, I figured so, man.
Yeah, and that kind of threw me off too, where I was going. Kind of.
I think we was talking about the Civil War.
Yeah, but
Hey,
I remember.
Nugget. Hey, Nugget. Then hold on. I want to ask you this too before you get started on that. You had mentioned in the chat that you had called the hurricanes too, right? I don't know if you was on this panel when you said it, but you said you called it months ago, right?
Yeah, I called it. When we had when you had that panel with Gene. When you had that panel with Gene, and after his spill, I came up and build with him. And I was trying to, have a conversation with him so that people could get, as much as they could get from this conversation. But the conversation ended up being a combative conversation, and I don't think people actually get it. But I did said that the ball was in our court, for us to play, the right way. You know what I'm saying? Without trying to trigger a karmic uh some karmic energy for us in the future. And yeah, and the conversation kind of went in a circle, for me to let it out, but I still end up letting out, okay, if we don't want to take, the responsibility, to bring justice here without a karma attached to it, then the ancestors is coming to do that, because it is the ancestor that's empowering us to do so. So we're not alone. We're doing it with the help, with the assist of the ancestors. That's what it was, right? But that's not what it is no more, because the ancestors, received the message we sent, which is that we, as long as it's up to us to bring justice, attach, we're going to always attach to some type of karma, and and the ancestors is not going for that, because the ancestors don't want any type of karmic energy here anymore, right? So there is no room uh uh for karmic, for negative energy, for opposite energy here
Right.
in the planet. So the
Right.
ancestors is taking full control. The ancestors is doing it the natural way, right? Not through
Right.
us, but you know uh Now we have to be on our guards. Now we have to make sure that you know everything we do is correct because uh we can go too. Just like the ancestors is coming to wipe them off, the faces of this planet, uh they can wipe us out too. And we have to come back and do our mission because we're not doing our mission anyways. If we're not doing our mission, we're not living our purpose, there is no place for us here.
Right.
Just like there is
Welcome,
no place for them.
right. Welcome up, Big Dog Philly OG man. Salute.
Yeah, shout out to Big Dog.
Salute, True Zone, my brother Naga Genie. Much love and respect to both of y'all brothers, everybody in the chat, man. I was just showing my support. I really don't have nothing to say, brother. Support
Appreciate
me,
that,
I
dog.
support you. I love the information though. I don't agree with all. Uh, I agree with some of the information. Some we can talk about it, but it's all good. Much
All right,
respect
let's
to both
build.
of you,
Let's
brothers.
build. It's all good. Let's build.
Yeah, let's get it, OG. You're OG. Your point of view, is always, needed.
For sure.
But other than that, good information. I like it, man. Much respect. I'm here to show support. But yeah, whatever topics y'all want to talk about, I'm open to talk about it for a minute. Y'all got it.
What you
Yeah,
think
but
about that? Go ahead.
no,
Shoot,
no. Go ahead, Naga. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now I was just gonna ask him, what he think about, the possibility of having a civil war here on the mainland. Not of having, but yeah. I'm just gonna leave it like that. What you think?
Yeah, I don't see no civil war coming. What I see is business as usual. I'll leave it just like that. I see a war happening,
Right.
but you know, the shit never been brought to American soil, and I don't think it's ever gonna come back to American soil again. Besides for when they took it from the Indians.
Right. Do you?
The,
Hey, Phil, let me
the,
ask you this, dog. Let me ask you this. Do you see us? Do you see the land being restored to the original inhabitants of this land? Do you see it coming back to us?
to be honest, brother, what I see another corporation coming in and doing the same thing this one doing, and it's up to the people to accept that shit or not.
Right. 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 Because everything's contractual. You
Yes,
gotta
sir.
accept the terms. You gotta accept the terms and agreements.
Yeah.
The terms and conditions. I mean.
Yes, sir. That's what I see, but we'll see. You know what I mean?
Right, right. My hypothesis on it is, man, my theory on it, my concept is I know this, I understand this shit, so I know they can't take corporalism, they can't take patriarchy into a new sun cycle. Because remember, this is energy, this is spiritual before physical, this is energy before physical. They can't take this shit into a new sun cycle. So this is why they're doing everything they can before we go into the sun, so before we be going into a new sun cycle. That's why I feel like they can't, their time is up. This is why they have 90 seconds left on that what's that called, that damn doomsday clock. But that doomsday is for them because we're awakening. The originals are awakening, and I think a lot of our people don't know. We don't know our true power.
Can I add something?
Now go ahead.
Both of y'all is right. He's making a great point. But I think one thing that's need to share some light on is the part that we have to, right, agree to it.
Right,
And
you always
and,
have to.
and that part right there is not up to us no more.
Right,
You see,
that's how plutocracy is ran. That's how
that
oligarchs run. That's how they run this simulation. They have to get
let me
you
say
to
this.
agree to it.
Let me say this right quick, right? That choice is not in our hand no more. We, that choice is being uh uh is being taken from us. The choice that we had the choice to agree or disagree. Now the answer is the ancestors choosing. You see, it's the ancestors choosing if they're gonna agree to the new system that's coming, and if they're not going to agree. And from what it's looking like, they already disagree with the system that's coming in. The ancestors already disagree. So this is what's going to provoke the civil war.
Right. When you use that terminology, civil, remember what's civil. Remember what's civics. Remember civilian. It's gonna be fought between NPCs. They civilians. I'm not a civilian, so it's gonna be fought between they asses. Civilian means you tied to a corporation. Remember that civilian means you only have privileges. You don't have rights. So when you say civil war, it's gonna be fought between NPCs, motherfuckers, what we call zombies. It's gonna be fought. It's gonna be fought between them because they're gonna try. They're gonna try to hold on to this patrilineal system.
Well, let me
Remember when
break
I
it
told you?
down. Let me. Oh, go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Y'all got it. I thought I heard someone was coming in.
No, no. I just wanted to say that, man, because that's my take on that. Because you think about it, civil war. You think about the terminology civil and civics. It all that's what it is.
But when I'm and by you adding, the word civilian, right? It made me think of, right, of civil and alien, right? It made me think, is the war going to be between the aliens and the civil, or the citizen, between the citizen and the aliens? Is that what a civilian is? A civilian is, right? A civilian is an alien that's have a citizen status.
Right. You said they technically are illegal aliens because they're not from here.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So is that war is a civil war? It is fought amongst the citizens, right, of this
Yeah,
land, of
yeah,
this
yeah, yeah. I get what you're
country.
saying. Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be between them. I ain't got
So
nothing to do
if
with
that
that because
it,
I don't have no ties to a corporation. I don't have no ties to a
but
plutocracy.
look, if that's the case, when then we can already seen it about to happen, because the legal aliens is already on the soil, on the American soil,
Got you. Yeah,
right?
I get what. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
So
agree with that.
are they getting ready, right, to spark some things amongst the illegal aliens and the citizens?
Yeah, I can see that because it's Hegelian dialect, problem, reaction, solution. So they're gonna create the problem's gonna be, a chaotic, pure chaos between the civilians and the illegal aliens, and the reaction is gonna be, bloodshed, and the solution, like Big Dog Philly was saying, they might try to come in and try to get us to manifest a whole new dystopianistic government.
And it
But
is
even
like
but
you.
I feel like that won't even last. If they do try to implement that, they won't even last. Because remember, we gotta project this shit. We gotta manifest it. They can't manifest shit.
Listen, man, it's nothing to me. It's nothing that they try. It's not one angles of the 360 degrees that they try that they will find a way inside of the circle. That's how I'm looking
Right.
at it. It's already, you know, decided. We just haven't realized what's happening yet for us to fall in line, for us to choose which side we're gonna be on,
Right.
right? But
Right.
either way, it's coming to that.
What's up? What's up, Lee? What's up, Danielle? I want to have you come back up. I just messaged you on Instagram. I would love to have you come back up either like later on today because I got another guest coming up later. Genetic guy. Shout out to you, bro. I'm gonna bring him up later. But anytime you want to come back up, you're more than welcome. Because I love your insight. I love your knowledge. You real deep with this esoteric knowledge. You real deep with it. You told me some shit today I didn't even know. Like a lot of people that claim they woke, some of the stuff that you said, they probably won't even get. That's what I like. I like bringing guests on that they mind goes beyond this 3D reality. That's what I like. We thinking in 5D. We not thinking in 3D no more. We got to think 3D is what keeps you tied to a government. Thinking 3D is what keeps you tied to religion. Thinking in 3D is what keeps you chasing this fiat currency. It keeps you stuck in your lower self, in your root chakra. We're trying to elevate. That's what we're trying to do over here. So I like bringing like-minded thinkers like me. We resonate. I like getting them on this panel. That way they can they can express themselves. That's what God means. God is the highest extension of the mind that uses elements and matter to express itself. I say that all the time. We using elements and matter. We using the five alchemical elements to express ourselves. We use the four alchemical elements to express ourselves, and that's what we doing. So I love having y'all on. Appreciate that. Go ahead. My bad, Naga.
Now, I love the way Philly break it down because it coincides with the way they're dressing up the stage, right? Based on based on the based on who they want to be on the stage, right? Based on who they want to be on the stage and how they dress it up, it fall in line with them having control of of everything that's happening and how they going to establish a new system because they they know that the system is overdue. The system, I mean, is over with. They know that the system that is over with, so they dressing up in a way that they're gonna be able to come up with a new system, and they got it under control. But the truth is they are terrified of what is to come, and
Right,
this
because
is the
man,
reason why.
whatever they try to man, listen, man. Whatever new system they try to implement will be wiped out by alchemical elements, man. It's not gonna last. It's not. I'm telling y'all now, man. It's not gonna last. We're at a point in time. I feel like majority of the masses in 2020s, majority of the masses took the blue pill. We the ones. I took the red pill. I didn't want to go back to sleep. My higher self said, no, we got to be awake and going into this age of Aquarius. We're not gonna fall back to sleep like the rest of the NPCs. So I feel like a lot of people took that blue pill in 2020 and they remain sleep. They remain stagnant. They not everybody can't go, man. That's why what's his name? Threads 3000. Everybody can't go. That's what that's what they mean when they say that. Everybody can't go, man. Consciously, you can be in the physical. We still here in the physical, but consciously your ass gonna be stuck in 2D and 3D. Because you still gonna be hanging on to this shit for dear life. We trying to elevate. We done with this shit. Because when we
But
rise, the
look though,
system when we rise, the system collapses.
if we saying they're not like us, if we saying everybody is not us, if we saying not all skin folk is kinfolk, yeah, right?
No,
That
all skin folk ain't kinfolk, bro.
right, that's what I'm saying. If we saying all these things, right, to distinguish us amongst them, then we know that they can't come. We know that the only one that can come is us.
Right,
So
right.
when we say everybody can't go, everybody can't come, or everybody can't do this, everybody can't do that, we have to understand we're talking about everybody, that's not us, can't come.
Right. You gotta think some of our people is still like sleep and they still like in a coma. If you go to them try to even tell them, hey man, you're not even black, you really aboriginal, they'll fight you about that. And that's surface level. That's small. That's a microcosm compared to a macro. So just imagine we try to hit them with this knowledge that the knowledge that I have. Man, they not gonna want to hear none of that. They're like, oh man, put this nigga in a straitjacket because they not ready. Just I'm saying, you going to them telling them, hey, voting is an illusion. The guy you worship is really Satan.
Yeah, but the first
They
shall
ain't
be
going that.
last.
That's surface level shit.
But look, the first shall be last. They're gonna be the last one to wake up, and they're gonna be the first one, right, to set the tone. For example, right? I'm gonna take this example to just from this little island Haiti, so you see what I'm saying. Not to make it justify or make it look like is over anything or whatever. I'm just using it as an analogy so people can see what I'm saying. For example, the Haitian Revolution started with a lot of leaders that was from different part of the Caribbean, different part of the mainland, but it ended up with with just two people being known, which is Jean-Jacques Dessalines and Toussaint Louverture. But there was many, right, other leaders that set the stage for them to to succeed, right, to be successful. but these people name, right, didn't buzz, right? They these people name didn't honor, right, the way the last two people honored, right? So that's what I mean by the first shall be last. So the two people, the last two people, right, that basically close the cycle, right, is the one that's being honored, right? When there was other people, right, that basically set up the stage for them to able to close the cycle. So that's what. So right
Right.
now we setting up the tone, the stage, right, for the cycle to close. But is our people that's still asleep that's going to close this cycle because they're gonna be the last one to wake up.
Got you. That's what you saying. She said, Supplee said it's not going to last because electrical grid will shut down. Electricity don't mix with magnetism. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If they do try to implement something, it's not gonna. That won't even last because the grid. It's inevitable. The grid is gonna go down, man. It's over with. And
Yeah,
this is not this is not fear porn. I'm not fear mongering. I'm just telling the truth. Just like I called Hurricane Helen 6 months ago. He's telling the truth. It's just common sense because we know what time it is. We know what time frame we in, so called. Even though time's an illusion, we know what we're dealing with.
you know why it's kind of hard for us to participate in uh the constructions of our new, not our new, but in the construction or restoration uh of our people, our land, our empire, our kingdoms, right? Is because we don't have enough knowledge of the stars.
Right.
And in order for us to do so, we need to uh we need to be able to have connection with certain stars, because certain stars can't be here no more, right? For us to, because it's certain stars, the system we have right now is being powered by certain stars, and right now it's being powered by the solar system, by the solar system. That's what this power, I mean, the system is being powered. So the people that created this system, they have knowledge of the stars. This is why they tell
Yeah,
you
yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. Like, yeah, you're right. I don't cut you off. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they took our ancient knowledge and inverted everything. So they got us looking at our own shit and thinking that it's devilish and evil. That's why a lot of our people be saying, "Oh man, you talking that devil talk? That's the evil." No, that's our stuff. It got inverted on you. Everything got flipped upside down. Go ahead, my bro. Go ahead.
yeah, so we always talk about the sun and the moon, but these are the main power source of the matrix. That's why they call it. That's why there is a moon matrix. That's why there is something called a moon matrix. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
Saturn
saying?
Moon. Yeah, yes, yeah, Saturn Moon Matrix. Yeah, every day, Saturn Moon Matrix. And I was talking about the planet the fallen planet Saturn earlier. I was telling Danielle, this is why they put the cube on top of your head. This is why they have a cube in Mecca and a square of Mecca. This is why if you look at Trump's tower, that emblem is a cube. Everything is about a cube. If you look at the bottom of the planet Saturn, the fallen planet Saturn, it has a cube on the bottom where it traps your soul. It encapsulates your soul because it's a fallen planet ran by fallen entities.
Yeah. So we normally operate it on the circle or the spiral, should I say, not the circle, because the circle is just one revolution of the spiral. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
saying. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The spiral of life. The spiral. Yeah. All life forms came from the spiral, from a Fibonacci
right,
spiral.
right. So we ain't ready for this type of knowledge, for the knowledge of the luminaries, for the Lumerian knowledge. We're not even ready for the Atlantis knowledge, Atlantean, right? So we ain't ready. This is why is the ancestors that's coming in. They're preparing us. Like people like me and you is prepared for the ancestors to work. But it's some
Right.
of our people that's not even ready yet for the ancestors to work. And it's during the ancestors' work that they're going to wake up.
Right.
Because
Right.
we were supposed to wake these people up. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And
And
I won't cut you off, bro. And to anybody listening, if y'all want to get more information and knowledge on the Atlanteans, on us being Atlanteans, go back to my last panel. I had a special guest by the name of Young Cavo. He broke all that down. To anybody listening, but go ahead, bro.
but yeah, that's what I don't want to be long winded. That's basically what I'm saying. That's why I feel like we're not ready for us to go to a new stage, right? I'm not saying age, for us to go to a new stage, right, in life. We're not ready for us to go into a new state of mind. We're not ready for that. So the like I said, the ancestors is preparing us, but we need to get into the knowledge of the luminaries. We need to get into the knowledge of magnetism, right? Because the
Right,
knowledge of magnetism will help us understand the knowledge of electricity. Once we
right,
understand the knowledge of electricity, we understand how they create the matrix.
right. And so, and that goes back to what you were just saying too. I don't think our people understand on how tapped in. You can even go back to us just being like Aboriginal, Indigenous, copper color Indians. They was tapped in more than how we tapped in right now. They was really tapped in because they understood that everything had an alignment, everything aligned with the stars. This is why we built the pyramids by telekinesis. They align with these different star constellations. They was
Yeah.
really tapped in. We just we
Two
so,
hundred
so
years ago, we were tapped in. This is
right.
this is this is how this is how we able to get out the situation we get, because we was using the element, because we
Right,
had the knowledge of magnetism. So we was using the element. And even right now, when we're talking about, the ancestors is working, our ancestors is working, is people, is people like us that still have the knowledge of the element that's using magnetism, right? To interact with the elements, to do, what's being done. This is why I said that it's not up to us no more, because we have people like us, right, that was waiting on us, to come to come together amongst, ourselves, and we couldn't do it. So now these people is using the elements, right? Because once the element is started to work, now we started to be in our right mind. We started to understand that, okay, all right, there is a need to survive. And when it comes to survival, we all gonna come together to survive,
right.
right? So you can
Hey,
see.
hold on, Naga. Peace, big dog, Philly OG, man. I appreciate you, man, wholeheartedly for stopping in, man. It's an honor having you on, bro. So I appreciate that, man. Shout out to Milestone Thoughts and shout out to Danielle. Thanks for coming up. Go ahead, Naga. My bad, bro. Shout out to
Yeah,
everybody
yeah,
in the chat.
yeah. Shout out to Big Dog OG. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. So that, that's what I mean by the ancestors, is doing this. So we need to get into the knowledge of magnetism. You know what I'm saying? That's the only, once we get, right now we studying the knowledge of electricity. We now getting into the knowledge of electricity, and we think that we gods. We think that, well, the people that's using electricity, to control us or to keep this matrix going, they think they God. This is the reason why we think we God. Once we rise up to the knowledge of electricity, once we started to understand electricity, we started to feel like we electric being, and we started to feel like we God. We could do all these things that we're not even doing, right? But it's because, in order to manifest in order to manifest, uh, uh, with the in the matrix, you need to have the knowledge of magnetism, right? Just like in order for you to manifest in the physical world, you need to have the knowledge of the mental, right? If you don't have any type of knowledge associated with the mental, you won't be able to manifest things in the physical. And it's the same thing. If you can't go higher than electricity, you can't manifest things, in the matrix.
I heard that. What's up, D? What's up, D Allen, bro? Peace, my dog. Peace, my G. Uh, Danielle had mentioned earlier. We was talking about. I don't want to change the subject. We was talking about like how people got karma on them, like with that hurricane. Do you feel like that the so-called Caucasian race have karma on them?
You said the Caucasian race, if they are
Yeah,
common, the
yeah.
the the they the the Caucasian race themselves is karmic. This is not racism. This is not prejudice. This is just nothing. This is just this is just fact. They're karmic, and we get karma by associated affiliate with them. So us getting karma is just a we basically it's basically a sacrifice
I'm
basically.
saying like I get what you're saying. Now I'm saying like them as a collective, like with that whole North Carolina thing. Do you feel like that was some type of karma that hit them that they was unprepared for?
No, I spoke on that already with the North Carolina thing, with the Florida thing, and a lot more, small states that's going to get hit is because of deviation. Because the real states that's supposed to be getting hit is state like New York, is state like California, right? It's states like, well, yeah, Florida too, supposed to get hit too, but it's not, them low areas, them ghettos, right? So the natural disaster that's hitting America is supposed to hit the economy. Listen, the natural disaster that's hitting America is supposed to hit the economy, right? It's supposed to touch the economy. And if he's not touching it, it's because they know and they deviate. They deviate the because you have to understand is uh 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 is I'm not warfare, but is it it atmospheric war, should I say? Atmospheric war, right? So, not when we're using the elements, to send these natural events, they have technology, to basically deviate from these things, the hit. Like, just like, all right, we have guns, but we have bulletproof, right? To
Right.
basically stop the bullet, or to deviate the hit. So even if you get shot, but you don't get the full, you don't do the damage you're supposed to do. So it's the same thing. So when we use the elements to attack, to do this, attack these people, their economy, they themselves, they have machines, to deviate it to the lowest part of, that not really affecting their economy. So I don't know
Yeah, I
if
get
I
what you're
break
saying.
it down. I don't know if I break it down right for you, but that's what it is. So these places not getting hit because they got karma, right?
It's to
These
affect, yeah,
places
like you
get,
saying, it's to affect the economy and the infrastructure. Yeah, I got you. I
yeah,
get what you're saying.
yeah. These No, I'm saying the hit is coming in general to affect the whole United States economy, but the United States, right, government, right, they deviate this hit. They're trying to make sure they're trying to protect the economy, so they're sending the hit, to different, to the lowest part of the, that's not going to really affect the economy, basically.
Got you.
So they
Got
don't they can't fully stop, the hit. They can't stop it, right? But they could deviate it. Like I said, you can't stop a bullet. You can't stop from getting hit from a bullet, but you could have a bulletproof, right? That will stop the bullet from getting you. I mean, from hitting you. You get what I'm saying?
got you.
So you will sacrifice a bulletproof to not get hit. That's why they're doing this. Sacrifice a state or a certain part of the state, to not uh let the economy affect it. But listen, that ain't gonna do nothing. That ain't gonna help them. You know that by them doing that, at some point, the economy going to get turned. At some point, your bulletproof going to, is not going to be helpful no more, right? And if you're in the battlefield, you won't have time to throw it away and change and get another one. You know what I'm saying?
You hear me?
Yeah, Yeah, I could hear you now. I don't know if you were speaking.
Yeah, I was messaging somebody. Danielle said I would love to link up with Big Dog Philly. Yeah, go sub to Big Dog Philly's channel, Danielle, and he'll let you come up. Big Dog Philly, if you still on, Danielle says she wants to link with you, bro, and he'll let you come up. He'll let you speak your pieces. I've been over there a few times on this panel, and he shows them a love to the Aborigines, us organics. Shows a lot of love over there.
Yeah, yeah, big dog is that dude, man. Fuck with OG. He keep his feet on the neck of the system. He stay on their ass, man. On the on religion. You know, he keep his foot on their neck. Fuck with OG.
With Hurricane JW, what's up, Big Dog? What's up, bro? Much love and respect, man. If you want to come up, man. I got the let me put the link in the panel, man, in the chat.
But we should look forward for more of these, man. We should look forward for more of the these hurricanes, for more tornadoes, for more earthquakes. You know, more. A lot of natural disaster. We should be looking forward for a lot of these things. Included, like I said, civil war. You know, don't expect anything good. When we
Right. Well,
look
you,
every
you know,
look
so,
for the opposite of everything that we see on the news.
right.
Don't
You know, so
expect nothing
crazy.
good.
I won't cut you off now. You know, so crazy, bro.
Hmm.
People talk about World War III all the time, and I always have to elaborate and tell people that World War III already happened. It happened in 2019. That was the beginning of it. The first stages was psychological warfare via the television. It was a war on your mental, on your psyche, because they kept you in fear. They kept you in your lower chakra. That was a war. That was a war in itself right there. And then came along the biological warfare with the annihilation. That's a form of war. And then came along the war on your crown chakra because corona means crown. That's your crown chakra, your pineal gland. So if you take that and wrap it all in one, that's World War III. It just wasn't fought with bullets and motherfuckers, tanks and tanks and planes and different corporations fighting amongst each other. The war was against us, trying to stop this awakening. That's what World War III was. People saying World War III is going to happen. It already happened. It happened in the beginning of 2019. Think about it. Everybody was masked up too. They had all the slaves masked up. That's a form of warfare right there because you was killing yourself by breathing in your own oxygen, your own carbon. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I'll say that was a form of warfare, but I wouldn't say it's the whole world. Because it was a lot of places. It was a lot of places that didn't go for it. There was a lot of places that didn't really go for it. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right. But I'm saying like on a massive scale, World War III already happened via the inoculation, via the war on your crown, on your crown chakra, and psychological warfare via the TV and propaganda and governmental propaganda. Remember, we all know governmental means to govern the mind. So they already had majority of the masses on lock. So see what I'm saying? So they don't
Mm-hmm.
have to.
yeah,
That's what y'all tell my dad. My dad said, "Won't they just drop a bomb on us?" I said, "No, they already dropped the bomb on you. That was the inoculation. That was the jab. That was the jab."
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Because if
but
you
that.
notice,
Go
Biden
ahead, you got
didn't.
it.
Hello.
What's up,
Yeah,
Danielle?
you
Go
got
ahead.
it.
Go ahead.
Oh, hey, what's up, y'all? Oh, I just wanted to say because if you notice, Biden didn't swear on a regular Bible. You know that inauguration wasn't a regular inauguration. It was actually um more so a swear in for the Illuminati for the New World Order. See, Biden already started that New World Order. Um, and far as like with us going to war with Israel and China, and they not going to war with each other. They going to war with our brothers and sisters from Planet Nibiru or Sirius Star X. They here. Our people are here now, and they going to war with them. They're not actually going to war with each other.
Right, right. And you're not the only one that has mentioned that, Danielle. My last guest has said the same thing. They were there fighting amongst extraterrestrials, some of our people. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
This might
yes,
sound weird to some people, but this is what's really going on.
yep. So that money that's being sent to Israel, Israel is trying to Remember I said Queen Elizabeth had actually owned the United States. But now that she passed, their contract has been broken. So Israel is trying to pick up that contract. So this is why United States is sending so much money to Israel because they actually transferring the money from our treasuries and everything over to Israel. But it's still not going to happen because only thing they, like you said, only thing they can control is the electricity. But when that power goes out, what can they control? The iRobots is not going to work because the robots can't, uh, don't know how to take the electricity out of the magnetism to create light. We're going to be able to do that. They're not. Um, so this is just like you said, this is just a mind warfare game that's going on right now that's being played. The Democrats is controlling the right side of the brain, and the the Republicans is controlling the left side of the brain. See, this is why Democrats always talk about spiritual art people, this, that, and third. That's to try to control the soul, but they see that they losing. But I also think this is the manipulation game that's being played too. Like the Democrats know that we are not going to vote for her and that Trump is going to win. So it's like they know that the Democrats not going to win and they're going to give the power back to the white people. This is why it's a black and white thing that's going on. Do y'all see my point?
Well, yeah, that's what's up. Then that was deep. You said they control the left side. Democrats control the left side of the brain. Republicans right. Damn, that's deep. What's up?
Yeah.
What's up, Hurricane, bro? What's up? What's up, bro?
What's good? Chilling, chilling. Thanks for letting me up.
Man,
Yeah,
anytime, man, anytime.
everybody been talking about politics for this whole week. Me and my cousin and the neighbor, we just jumped somebody for talking about. Oh, we like, come on, we ain't jump them. Like we verbally jump them. What I'm saying, like, he ain't had no help. And we're just trying to tell them, all the shit that that Kamala is doing, and we trying to tell the cats like, yo, man, ain't nobody thinking about Kamala. And plus, when it comes to the military industrial complex, they the ones who really run the show, and Kamala will definitely bend over for them because she got no choice.
Right.
Right,
Trump is the trumpet and Kamala is the Carmen. That's going to happen. Trump is the
Mhm.
trumpet to blow, and Kamala, whatever her name is the karma that's going to go back onto the United States. So they just playing a mind game, but their time
right,
is up.
right, right, man. I was doing a job yesterday at somebody's house. It was a Caucasian woman, and she had the TV blurring with that propaganda with like that voting shit. And she's like, "Yeah, things gonna get worse. We need to go vote." I'm thinking to myself. I told her, I said, I stay away from religion and politics. I said, I'm just being honest with you. And then she
Yeah.
said, maybe we should turn back towards the Lord. Everybody needs to turn back towards the Lord. I said, oh fuck, here we go, man. The fucking Zion.
Yeah.
But I kept it
I was like, didn't
respectful.
I just tell you I avoid religion and politics?
Yeah, I'm trying to be respectful. I look on her wall. She got a picture of Caesar Borgia hanging on the wall. I'm thinking to myself, oh shit. So she was trying to tell me to turn back towards Caesar Borgia to go worship this homosexual. She got it hanging on her wall.
Yeah.
But she don't know no better. So I had to treat her just like a
Right.
kid. I was like, I stay away from those things because I had, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Right, 'cause I'm
Because
trying
if
to do a
y'all think
job
about it,
failure,
this
and
is
if I
the
say the
most
wrong
that they
thing,
could
I'm gonna
ever
lose
do.
my job.
Yeah, yeah. Like I'm trying to be as professional as I can because I run my own business and I have to be professional. But I can't,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm talking about like 80% of my customers, bro, that I deal with, they all talk about religion and politics. That damn television got these freaks hypnotized, man. It got them hypnotized, man, under a spell.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the free handouts. We talk about religion, politics, and free handouts. Like, God damn, that's the whole cycle. NPC.
Right, bro. Right. It's freaky, man. It's weird, man. We really live in a Twilight Zone, a Truman Show.
Yeah. Twilight Zone, Truman Show, and it's about to be our robot in the Matrix in a minute. It's a wrap. That nigga.
Yeah, man. We already in a simulation, man. I seen them iRobots they got, man. That shit. That's what Danielle, you was talking about that earlier. Like that shit's not gonna last, man. They trying. It's do or die for them, man.
Yup. They better use it for what they been using it for, using the machines to just move heavy shit over to another area. Do not put these niggas in the medical field. Don't put them in the park. Don't put them in the market because all it takes is one person to fuck up during surgery and the motherfucker first robot put on trial. I did not murder him on some shit like that. I'm like, get the hell out of here. No, no, we ain't about to go through that.
Right,
Or
right.
they talk about having them babysit your children and shit. What? No.
Oh man,
What
they
if they do
going.
bad and you gotta spank them? What if you gotta spank the kid and the motherfucking robot go overboard and just break the kid's body? It's over. It's over.
Right, right. Man, you be. I want to go and get your flowers, man. You be going in on religion on your channel, bro. You really be going in on that shit. I'm like, man, damn. You
I
be
be trying
dissecting.
not to, man, but like they be going in on us. I gotta just go in on them.
Do you be having them Christians? Do you be having them Christians and all them? They be coming over there trolling you, man.
Like I have maybe like one or two, and like I try to keep their comments, but sometimes like YouTube get rid of them. It's like I don't know what the fuck they be saying, but they be getting rid of them. But I have like one or two, and some are cool and have an understanding, and some just throw Bible verses at me. I'm like, bro,
Right,
I
right.
have a
They
contradicting Bible verse to the Bible verse that you threw at me. So we can do this
right.
all day.
They take the Bible literal, man. They don't know they worshiping an allegorical Jesus. The whole Jesus Christ character is allegorical, man. They don't know you got to read the Bible from a metaphysical standpoint. You can't read the Bible and take it literal. They thinking the 12 disciples is 12 niggas standing around some dude in the middle of nowhere. No, it's your 12 cranial nerves, man. They don't know this shit.
Right, because I'll be damned if I drop everything to follow a nigga and we broke. Like,
Plus, the
the
nigga was
fuck?
gay. The nigga Jesus. I watched the presentation last night. This nigga was gay. This nigga was in a relationship with John the Baptist, the 14-year-old. He was a 14-year-old boy.
What?
Matter of fact, I got a video on my channel, man. I might have to do a reboot. I might do that video over again. Yeah, the Jesus Christ character. That nigga was a homosexual, man. He was in a relationship with Judas and John. It was like a love triangle.
Goddamn. See, another reason why I would never leave everything behind to follow that nigga.
He
I
told
don't
her.
know what
Think about
miracle
it.
he did.
Think about it. What grown man gonna tell another grown man to leave their wife to follow them? Like, man, this nigga, he on some gay shit.
Right. I'm like, man, shit, nigga, are we about to take over the world? If we taking over the world, nigga, I'm with you. But like, nigga, if we about to go
Man,
out
Jesus
there,
Christ, he wasn't trying to take over the world. He was trying to take dick.
right.
He trying to take dick.
Nigga going around doing magic tricks like Chris Angel and shit. Like, for real, Jesus, what you took me around to do?
Yeah, and I had read that whole ceremony of him that was the ritual of him turning water into wine. That was at his wedding. He got married to the 14-year-old boy John the Baptist. So he did a ritual. He turned water into wine at his own wedding.
What?
A lot of people don't know. Real shit, bro. I'm
Because the
gonna post
Bible
this
is
shit.
different. The Bible said something else. The Bible said that, like, yes, it was a wedding, but like it was somebody, and then Mary said, yo, Jesus, I need to turn water around. This party is whack.
No, this is in the international Bible because in the different Bibles they got different literature.
Oh yeah,
So,
you're right, yeah.
And this Bible that I read, I'm gonna post this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna post this shit on my community page. It was at his own wedding. He got married to that 14-year-old boy. This is why. Think about it. This is why the priests still follow that same philosophy. Why do you think these priests be getting caught with these 14-year-old, 12-year-old boys? Because their Lord and Savior did the same damn thing.
Mm-hmm. Bastards. Like, why? It's like, nigga, you got money and power. Why you just can't pull a bitch? Why you just can't pull a fucking female? I don't get it, man. So, like, it's more to it. They trying to just, fucking shit is energy harvesting, organ harvesting, trafficking, and the R word. Like, it's all bad. It's all
Facts,
bad.
bro. Facts.
But I want to say this too, though. We have to understand, though, when we're talking about, Jesus, we have to understand that they attach him, right, to a story. That was already, that already took place. you know because it's like how people do today. It's like how they make movies based on true story, right? Now, when we're talking about the movie, right, we can't justify, everything on the real story, based on the movie, because we know it's a movie. We know the person that's acting, is not the person that was really in the story, that took place. So that's one thing we have to remember with that Jesus character, because the story, he was being put on the story, but the story was already took place long before, that Jesus character.
Yep. Yep. I think the Epics of Gilgamesh, I got to go back to that. I think I might do some lives on that.
Yeah, because I only say this because a lot of time, because of that Jesus character, people ignore the things that can help them, within the story,
Yeah.
because they're like, oh, Jesus is not real, so the story therefore is not real. Nah, Jesus is not real, but the story, actually took place. Even it's not take place in the way they say it took place, because it's coded. The story had to be coded, to fit Jesus, since because Jesus wasn't there at the time. You know, just like a movie have to be coded, have to be scripted to fit the actor, because the actor, is not the one, you know, that probably wasn't the one in the real story. But the script have to be coded in a way to match the actor actions. So it's the same way. So the story had to be coded to match Jesus' actions. So we have once you decode the story, you should be able to find the real character, you know, that go with the actual story.
Yeah. 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 Deep dive. There's gonna be a lot of videos called the Jesus codes. I don't know when I'm gonna work on it, but I'm gonna win. but I will fucking work on it. It's gonna be about all the characters before Jeebus, leading up to the modern day Jeebus. Yeah. And you know what's crazy? Christians don't even do that. It's like, like they just regurgitate shit. It's like study that book. It's like shit. Because I found puzzles, mysteries, riddles, contradictions, metaphors, symbolisms, parables, numerology, spirituality. I'm like, shit. They don't even read Ecclesiastics, and that shit is like the shortest book, only maybe like 2 or 3 chapters. And like that's a straight spiritual side of the story.
Well, that's the thing too.
Right.
People don't read ancient things. People stay on updated stuff. So people keep going into the new version of these books that they created. They don't go, you know and read these old versions that these books came from. Just like they're making new versions of their King James story. It's just like the Bible is a new versions, you know of the Book of the Dead, of the Gilgamesh, uh 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 of the Haitian revolutions, of the you know a lot of other ancient, sacred texts, ancient writings, that the Bible, basically compelled to make a new version of. So it's the same way they're going to compel, a whole bunch of things, a new book that's going to be based on the Bible. So if you didn't know of the Bible, you only read that new version they created. You think that's the real thing, but it came from the Bible. It's the same thing. People reading the Bible today and think that's the real thing. That's the truth. When the Bible came from something.
Right. Yeah. And it was like a
Right.
whole bunch of
Yeah,
scholars.
that Bible was a bunch of teachings from Kemet that they hijacked and put it, because Bible means Helios Biblios. So they took a bunch of ancient teachings and then put it into one book. So it's a bunch of books all wrapped in one. But
But not just
These dumbass Christians, they take it literal. I'm gonna say one more thing before, y'all, real quick. One thing. Uh, I'm about to like hop off for like 20 minutes. I'm gonna mute my mic for 20 minutes. Y'all gonna hold it down? Y'all wanna stay on?
Yeah, I think
Cause
we can.
I gotta get myself together.
So I can wait. I can wait. I can hold out. Shit. I just wanted to come through and say a little bit, to say what's up.
So you
Yeah, I
gonna
can
hop
wait
off?
too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm confused, kind of. I'm saying I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna mute my mic for like 25 minutes, and I'll be back. Y'all gonna hold it down for me?
Yeah, yeah, we got you. I don't know if the brother gonna go, but I'll stay. We don't gotta end it live.
All right, cool.
Fuck it. What's the topic?
Shit, I don't even know what the topic is, but I was just building on what y'all, I was just getting in on what y'all was talking about, because that Jesus story, though, like I said, not with just Jesus, with any uh sacred, you know, knowledge, that was uh recorded, because it was helpful to the people, you know, the Matrix takes it, and make the people, try to stay away from it. The Matrix take it and code it in a way that the people say, nah, it's just fake, you know. So that that knowledge that was recorded, is no longer helpful to the people, that needed it.
Right. What you think of the Dead Sea Scrolls? Have you read any of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yeah, I've read it, a long time ago when I used to rock with Cammy.
Like, what was one of the books that stood out? Because the one that stood out to me was the Secret Book of John and the Book of Enoch.
Yeah, the book of Enoch too. The book of Enoch, the book of the Jubilees stood out to me too,
That's what's
because
up.
because it talk
That
about, yeah, it talk
that's the
about,
one I didn't read. I didn't read the Book of Jubilees. I read Maccabees though, but like never Jubilees. What was Jubilees about?
yeah, it talk about uh the motions and the cycles, of the suns, of the stars, of the luminaries.
Holy
That's why
shit, that's an
earlier,
important book.
yes sir,
Holy
that's why
shit, how the
earlier,
fuck I missed that?
yeah, it talk about, the calendar. Basically, it lets you know, yeah. This why earlier I was saying that, you know, I think the reason why we can't really be on the field, we can't really be one of the actors, into to basically harness the new energy that's coming in, is because we're not ready for for this new knowledge. We're not even ready for the knowledge of magnetism. So we're not, so that's to say that we're not ready for the knowledge of the luminaries. Because the main power source of this system, of the matrix system, is the sun and the moon. So we have, you know and the sun and the moon was power. The sun and the moon, right, is electricity. I mean, is magnetism. That's what should I say. I mean, is magnetism. That's what's powering the sun and the moon. And the sun and the moon is creating electricity. You know what I'm saying? So we stuck on electricity. So we can't get to the, to the magnetism and to the real luminaries. Because the sun and the moon is not is kind of like a light bulb. A light bulb is not the same as the sun and the moon. So it's the same thing. The sun and the moon is not the same as Saturn or the real stars.
Holy shit, I knew it. I said the sun and the moon was an LED light. You just said a fucking light bulb. I
Yeah,
knew it.
that's what it is, man. So when we talking about we getting power from the sun, we getting this from the sun and all that, man. Listen, we give power to the sun. The sun get power from us. How about that? You know what I'm saying? How about that? How about the sun get power from us? Because we get power from something that's way higher than the sun. Therefore, that the sun had to get power from us.
Yup. Oh, drop a bomb on that one. That was cold. Like, you get your power from me, bitch. That's what's up. That's called taking back your power.
Hell yeah. This is why we voting, not voting. This is why we voting. We voting VOLTING, not VOTING. VOLTING. We give power to the system every time we voting.
Yup. Yeah, that's called.
But yeah, man. I read a lot of uh uh ancient books, sacred texts. But I also, practice a lot of, you know, other religions too. Religions, spirituality, you know, certain, certain practices. I also, I practice them, and get the knowledge, that I could from them and move on. Study certain religion, get what I can get from it and move on. So I
Yeah,
don't.
same here. Yeah, I do the same thing. Grab our truth from all that shit, just keep it rolling. Yeah, when I do the meditation practices, Chinese meditation practices, our meditation practices. I try to get it all. Yep, I feel you.
Yeah. But earlier too, we was talking about, well, I basically said that, I think I'm the only one that predicted that's basically predicting uh a civil war after the election, and I think some people agree with me, some people disagree. But what you think, about?
Sure, it might be because like they got barricades around the White House, and plus a whole bunch of people still leaving the country. They're going to their bunkers. Something about to happen, unless they about to rig this shit and make a Kamala win, and they got it barricaded for the so-called Trump supporters. We
Mm,
gonna burn the country down. We ain't gonna listen to no woman.
mm,
It's gonna be crazy. Or if Trump do win, Trump said that he was gonna cut the federal funding and get the immigrants out of here. So like it's gonna be a whole bunch of broke immigrants riding and screaming, and we're gonna be like, nigga, they gave y'all our money. Fuck y'all. So we be fighting them. It's gonna be crazy. It all depends. I just want everybody to direct the anger towards the government and destroy that shit. Government, military, law enforcement, take them down. Take them all down.
same thing I'm saying.
Yeah, that's right.
Let it all go down.
If it do be a war, it should be a war people against the government. That's what it should be. Yeah. All around the world. That's like, nigga, we tired of this shit. We tired of the
Well,
United States trying to police the world. We tired of Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, Elon Musk. We just y'all better hide in y'all buckets forever.
that's what it should have been. But I think where they got it down, where it's going to happen amongst the civilian, where I think I broke it down. We know where the civilian is the citizens and the legal aliens. You know, so I think they're
Yeah,
going to basically spark something among the civilian. I mean, amongst the citizens and the legal aliens.
yeah,
And that right there going to create that civil war. They're going to find both sides like they always do.
yeah. And trigger martial law. I can't wait to steal my first tank. It's gonna be awesome. Like I got a tank, motherfucker.
Man, and this is
Allegedly, I gotta say allegedly.
yeah,
Allegedly.
yep.
Or maybe, just maybe, the sheep is gonna stay asleep and nothing gonna happen. And it's gonna be a massive build up. It's gonna be straight up like Fuck it.
I seen
I think
somebody else in the
everybody is
title.
just too sleep. It's just like, like people still voting after knowing nothing changes. Rich get rich, poor get poor. It's like, man, it's time to destroy the government. But like I think the people just gonna just still be sheep. And it's gonna take a miraculous incident like a Project Bluebeam or the fake rapture to really, really, really change shit. But who was talking about World War Three? Yeah, Bill was right about that World War Three shit because Albert Pike he wrote that shit down in like the 1800s. Like these events gonna unfold this way, that way, and it just straight up unfolded for sure.
So,
Yeah.
what's your thought on it? So, you think that World War III already happened, already took place?
Yeah, yep, and it's still happening now. Like according to what Albert Pike said, he said like as soon as World War Three start, everybody gonna be talking about Zionism and all the shit in the Middle East. And we've been in the Middle East for like over goddamn 40, 50 fucking years. So I was like, yeah, definitely already happened because he's still over there causing major bullshit. And everybody's talking about Zionism and the baby hats and all those other countries of like Israel and Palestine and Iran and Iraq and all the other shit. So yeah, everything unfolded.
Well, I just think it already started. I don't think it already happened. I think it's already started. You know, and it's taking another level now, right? Is always the at the least three stages to everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is coming to the second stage, and then is passing on to the third stage, which is the physical, right? The last one. So I think I think it's already started. That there is a lot of it started with warfare, with the COVID, and all that, you know.
Hey, Naga, hold on, bro. Hey, what's up, Gene? Welcome up, bro.
What's going on?
What's
Welcome
How
up,
good?
y'all
fam.
feeling?
Salute.
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 I just want to welcome you up, man. I'll be back. Like, give me about 25 more minutes, y'all. I'll be back. I'll be back.
All right.
So go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, you all got it. What's going on, Gene?
What's going on? How y'all feeling today? What's the topics?
I guess
Shit.
we're talking about voting and World War Three.
You say y'all talking about voting in World War III?
Yup. And the Revolution and the Civil War. We dipped off a
Oh,
little bit on
okay.
religion.
So y'all talking about past glories or basically like past history?
Uh, yeah. We'll talk about a little history and like what could be happening now and like what could possibly happen after like after the election, like like what's going to trigger a civil war or like is there going to be a civil war because they got the White House barricaded up, so like they know something and the rich people still leaving and go to their bunkers and shit. So you know
Yeah,
what's going on.
man. It's 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 so much going on at one time that it's really hard to keep up if your eyes closed or your third eye closed. You don't even need your third eye
Wow.
to be open to see this shit that's going on. To
Yeah,
be honest, you don't even need your
for
third eye
real,
to be
because
open.
it's a
You can be
a
sleep and see
lot of
this.
shit going on. You're
You can
right.
be you can be sleep and see this. So that voting and that you said the vote in the World War III and the Civil Wars and all that is already happening. It ain't gonna.
Yep, we all agree. It's already happened. Yep. Y'all been seeing some crazy shit in the sky lately? They talking about there gonna be some aurora borealis all over the place, and that shit fucks with the ionosphere. It could knock out some power, so we got to be on the lookout for that shit. Like I think that's Project Bluebeam testing, or they motherfucker doing some shit with the heart. I'm not really sure. I gotta keep on doing more research, but I know fucking with the ionosphere could knock out our power.
Yeah, it's so that blue beam. That's why I say it's so much going on right now that it can confuse people, but it shouldn't be confusing people because it's too obvious and too blank. Like they don't even care how they showing it no more. Like usually when they show it, they secretive exposing it. Now they openly exposed it because them they self know what times we living in. They know that it's they job.
Yep.
You caught up, Gene. What's going on with your audio, Gene?
My bad. I was saying they know what times we living in, so they not really caring about us waking up for real. They want us to wake up because they know if we don't wake up, then they got an answer to a source to infringe on our free will like that. So they want us to wake up. This is why they openly exposing everything now instead of secretive exposing it, if that makes sense.
Yep. I think it goes back to the universal law shit.
Yeah, same thing, which is the infringing on the free will. They broke a
Yeah.
universal code that they knew they shouldn't even tamper with
Right.
over a millennia ago.
Goddamn reptilians.
Not just them. It's deeper than that. They okay. Don't y'all know how in America or just on this realm in particular, the government and these 13 elite families and just these black nobility families, and presidents and prime ministers, all they ass ain't nothing but the face behind the real head. That's basically the same thing we going through.
Uh, universal codes. I need to do some videos on that shit. Y'all giving me ideas. Thank y'all. Y'all giving me ideas to make some
You said
videos
ideas for videos about what?
about those universal codes. I'm like, shoot, we need to dive deeper in
Yeah,
that. I need to, yeah, that they infringing on our free will.
yeah. It's hard to catch it because the matrix, but long as you can semi feel it in your soul that you is a god or a goddess, that's the only awakening you need. Because once you come to terms that you've been praying to your damn self, nobody outside yourself, and that was the reason why your fucking miracles and blessings weren't coming through. That's when the third eye come open without your help, without your enlightenment, none of that. The third eye gonna open itself once you realize.
Yep, you cut off, but I heard you.
Other than that, you have to go through the spiritual stages, which can be which can be treacherous if you ain't ready for the journey.
That's
But
right. That
but
but
if you don't
shadow
realize
work.
you're a
You gotta do
god,
that inner shadow work. Yep.
yeah. If
Mhm.
you don't realize that you're different from the motherfucker that can't take the sun, then your third eye will never wake up. I don't care how much of a spiritual journey you go on. If you don't realize that you're not the same as them, your spiritual journey will always be hindered. You will never know which angle to go in. You will never know which knowledge to really listen to, which knowledge is false and you ain't gonna know because you don't even know that you ain't no human. You believe that you're a human, so you will never understand the divinity to understand the cryptic code that's inside of these Bibles and
Look, I'm gonna say this, right? Give me like 2 minutes, right? And then y'all could build on what I'm gonna say, right? All this shit, right? The Matrix is built on the story of a twin brother, right? A Gemini, right?
right.
One killed the other one, right?
Hold on. Can you say that over? My sound went out. What you say?
I said it's a Gemini story, right? Of a twin brother, right?
Okay.
One killed the other one, right? I
Right.
would say Cain
You talking
Cain
about
killed
Cain and
Abel,
Abel?
right? Cain killed Abel, right?
Right.
And took his kingdom, right?
True.
So they both have their kingdom, right? Uh
Yeah.
Abel, right, have it dwell in the kingdom of light, right?
Right.
Cain dwell in the kingdom of darkness, right?
Right.
So uh like I said, Cain killed Abel, right, and took over his kingdom. And in the meanwhile, he abandoned his kingdom. He left his kingdom, right, and killed uh uh like I said, Abel, and took over his kingdom, right? So there is certain things that was done, right? That Abel is coming back, right, for his kingdom, right?
Yes.
And Cain knew it, right?
Yeah.
So he think that, right, uh Abel is going to kill him, right?
Right.
To take his kingdom back, right? To restore his kingdom back, right? So therefore he's scared because of what he did, right?
Right.
So he don't want the people to know, right? Uh the people people Abel's people, he don't want them to know, right? But no, let me put it in a let me just finish say in the Egyptian term so people say instead of the new term, right? So the story came from the Egyptian story, right? And said I put it in the chat. Me and uh Chozo was building about it earlier. It's two brothers, Ra and Set, a twin brother, the Gemini. Like I said, so Set killed Ra, right? Which is Osiris, which is Horus, right?
That's deep right there. I'm listening.
Right. So Set killed Ra, right? So chop him up in 14 pieces, put him in a boat, throw him in the river, right? So uh Ra's sister and his wife, right? There were certain things that they did amongst themselves, right? And they knew that, right? Uh uh and they predicted that uh that uh uh Ra was going to come back for his kingdom, right? And
Yeah.
Seth knew heard of that, and he knew it, and he's scared, and he think that all right, when Ra coming back, Ra is going to kill him too for revenge, right, and take his kingdom. Therefore, he going to lose his kingdom. But he is greedy, right? He want both of the kingdom. He don't want to just go back to his kingdom, right, and let Ra just come back, right, and just see his kingdom, is there for him, right? But like I said, he's scared. He don't know what to do. He's confused, right? Of what Ra going to do, right? But the truth is that Ra is coming back, right, to take over his kingdom and let Seth walk away back to his kingdom to the point that where he's going to be so ashamed that he will never come back
Okay.
to his brother kingdom. That's on him. That's his karma. That's his judgment. His judgment upon himself that he made upon himself to never come back, right? To Ra kingdom again. So everybody that follow him, that left with him, will never come back. Whether you was children, or whether you was already his children. So you will never be able to see the light, right, in Ra's
Right.
kingdom. So y'all could build on the story, and how he turned into, Jesus and Satan, God and the devil, and all these things, and how it turned into, two different races, us and them, they not like us, not all king folk and skin folk, and all these things, and what's going on.
Oh yeah, that's deep right there. That was just a deep esoteric breakdown right there.
Hell yeah, yeah, because it made me think about the Iroquois story. I think about the Sky Woman having the two twin sons and they fought each other and shit. One was good, one was evil. I'm like, yo, that made me think
Yeah,
about that.
yeah.
Yeah, but that was a deep story.
Them stories also go back to us again, like every other story we do. That story, Naga, that story you were talking about with Cain and Abel. One brother was the dark, and one brother was the light. One brother was living in divinity with us, which was the gods and goddesses. I'm breaking it down. I'm breaking it down esoterically. Breaking it down esoterically to you. That Cain and Abel story is based on us versus the Matrix versus they sell out. In other words, that's why the brother that got backdoored was the brother that was living in divinity with source God, right? And this is the Bible says. That brother that got killed was living in divinity and peace with source God, right? And the other brother was living in jealousy and basically the matrix, in other words. He was caught by the matrix because he had grew hate to his own brother. That's a sin. So that's the matrix he was living up under. He fell for the illusion. In other words, that's all I was trying to say was that Cain and Abel story was them describing how we really got backdoored and stabbed in the back by our own kind through jealousy and greed. Cain was the brother that had fell for the illusion in the matrix. That's all that was. That's where the hate and envy came and jealousy came from. The matrix and illusions. Abel, you could tell it's obvious where he came from. He was surrounded by divinity. The Bible said itself. He was surrounded by God. He was still in connection with God. That's why God took it so serious when he found out Cain spilled that blood on the earth like that. Because it was all about good and evil, the light and dark, like you just said. The light, which is the light spirits, which is the spiritual realms, and the dark was the dark matter realms that collided in the beginning of time. We collided with each other, which that go back to the story of Satan versus the fall, Satan, the fallen angels versus the enlightened angels that didn't rebel. It's a deep esoteric connection. How you broke it down, Naga. And I appreciate that because I really do I need that little breakdown. That was a deep esoteric breakdown you did from the Cain and Abel to the Egyptian story, all the way up to this day right now, how we still getting stabbed in the back by our own kind, which is the black elites and black nobility families, still backdooring us, stabbing us in our back, helping these elites take the knowledge from us, history from us, technology from us, spiritual relics from us, spiritual, etc. They allow it. They're helping them take this. They don't take no. The government, the elites in these 13 families do not take nothing on their own. They can't even think past go. We as the gods and goddesses never finished re-engineering them in the beginning when they first came here. So with that being said, they could never reach no sense of divinity because we never finished creating them. We never even I would say blessed, but I'm just gonna say we never gave them the miracle of divinity because they couldn't they couldn't basically handle it because they have spirits and they have DNA of a fallen God which lost his divinity, which he lost his divinity going against us.
That's cold.
This is why the
That's
humans
cold.
this is why the humans will never be able to match us on no level, let alone not even can't even take our father's sons. They can't fuck the father's son. They can't even take our baby son that's not even fully grown yet. That should tell every black and brown God something like if they can't take the son that ain't even a teenager yet, we'll make sure they can take the father's son when they return. Why
Right.
you think they push? Why you think they pushed out the atmosphere half a millennia ago
Yup.
when they first invaded? In other words, time don't exist. In the 1400s, why you think they pushed the sun out of the atmosphere, the big sun, blocked it out with clouds and all that extra dumb shit? Because the clouds ain't nothing.
Yup.
I'm sure y'all on this
Yup.
panel, y'all know what's going on, so y'all woke. So I ain't got to really go into details of what's about the sun, because I'm sure y'all know because y'all on this panel for a reason.
Hey, Gene, hold on, big dog, hold on, bro. What's up, Latoya Williams? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the page. Thanks for joining. Appreciate that. Much love. Thanks, big dog. My bad, Gene, bro. Go ahead.
No, no,
I'm back though.
I ain't
I'm back. I'm just listening.
so I was gonna come back in anyway, so we can, uh, we were just basically breaking. I was just basically trying to piggyback off what Naga was saying and add my own esoteric understanding to it, and we agree on that. Once again, you know, man, Naga, we hey, look, we be on here. You know how we
Yeah, I
coming up,
already know.
man, Naga. So when we agree on something, it got to be legit.
Yeah, that's all a part of building, man. And I also want to retract back on that World War III because I heard y'all talking about that earlier. Like I said, like we all can come to like a conclusion and we all agree with that. Like World War III already happened. It happened via the inoculation and it happened via propaganda via the television. Because like I was saying, I don't want to go backwards, but I was just trying to I got to reiterate because somebody had asked me, won't they just drop a bomb on us? I tell them the bomb was the Jabberwocker, biological warfare,
Yeah,
because it's a Hegelian dialect, problem, reaction, solution. The problem was a so-called, yeah, I know what I'm talking about, and then the reaction was everybody was stuck in their root chakra, fear. They harvested energy off of that, and then the solution was the war on your crown chakra via the, you know what I'm saying, the inoculation. That's why I say World War III already happened. Then we could take it to another level. I think you had mentioned this, Gene, that extraterrestrials are fighting against some of us melanated people, some of our star family. That's what I was wanting to say.
Yeah, well, that's what I basically, sum up with a story, of a twin brother. You know, they give
Yeah,
each
yeah,
other
that
in the
was deep.
form of,
That was deep when you broke that down about Rod and Seth, and then you had mentioned reset, and I was like, God damn, that's some deep ass shit, man.
yeah. That I just broke it down again. That's why Gene was
yeah,
building.
I can't wait. I'm listening though. Uh, Truth, I'm in here with you. I'm listening.
Right, right. And then I'm gonna say one more thing. The sister had mentioned earlier, Danielle. She had mentioned the reason
Yeah.
why nobody's been seeing the moon. She said because a lot of our star family
Okay, you good? Go
eradicated the
ahead.
moon, and she said that green Ouroboros is a lot of souls that were released from the dark side of the moon.
Oh yeah,
That
yeah,
that was some deep shit, man. I ain't never heard nothing like that before.
yeah, yeah. See that right there. That's why I say on this channel, I understand that it's sleep people out there, but on this panel that you got, this really for the woke people and the people that's curious about waking up. This really ain't this panel. It's cool to try to reach the sleep people, but some conversations ain't meant for sleep people because it'll lose them and it'll have them on some backdoor shit when it comes to us because they fear what we talking about. So the way she broke that, the way you saying she broke that down, that message was meant for the woke people and the people that understand it, but they not trying to speak out or come out. But they understand esoteric knowledge and history and and ideologies and stuff like that. But what, that was a good breakdown. Like you said, she was speaking on that borealis and the souls and all that. Because I actually did a live like a year ago, not speaking on the borealis in particular, but I did a live like a year ago talking about how through tunnels, through I mean not tunnels, through caves, mountains, space itself, just looking in the sky and a portal will open up in front of you if your third eye open, you can see it. Space, oceans, I can keep naming, but etc. Souls been reincarnating up out of them out of the how you think how y'all think they came out of the mountains in the 1400s because they was reincarnated. Don't get me wrong, they don't reincarnate like we do, but they can reincarnate to it like okay, let me how can I say this? They can reincarnate to different realms. That's it. They can not reincarnate, but they can travel to different realms. Not necessarily reincarnate, but they can travel to different realms because time don't exist, so they can travel all times like we can. But they cannot reincarnate. They can die and not come back. Like so, souls been we been coming out of the mountains. We've been coming out of Boreal. We've been coming out of the cave. We've been coming out of Grand Canyon. We've been coming out of the oceans. We've been walking out of the motherfuckers. They've been telling stories about this. We just didn't believe because it always was an ancient theory in some old shit that's on the History Channel as a ancient theories or conspiracy theories. So niggas never believed it for real that they seen giants walking out of mountains, but they seen spiritual forces in liquid form coming out of the ocean. They didn't want to believe it because they never seen it other than in a dumbass sci-fi original movie type shit. Only time they ever see it,
Time
so it's
by
hard to
time.
believe it.
Yeah,
For real.
yeah,
It's the only
you're
time they ever
right.
really see that. And when they see it in those movies, it's believable to them, but it's still a theory to them because it's like okay, that ain't nothing but computer generated ass green screen shit. They is doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like the movie Matrix. Motherfuckers don't understand it for real because it's too advanced how they breaking the movie down with Neo
Look,
now. So
look,
niggas conscious ain't even halfway on the Neo Matrix levels to even understand that. So it's gonna always
look,
be a conspiracy theory, and we're gonna always be the to them we the lost gods and goddesses, the ones that's like us that's speaking out and understanding this shit. To the sweet motherfuckers, we the ones that's lost and crazy.
look.
We
All
the
I
ones
can
that ain't
say,
woke for
right?
real. All this,
All I can say, right? Uh without any form of judgment, right? Is that
yeah,
everything is everything, right?
yeah,
Uh, light is dark and dark is light, right?
yes, yin and yang. I hear you.
Right, and everything that exists, uh, as above, so below, right? So is everything
Yep.
that's above exists below. Everything that's within is so without. So everything that can be done, on the inside, can be done on the outside. So, you know, we because of the power we have within, we think that exceed us, from other people that make us, some type of special than other people when they can do it externally, and be on the same level as us, right? So
Right,
when they do it, and we don't understand it, we get trapped and tangled and caught up in it, and we complain about it, you know. But you know, when we do it, you know, they know how to translate, you know, uh what it means to them, right? So when we tap, into our power, within us, they know how to translate it and know what it means to them, and know that it means, exact, the same thing when they, tap, outside of themselves, and tap in, into their power, you know. So this is
oh,
why, I got the pyramid on both sides with the X or
right.
the uni, you know, because
So when
you
you
know, but
my bad. When you say they understand us, then as we understand us, who you talking about? The humans or the reptiles? Who you talking about? What species of people you talking about?
well, listen though, it's two sides, right? It's always two sides because we talking about duality, right? We're talking about reality, right? We're talking about parallel universe, right? We're talking about
Yeah,
as above, so below. So it's always two. So if it's not us, it's them, because we know they're not like us, right? That's the mentality
right,
that we have. So I'm using that mentality, to say that they are like us, right? Because
right.
as above, so below, as within, so without, everything is everything. That's why I start with saying everything is everything. It's just that everything has to be in its order, right? Everything has to be in
Right,
order. That's all. It's just it's other to things, but it's not that, it's more, it's not a divisions amongst things, it's more a diversity amongst things. If we understand the world, if we start to looking at the world through the eyes of diversity, only then we'll understand the world that we're living in.
facts. Okay, I get it. I was gonna piggyback off it, but I get what you're saying. Uh, so I am gonna piggyback on it. As above, so below, right? You said right. Everything that goes on down here is going on up there, right? That's basically what you're saying, right? As above, so below with the ancient macabres, right? Uh,
Yes, sir.
okay, so in other words, back to the question I asked you. So you basically talking about the In other words, you're talking about the reptilians, the humans, and every other species that's as above, so below with us, because they are our creation. So I understand you saying as above, so below, because we was here first, but we was creating in the beginning. So yeah, they are our creation, and if we didn't create them, our creation created them. That would make them our grandkids, in other words, or great grandkids, however they want to say it. With that being said, that as above, so below comment, they could never understand. Let me just say this: they could never understand us better than us or equal to us because they don't have a conscience or a soul to understand divinity, if that makes sense. So with
bro.
that being said, the only reason why they able to catch on to the shit we be doing secretively is because ain't nothing new under the sun that we doing. We been did the same shit just like they did the same shit. Ain't nothing new under the sun. So with that being said, their fallen deities, which is the angels, Satan and his fallen group of extraterrestrial species and extra fallen angels, is teaching them these things, showing them these things, writing it down on tablets for them. This is how they know. They not equal to us. Even with him telling them this and teaching them all of this, they still lost. You can tell that right now. With the matrix and illusion of our head, they still can't even match our energy, let alone conscience, to even understand what we're doing. They so lost. If they understood what we was doing, they would be able to tell you the exact day the judgment is. If they was
Hey,
that
hey,
smart
hey,
on the
hey,
conscious
hey,
level.
Gene.
Yeah.
I'm loving the knowledge, bro. I just want to intersect and say one thing. And this coincides with what you talking about, bro. When I go to like so-called white people's like channels, they have spiritual channels. So when I go to their channels, I join their panels sometimes, right? And when
Yeah.
I start talking about how we first people and about how we're one with the source and one with the cosmos. A lot of them don't like that, bro. They get in their feelings. I had one of them like throwing disses at me the other day on their panel, like
Yeah,
complaining
they'll do
like all
that.
this. Yeah, like what's y'all take on that? Why are they acting like that with us? It's like I'm not
Because
saying all white
Oh,
people
it's
real,
easy. It's
hold on,
easy.
go
It's a
ahead.
cult
Hold on,
thing.
what you saying, Truth? Let him finish real quick. I will make sure he finishes basically question you guys next.
I'm not mad at them and all that, but it seemed like I made a video the other day. It seems like to me, because we know we incarnate into different energy cycles, right? So it seems like to me a
Yeah.
lot of them are still carrying the essence of their ancestors.
Yeah, because uh,
But I ain't want to cut you off, bro.
one
I
of
just
y'all
wanted
want
to
to go
say that,
first?
man.
Yeah. Well, I'll just go first. They get mad because I'm not gonna necessarily say they get mad at us. They just get mad at their reality being revealed to them. That's what they mad at. They not mad at us. That's why you still have trillions of good spirited humans on this planet right now. So they don't get mad at us. It might look like when they try to debate with you or go back and forth with you or even throw salt on your esoteric knowledge of us being the creams of the planet, the rulers of the universe, fathers of civilization. They know this. So it's not necessarily they getting mad. They just what they old saying is you can't handle the truth. The truth hurt. It ain't us they mad at. It's the truth that they mad at. They damn. So this really been for the last 400, 500 years. This has been going on right up on our nose.
Yeah, right,
I'm
right.
talking about
Because
the good
because
spirit.
because I won't cut you off again, bro. But look, I hate to cut you off again, bro. Because when I had mentioned this on my video too. Now that I think about it, a lot of them have channels where a lot of them are conscious. Don't get me wrong. A lot of them are knowledge. I give credit where
Yeah,
credit is
them the
due.
good spirited humans. You right. Them the
Yeah,
good
I
spirited
give
humans.
credit where credit is due. But a lot of them, they don't never do no breakdowns. They don't talk about where they come from, where their ancestors come from, and that's odd to me. Like, because we get on our channels, and we get on these platforms, and we talk about who we are and where we come from. But a lot of them don't do that. But y'all go ahead, bro. My
because
bad. I just want to say that.
because they did they esoteric research and realized that they come from fathers of civilization. That's why. So they don't want to
Yeah,
admit
and
that
the
shit, and that's
truth
the truth.
hurts. And the truth hurts.
Don't get me
Yep.
wrong. There are
Going back to what you
millions of
said.
millions
Yep.
of. Don't get me wrong. It is millions and millions and millions on top of damn a trillion. Because don't think we the only trillion peoples on this planet. Hell no, we created trillions of our creation. So don't ever think we the only motherfucker that's in trillions on living on this realm
Look,
right now. No.
look. I'm gonna say this right. I heard somebody. I mean, they said that the greatest lie that ever told, you know, is God. Is the devil, right? Is by the devil. And recently, I heard somebody said, "No, the greatest lie that ever told is God. Make us believe that he was God, right?" But I think the
You
greatest
said
lie
you said
was
the greatest lie ever told was God making us believe He
that
was God.
he was God. Somebody said that. Recently, I heard somebody said that. But me personally, I think the greatest lie ever told is is us thinking that first mean you're the one, you're the right one. You know, first
I
don't mean
mean,
first don't
yeah.
mean you're the right one. You know,
Man, we all know the greatest lie ever told was 9/11.
The greatest, I think yeah, that now that was one of the biggest trickeries ever played on us. The biggest tricks ever played. Now, no lie, we knew that shit was a lie when it happened. It just was a raw ass trick they played on us. Them fake ass bombs inside that building. That's all that was. We
Right,
Two
right.
we
Hey,
planes,
did it.
three buildings
that's
We
true.
did
fall.
and
Hey,
knew. We did and knew that year that shit was fake. We just ain't had proof.
but I just want to ask her. Hey, Hurricane, what's your take on the question I just asked, bro? What you think about that, man?
Oh, you talking about with the other spiritual channels? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I think yeah, I agree with my man said. It's like, yeah, they know the truth, like they don't want to go back to the history because like everything goes back to black. you know, Simple.
Everything.
Everything goes back to black.
Even if
In the
even if
beginning
even
there was
even
darkness,
look,
void and shit.
even when
If
they
you can think about that part.
okay, okay, let's just say this. Even when they doing their esoteric searching, researching like we do on a physical level, and they go back to physical gods and goddesses being us and who they come from, let's just take it up a notch. Let's just take it to the humans that's cosmically smart like us. That also that know how to talk on the cosmic and spiritual level and all that shit. Even then in the astral realms, we are the cosmic bodies here first. So it don't even matter what ideologies or what spirituality or what history they gonna look back into, whether it's physical, spiritual, or cosmic, it's gonna always trace back to us. Because once you go to the cosmic level, it's gonna trace back to dark matter energy. Who you think that is? That's nine ether.
Yep.
That's us.
Yep.
If you go to the liquid, forms, it's gonna go back to the oceans. Who the ocean titans is? That's the black gods and goddesses in spiritual form.
bro. Listen, bro.
We are
The
the
six the
abyss.
the six ether, bro, is the same thing, bro. We have to understand, bro.
I
Everything
never
spin,
denied.
bro.
Hold on, hold on, hold
Everything
on, hold on.
spin into a spiral. So the
I
six
wasn't
is
denying
spinning
that.
too.
I wasn't necessarily saying that the sixth not ether. That wasn't what
No,
I was
I'm
speaking on.
no,
I
I'm not saying you
understand.
deny it. I'm not saying you deny it. I'm just
No, I,
basically bring bring it into a full circle. Cause
I
everything
no,
spin.
yeah, I was gonna speak on that later on in the panel when it came up, but that basically go back to when I first joined the panel like 30 minutes ago. They go back to me saying the yin and yang, as above, so below. That's good and evil. It's all the same thing. But
Right.
they they it'd be hard to break it down sometimes because it ain't really words for a lot of this shit for real. At least it's English as or Greek words that they got out right now. Latin Greek words, I mean.
See, that's the thing. We have to find a way to
Oh,
use. We have to find a way, right? To you to We have to find a way to get to a neutral ground when it comes to everything, not just talking about us, but also when it come not talking about us neither. Because like I said, if we think if we know as above, so below, as within, so without, we also know the first is the last is the first. This is why Jesus said that I am the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the last and the end. So if we know that, if we understand that, why the scale have to be tilted every time we talk. This is why it seems like it need balance, and this
okay.
is why. Go ahead.
I wouldn't necessarily say every time black and brown guys and goddesses speak on this, or even good spirited humans, or the good conscious Pleiadians. It don't matter who it is we talking about. It ain't necessarily that we try to tilt it towards our favor or tilt the based what you just said. It ain't that. It just any point out any human, Pleiadian, spaceship and reptilian, or god and goddess that got a story different than we the creams of the planet.
Right.
Fathers
I
of
agree with
civilization. You can't
yeah,
go on no. Go
my
ahead.
bad, Gene. I agree with you. I want to keep telling you, bro. I agree with that. I just want to interject real quick, man.
Go
Naga, you
ahead.
just mentioned that the scales tilted in their favor. The scales been tilted in their favor for hundreds of years. Because look at white supremacy, man. Look at white supremacy. White supremacy. Religion is based around them. This whole United States American psychological dream is based around them. Who's
The whole
saying?
Listen
illusion
though,
and matrix.
listen though. How is
I
that
just
been
want to
taking
say,
place? That
Hold on, hold
that
on.
we also take part in making tilting the scale towards them also, because we keep
You
voting
right.
for them.
Good
Like
and
I
evil.
said, because
Good and
right.
evil. Same
give me
thing.
like
You
30
right.
sec give me like 30 seconds. Like I
Go ahead. Go
said,
ahead. Go ahead.
if we know our power came, from a higher source, that's powering the system, right? And we're in the system, right? And we're voting into the system, like we not, like I said, not VOT, but VOLT, right? Into the system, we're giving into power. So we basically helping the scale tilting to the side is being tilted. Just like right now, they're trying to tilt it to the other side, and we're trying to help tilt it into the other side when the scale needs to be balanced, period. The
We not
only way,
okay.
right,
Right.
to coexist is to bring balance.
You right. But that is that don't mean bring balance with them. What that means, we must balance out our divinity within ourselves first before we able to confront them. To be honest. And
There is no us
with
without
that
them.
being said, go
There
ahead.
is no
Go
us
ahead.
without them.
Go. I was going to speak on that. But go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
There is no us without them. There is
Okay.
no yin without.
Okay.
There is no yang without. There is no yin without yang. There is no above
Okay.
without below. There is no
Okay.
within without.
Okay.
wi- If you
Okay.
don't
Let me
have
just
without,
look.
is
Look.
no
Hey.
left if
Hey.
you don't
Look.
have right.
Look, Naga. We was here millennia before they even was even created. So what you mean they were part of the yin? They was never part of the yin and yang. Is you okay? Are you okay? We was here millennia before they was even created by Satan. So they was never part of the yin and yang. We never had to balance nothing out with their ass. This is why they invaded and conquered our realm like they did. And they the ones tipped the scales to their favor. We never took no scales to our favor. Even when we was going through the guerrilla wars and the revolutionary wars, we never tried to tip no scales in our favor. We always try to come at them with peace, balance, and unity. And they always backdoored us time after time after time. Don't get
No,
me
bro.
wrong, you're
Listen.
right. They not doing it by themselves. They do have fallen gods and goddesses helping them. So yes, you do have a part of the yin and yang helping them, but they are not them in particular are not a part of our yin and yang at all because they are not
Listen, bro. You confuse them coming here to their with their origin because you might not, have the knowledge of
not a
their
part of our
origin.
source because or the yin and
Listen,
yang because they was not here when we was created.
listen to what I'm saying, bro. I hear you talk, but listen to what I'm
Huh?
saying. I hear you talk. Listen to what I'm saying. Like I said, you might confuse, right? Them coming here, you know, to with their origin, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But go
Listen, bro.
ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna
Go
let you
ahead. No,
speak
I'm not. Go ahead.
because right, you might not have the knowledge of the origin, right? So because you might not have the knowledge of the origin, or because you might think that, or we might think that they don't have the knowledge of the origin, right? So therefore, then the origin start by with them coming here, but the origins
Mm-hmm.
start exactly with our origin. This is why I give the breakdown, the esoteric breakdown with the twin brother. There was a twin, right?
Okay.
So,
But
so
go
yeah,
ahead.
so Yeah, so like I said, and also this is why I made the statement that we, the greatest lie that ever told is us thinking that the first was the right one. Because you're the first one, you're the right one. When the first number, the second number, the third number, is all the numbers is right, right? They're right for their own purpose. You know, you can be the first one that went. That don't mean that you're going to be the right one that win,
Mm.
right?
All I was saying. Now you right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you got it, bro.
Now, oh, now, okay. I wasn't necessarily saying it like that. You just went to a deeper esoteric meaning of that yin and yang with them. Okay, maybe I worded it wrong. Yes, they are a part of us, but they are not a part of the yin and yang. No matter how you try to put it, I'm not trying to discredit your esoteric knowledge, but they are not a part of the yin and yang. Whether they was here, and I'm not. And you two my I might be going off when they got here. No, I'm talking about when they was created on their own fucking realm. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about this realm. I'm talking about before this realm was even invaded. I'm talking about before they was even created. That's what I'm talking about. So
I don't know what happened if you bro if it's me or if it's your mic.
only thing different between us is that they was created by using different DNAs and we wasn't. And you know who DNAs I'm talking about. That's the
That's
only
why I
difference
said.
between
That's
us.
why I said.
And the
That's
only
why I said.
connection they got to us is they was created with his with they fallen angel. They was created by him with his small ass divinity that he had left over. That he when he
Bro,
failed that he go ahead.
bro, it's because you didn't really pay attention to what I said. I said, you
No,
know,
I did. See, look, hold on. I ain't trying to
listen though.
cut you off. Go
Now
ahead,
I'm
go
gonna put
ahead.
it in general. Now, so you don't, so you get exactly what I'm saying. Now, some people confuse, right, with these people origin, right, with them coming here and their origin. So some people think that them coming here is hand to hand with their origin, and that's not. Is not. And basically, on what you're explaining right now, that's how most people explain them coming here in the origin, hand to hand, like at the same, as if their origin and them coming here go hand to
Oh,
hand was the
okay,
same
okay.
time.
I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying. I get it. I get it. People confuse. Okay, let's just say 1492. People confuse that origin of them invading this planet with our origin over millennia ago. So they get confused. In other words, that's what you're trying to say,
No, I'm talking about them coming here to this planet that
right?
we
And that
call
being
Gaia. Them coming here to this planet that we call Gaia, right?
okay.
We confuse that with the origin because some of us don't have the knowledge of the origin, and some of even themselves don't have the knowledge of the origin
That,
because
that's what
they prioritize hiding it, make it
that's
a
what I
secret.
just that's what I just said. I'm
And
saying
that leads to my question: what is the true origin? Because I read so many.
the true
I read
origin of
so
what?
many. The true origin of of the universe.
This universe or just
Of the what was the names of the of the gods of the time, or the gods or the primordial goddesses of the time? Because I'm reading too much shit about like the beginning, and it's a whole bunch of different people. So like, yes, I understand the confusion part. So like, yeah,
yeah.
because
It's
I'm
just
part of the confusion crowd.
uh-huh. I wouldn't necessarily say different gods and different stuff like that. Just different energy cycles. That's it. That was us. That different energy cycle. That was you in a different energy cycle. That's all. You was the original Atlantean. You was the original Cometian. You just reincarnated into a different energy cycle after they invaded our planet in the 1400s and started killing us off through pillaging our village and raping our women, etc.
Listen, bro, these stories, right? I'll break it down earlier. Start with the Egyptian stories, but this story don't go further past the Sumerian story, right? We
Well, this
and
one,
and, and we end right quick. We end Lil and Enki. right?
Okay,
This story,
but
this story don't go past that story, and is
you
they brothers? They
you do
are.
know it's civilizations before the that what
I'm
you
not
talking about.
listen. I'm not saying though. I'm talking about these stories and these people, right? And their
They was here
origin.
before that too. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They was here before that origin you talking about too.
No, you can't find it. Where you going? Where is it at? What
You talking
sacred
about, okay,
text?
okay. You said what civilization the people you just named
The
that they was
Sumerian.
the Sumerian tablets, right? You about heard it. You probably read something like that in Sumerian tablets or just the Sumerian mythology and the history of it, the origins of the Sumerians.
That's the old. That's
Do
the
you have
oldest
proof
book.
that okay? Do you have proof that the Sumerians was the first fathers fallen civilization on this planet?
That's what history said, according to
What history
history.
you got that from? Can you send me some on that?
What?
What history you think that in? Can you send me that?
What you mean? What history? History is being recorded, bro.
I'm saying it's being
History.
recorded. So
History. Right. So if it's being recorded, that means you can go in the record. You can go and find the record. You could go and find the recording. You can go and find the recording.
I'm saying it's recorded
I
history that
didn't.
you talking about. That
What?
said that the Sumerians was the first civilization here.
Say that again.
I'm trying to see where you got this origin stuff from that the Sumerians were the first civilization to these humans
I'm
or their
not.
origin.
You say them.
You know what I'm saying? The Sumerian civilization you talking about.
Right. So
That
you need to.
follow around with the Arcadian civilization and I know you talking about. Will you read that at or see that at?
What you mean? Where I read that I throughout my research. I research. I that like I said, you can go to the history is being recorded. You know, right? So you can go in the recording, right, and find right what you want. So like I
Okay.
said,
Oh,
so and throughout my research, right, to go and find out, right, the like when is the first time, right, that we talk about other people other than except us on a global level is with the Sumerian civilizations according to recorded history.
so the Sumerians came for the Arcadians, huh? Did the Sumerians come before the Arcadians?
Brother, I haven't read study these texts and none of that. I just heard people talk about the Arcadians and all of that, right?
Oh, okay.
So I haven't studied, to go and tell you that okay, yeah, I know this text, is older than whatever, is dated, and I could logically I can't tell you if it's older or if it's not because I haven't studied the text.
Okay, this Sumerian civilization, the Sumerian civilization you speak on is not the first civilization on this planet. They are not the fathers of the humans. If that, I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm just breaking down how I understand it. The Sumerian civilization was just a tribe of people, a tribe of us. That's it. Around the same time, all the other tribes was around. They are nothing but a tribe of us. That's it. The Sumerian people you talking about, they was not no. They is not no tribe that was before this BC and all that extra shit. They was a tribe that was here in the 1400s. The Sumerian people, the Akkadian people, the Egyptians, all those here at the same time. All of us. Even the Atlanteans, how they try to tell you that the Atlanteans fell from Atlanteans to Cometians, from Cometians to Egyptians, to the Egyptians to the Sumerians and the Akkadians and to the Greeks and to the Rome. No, 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 no. All of them was here at the same. We was all here at the same time. Once upon a time, we was all living in one energy cycle. Once upon a time, this is when you get the golden ages and all the when the planet was at its all time high before the ice age and before the fall of man and all this extra shit. We was all living on this planet at one time and one energy cycle. They found out a way to. They found out a way to uh, basically separate the energy cycle. The energy cycle. and we found out a way to reincarnate into different energy cycles. So that Sumerian history you learned is true. Yes, they was one of the most advanced civilizations at that time, which make them look like they was the first civilization just because they was one of the most advanced. No, that just mean they had some. That just mean they had more advanced gods and goddesses, aka angels, on their side at the time.
All right. Let me clarify.
Just like in a different energy cycle, the Egyptians had some of the best pharaohs with AKA gods and goddesses, fallen angels or angels on their side. Just like the Cometians, it don't stop. It's all one energy cycle. It's just been separated because we lost in time, and time don't even exist, but we lost in time.
Let me just make a little clarification. Like I said, I should say the the most righteous people, civilization, that talk and let me specify that talk about other people except us. So I wasn't stating that the Sumerian wasn't us, right? I was stating that of course they were us, but that was the most righteous people that talk about other people except us, right? So that should be my statement instead of them being the first one, right? That talk about other people. So I never, like I said, I never stated that they weren't us. I just said that talk about other people that wasn't us, meaning that came from other ram. Because this is not a ram. This is not a planet. This is a ram, and there is another parallel ram to this ram right here, right? So our ancient people had the knowledge of the parallel realm to and the people that existed there, and we understand that we had the same origin. We originated in the same. I mean, we we have the same origin. We understood that we had the same origin with these people. So that's why, like I said, our when we was telling the story of the universe, we uh met anthropomorphic I can't get the word, but we basically personify the the knowledge in the form of a twin, right? Or of a, whether it's a twin brother, whether it's two sisters, or whether it's a sister, whether it's a sister, right, and a wife, right? We use these two, to show, balance, duality. That's what my art was about. All these uh uh system that was brought from ancient system always had that same dual principle. That dual principle, you know, you can trace it back, to the oldest civilization you can think of.
Yo, yo, yo. What happened to Gene?
I
I
don't know.
think he
I guess
dropped out. I think it was static, and he probably got to come back in. I think.
Oh, okay, okay. Everything good though?
Yep, yep.
yeah.
Yeah, man. I had to step off for a minute, man. I'm out here trying to handle business. I ain't want y'all thinking I just bounced.
Nah, we know you handle the business, man. You know, we ain't trip. I know I ain't tripping. I know you handle the business, but yeah, man, we need to understand, you know, uh, and fall in line on how we do things, because of what people did, right? They 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 are hiding the fact that uh we have our own way of doing things. They want to make it look like we all do the same things, right? The same way, right? No, that's not that. When you're looking at nature, right? We see diversity. We see, there is a time, a season for everything. When we're looking at the stars, we see all the stars. They shine, and illuminate, a different spectrum of light, right? So we cannot just saying, oh, accept everything for everything and just live in a chaotic uh environment, right? yes, we participate in doing so, right? We give it our power away to create it, right? But at some point, we have to understand that we need to take our power away,
Apologize
right?
for
Uh,
the interruption. My phone thing cut off.
yeah, welcome back. But yeah, at some point, we have to understand that we need to take our power away, right? Into doing things the way we're supposed to, or the power will be taken away from us. That's just it's just simple because the power is is been given from a higher source. The power that we get, within us, is not coming from this body. It's coming from a higher source than this body. So that power can easily taken away from this body. Easy. So it's us. It's up to us to understand that all right, we have to, is a certain way, that this body has to operate. It's just simple.
Yeah.
And
Uh, I wanted to speak on the chosen ones or a select group of chosen people, but I'll wait till y'all done and I'll just speak on it when y'all done with this topic right here.
How you gonna speak on it right now when the last live we had I was speaking on it and you was trying to, you
I
know
just said I'm not going to speak on it right now until this topic over. I just said that.
now I know I'm talking about the last time we spoke, not this live. The last live we spoke, the live before that, I was speaking to a selected group of people, and you it seems like it ruffled you the wrong way, like you
No, no,
wanted
no,
me.
no, 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 no. Let me, because you just took that how you wanted to take it. What I'm saying is this: I'm going to speak to a group of chosen people. I'm not separating races like you did last time. I'm just going to speak to a chosen people and let them know what signs to look for to let them know that they're the chosen one, a group of chosen ones. I'm not coming on here trying to confuse who the Haitians and who the Americans. No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying I'm going to speak to the chosen ones on the topic I've been wanting to. I really don't have to do that on this panel. That's one of my topics on my lab, my podcast, and stuff I do anyway. I was gonna do it anyway. I'm just gonna speak on it on here because we speaking to the woke and chosen ones on here for real. And if you sleep, that's cool too. We'll speak to y'all too. Y'all catch it, y'all catch it. Y'all don't, it ain't meant for y'all to catch it right now. But what I'm saying, Naga, is I'm finna speak. I wanted to speak on a group of chosen people and get them and let them know about a sign that they should be caught on to. That let them know that they chosen ones. That's all I was saying. I wasn't trying to say that I'm speaking to a select group of Americans or a select group of God. No, no, no. If you chosen and you woke, I'm talking to you, not just no select group of people. No. When I say chosen ones, this got nothing to do with people. This got something to do with gods and goddesses, divinity. Period. It ain't got nothing to do with no select few. No. Whoever woke is woke. But go ahead, my God.
Nah, but
I ain't want you
that's
to be
what I was
confused what I
talking
was
about.
trying to say. None of that.
That's what I was talking about the last time. I wasn't talking about
No,
to
you try to separate the Haitians from the North Americans.
how can I do that
You
if me
you
and you
did because you
agree?
said y'all not
Hold on,
us. That y'all
hold on
y'all own
right
group
quick.
people. That's separation
Hold on right
amongst
quick.
the people.
Hold on right quick. How can I do that if me and you agree?
We
That
really
the
didn't
people.
agree. We just we
Hold on
agreed to
right quick,
disagree.
bro.
That wasn't a full agreement, to
Hold
be
on right
honest.
quick. Hold on right quick. On
Go ahead.
this, I'm not talking about on this. Like I'm saying, if the last live, if
I'm
I
talking.
was
I'm
only
talking.
talking about, hold on, if I was only talking about to the Haitians on the island, right? How can on the first live we had, right, that we agree that the Haitians is not only existed on the island, is all our people, we had the same identity. We identify as the same thing. The people over here too is Haitians. We talk about the history on all that. So therefore I couldn't single out the Haitians over here from the Haitians, of in the island, right? I was
But you
only
did.
separate. Hold on, that's not what I did. I was only separating, right? Like I said, and I told you I was also speaking, in a quotable way, also too, on that live. But like I said, I was speaking just like you're about to speak right now, basically to a selective, chosen group of people that have that reach a certain knowledge that don't get caught up on certain things because what I was going to say, only these type of people will be able to understood what I was going to say. And what you're about to say is only a group of people right? That don't get caught up on a certain type of knowledge that's going to understand. I could be one of these people. Truth Zone could be one of these people, or the brother that was here could be one of these people. Somebody in the chat could be one of these people. Somebody that's going to get the, catch the live up on the replay might be one of these people. But at the end of the day, it's a selective group or chosen group of people. That's it.
Okay, and that okay. So okay, what I'm saying is this. I'm finna tell you what I feel like you did in this last panel that you started bringing up. What I feel like you did in this last panel when we was talking about the the history of the Haitian people and them being colonized. That's like we got colonized. And hold on, I'm just gonna get to the point. You were speaking on saying that the Haitians on the islands is a different group of people than the North Americans. Yes, you did. You ain't got to go back and forth and say you didn't. We can go back and watch the whole panel ourselves and go back to exactly when you said that. That's what you was doing. You were separating the island Haitians from the American Native indigenous people. So,
Yes,
and you
just
because
like
you were
I would,
saying that.
just like,
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
hold
hold on.
on,
You were
just like,
saying that. Hold
yeah,
on, hold
just
on,
give me two,
hold
no,
on,
just
hold
give me
on,
10
hold on,
seconds.
hold
I'm
on.
just
How you?
agreeing with
I
you.
ain't cutting you.
I'm
You can't say.
agreeing with you,
Go
bro.
ahead.
Give
No,
me
but
10 seconds.
because
I'm
I want you to
agreeing
finish
with
saying
you.
what I'm saying before I forget. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just agreeing with you.
Go
Just
ahead.
like I would separate the, the Native Americans here from these Haitians too, from these Haitians here. When I say these Haitians, not those that came, recently came, those that's been here.
Same thing. We all come from source, but go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm saying so. Yeah, I would separate the Haitian from the island, like you said, from these Americans, just like I would separate these Haitians here from these Americans. So I agree with you.
I'm saying, how can you even think to even conjure it up in your conscience and we all come from one source? That's what I'm trying to see.
Yeah, we all come out from one source, but we're not the same people.
Yes, we is. Is you
Just
okay?
like just like me and my
Okay,
twin
okay, okay,
brother,
okay.
just like me and my twin
What
brother
makes you think that we're not the same people? Break that
just
down to
like
me
me
one
and
more
my
time, because
twin
I
brother,
don't remember it. Break that down to me. What you mean that we're not the same people?
just like I can come from, me and my twin brother, we can come from the same father, but we don't have the same people. We're not the same people. We have two different personalities.
No, 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 no. That's that. Okay, okay, okay. I get it. Okay, that's totally different. But no, you ain't. Okay, you no, you try to separate. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. All I was saying was I wasn't separating no races at all. I was saying that I'm finna give a sign to the chosen people. That's not separating no Haitians from over here to over there. What you did. All I was saying, I'm finna speak to the chosen people with a certain sign to let them know who they is, not separating them from this group of chosen people from that group of chosen people. You get what I'm saying? That's what I was saying. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, but right now, bro, the only thing that makes you don't see that me and you was doing the same thing is because you get caught up into the word chosen and the word Haitian, which is both of them is a title, is a way of I to identify a group of people. Me refer to Haitians was a way of to refer to a group of people, and you using chosen or selective is to identify a group of people. So both of them is titles, bro. So we're not going to, like you
Okay,
said,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
we're
Look,
just gonna leave it alone. We're not gonna go back and forth about title, bro. We was doing the we I did the same thing that you're about to do, bro. But like I said, I guess the chosen word, using chosen also, or selective, instead of using aboriginal or using whatever other title that might seem political, that makes you think that you're saying something different, but we're not.
I'm
I mean,
not
make it
trying to
feel like
listen,
we
listen,
do.
listen, listen. 'Cause you constantly come with a different. Hold on, you come with a different angle or avenue when I make this make sense to you. What you did a month ago on that panel was try to separate people. I'm not separating nobody. What I'm saying is, if you chosen, that's not separating you from the gods. That we all gods and goddesses. What I'm saying is, I'm just gonna give, I'm just gonna give y'all a sign to help y'all out, to guide y'all to
Somebody
where y'all
got an
supposed to be.
echo.
I'm not trying to separate nobody. Like, and I get what you said you did last on the last panel when it came to you saying the Haitians over there different from the Haitians over here. And what man Truth Zone was saying is not a difference. We just been separated. That's it. There is no difference. We
Yes,
got the
bro.
same essence as y'all.
Like
Y'all
you
just still live
said,
on the island. That's it.
like you said, there is no difference from what I did and what you're about to do, bro. Because by using the word chosen is already a separation.
No, it's not.
Because
No, it's
you
not because the
hold on
one.
right
Hold on,
quick.
hold on, hold
Hold
on.
on
You
right
cut
quick.
me off, so I want to. You ain't let me say what I
Okay,
want
go
to say.
ahead then. Go ahead.
That's not separating nothing. Everybody on this planet know who the. No, it's a select few group of chosen ones. That's not separating because there are sleep people with the same sign of forgiveness. It's not a woke person or a chosen one. This really goes
Bro,
out to
the
everybody fucking
word
with this
chosen,
sign that
bro.
I'm finna break down.
Bro,
But the chosen ones who I'm really speaking to because the chosen ones gonna understand it more than the sleep people, if that makes sense.
bro, to choose is to separate, bro. When you
Okay, look,
choose,
however
you
you want to try to
separate.
put it, man. What you did a month ago was totally different what I'm doing. I'm just giving them a sign on how to single out who they is, not necessarily separate them. What you did was trying to separate two different Haitians and group of people. That's me. What I'm doing is trying to let them understand a sign to let them know who they is. That's not separating them from no other people. That's just giving them a sign to know who they is on a higher level. That's it.
No, that's not. I'm not saying you separating them. I'm saying that
You
you speak. I'm not saying you separating these people. I'm saying that your statement was toward a separated group of people. Listen again before you answer to respond.
it really
Right?
okay because
Listen.
you ain't.
Hold on. Listen before you answer
We
to
might have to
respond.
switch the topic because it's gonna
Be,
end
be,
on
before you
Yeah,
listen.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Before you
Hold on, Nugget. Yeah, let's go ahead and change the topic, man,
let's
because we're
just
gonna
change
be
it.
on this.
It's
no,
gonna
no,
be
no,
on.
We're
no,
gonna be
let me
on.
let me get 30 seconds.
It's
Let
Hold
me
on, man,
get
because
30
we're
you
gonna be
you
we're
seconds.
trying to
gonna be
match
we're
two
gonna be on this
things from what
forever,
I'm
man.
trying to do. That's
Let
totally
me
different.
get
You're not
30 seconds,
separating.
bro.
You're trying to
Yeah,
put
After that,
I love the fact that y'all going back and forth as man. Like y'all agree to disagree. I mean, that's beautiful, man. So, but we gotta move on, man. Let's get to another
that's why
topic.
I said we gotta do. That's why I said that. Truth.
Let's go and get to another topic. Come on, now. Let's move on, bro. Let's move past this, bro. Because we're
nah,
not.
bro, let me get 30 seconds, bro.
I
Well,
mean,
go ahead, man. Go
Naga, if
ahead.
you want to talk about this, you can always inbox me on Facebook. We can finish this conversation on Facebook on my channel or anything. We ain't got to finish it on his channel. We can switch the topic around.
Go ahead and
Bro,
say
it's
what you got to say,
nothing to
now.
talk about. You already admit that you want to move on. So therefore it's nothing to talk about. I just want 30 seconds to clarify myself, bro. That's it.
Go ahead and get it off, and we're gonna let that be that, man. Go ahead and get it off, Naga.
Yeah, don't get it off, Naga. I give you go ahead.
So like I said,
Go ahead.
it's all started with a joke. First of all, it was never meant to turn like it's supposed to be a back and forth. Like I said, I started it as a joke, saying I wanted everybody to laugh because we've been talking for a minute. Well, I wanted to say, look, how you going through the same thing that you was kind of look like it rubbed you the wrong way. We're always supposed to just laugh about it and then we'll move on. But like I said, you make
I
it
don't play
seem
about
like
this esoteric
Hold,
stuff, so I get
hold
what you're
on,
saying.
hold on, bro. Let me just get my 30 seconds. But like I said, after this, I'm not even going to address this thing again, bro. I just want to clarify myself. Like I said. So again, like I said, that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to crack a joke and then we move on, bro. But you got caught up, like I said, into me talking to a separated group of people and you talking to a separated group of people because we use two different titles. You think we're doing two different things. That's you that's think that we can leave this right there and move on. But at the end of the day, I started this to crack up the joke just because I felt like we was about to do the same thing. So if you feel like we're not doing the same thing, bro, it's okay, bro. It's not a big deal. But I was, like I said, I was using that just to crack a joke so we could move on. Go ahead. Y'all wanted to change the topic. What are we talking about? I don't know if it's just me, but I can't hear none of y'all.
Yeah, I'm back. Hold on. Yeah, I was back.
He let you get your last up. Let me get my last up out. All I was
Yeah,
saying
go
was
ahead,
this.
bro.
I got a download, not necessarily a download because everybody should know this already, but I got a download that's gonna let people know if they chosen or not. That's not separating people from people. That's just saying me finna give them a spiritual sign to understand who they is on a higher level. That's all I was saying. I'm not even gonna say what you did on the last panel because that's neither here nor there. Two different things, but agree, disagree. Next topic, I agree with you saying 100%.
Got it,
Yeah, change
man.
the topic.
That's what I just
Got it.
said. Next topic.
But listen, hold on. I'm gonna shout everybody out. It's all good, Hurricane JW. Shout out to Danielle Supplee. Major shout out to you because you dropped some major bombs, some major gems on this panel earlier. So that's why I reached out to you on Instagram because I seen what you was talking about on your on your page on Instagram, and I seen you comment on somebody else's page. So I was like, let me reach out to you. So major shout out to you. Shout out to Philly OG. Shout out to D Allen. Shout out to my man Gene that's on the panel now. Shout out to Naga. Shout out to Paul. I appreciate everybody coming on, man. I like having people come on this panel, man, and speak their piece and drop their gems because I feel like everybody is special in their own way. So when we talk about chosen, I feel like we choose ourselves to wake up. We choose up. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I feel like, and I feel like we all got. I feel like we all got something to offer to bring to the table. We all eat knowledge, right? So we set the table. It's like a buffet of knowledge. So we all have something special to bring. It's like being Indians, like we are Indians, bringing something to the table, bringing something to the festivity, that way we can, you know what I'm saying?
Facts.
I feel like everybody has something to offer in their own special way. I might not know something that Naga might not know. I might not know something that Gene might not know. So that's why I like having your own because reach one, teach one, iron sharpen iron.
Yeah.
And
And
I wholeheartedly believe in that, man.
I do too. And that's why I also had said like
Hey,
it was
choosing. I think
basically revealing a spiritual sign to the masses. Now, if you woke, you gonna catch on to it faster than a sleeper. But I guess it was that's all I was saying. And I agree with you just saying, True, how you just put that. You took the word right out of my mouth. Explain it better than I can explain it at this moment. My mind somewhere else.
Right. As long as we come together, man, because you gotta think. People looking at us like, hey, they can't even get along on one topic. You know, as long as we come together as a collective, man, that's the only thing that matter, man. You know, the mind, you know, because that's why I'm gonna give everybody their flowers, man, because the most intelligent people I've come across, man, and this is not me being biased because I'm so-called black, or because I'm indigenous. Some of the smartest people I've come across have been dark-complected, melanated beings, man. Some of the most intelligent. And I'm not saying that because I'm kissing nobody's ass. I'm saying this because I listen to other people's philosophy, and I'm just
Well,
saying it's like
I'm gonna say this.
the most
That's
wise.
just me. I'm gonna say this. That's just me, bro. You
What?
see,
What's
I
just you?
refuse. I refuse to come together with people that can't see that we're on the same team, right? If you
And that's
can't see
why.
that I'm on the same team with you,
Go ahead.
if people can't see that I'm on the same team with you, that's why I don't even go on certain panel no more. I used to go on a lot of panel. I used to spend basically my whole day while I'm at work. I'm doing whatever I'm doing. I'm on somebody live, like building with them and do all these things. But over time you started to realize, these people think, uh, don't see that you're on the same team as you, and they started to take uh opposite views or opposite approach. And once I started to see that, now I gotta reframe myself, because like I thought we was in this together. I thought, we was like we was on the same team, so we were supposed to come together. And once I started to like to see to people these when I started to see these little things, I started not to go often to this panel no more. I started to be in the chat, and
Yeah.
until like I might even forget, about these channels. That's just me.
For me,
So
man,
Uh huh.
for me, I won't cut you off, Naga, but I go on a lot of people's panels. I go on Smoke Signals panels
Mhm.
sometimes, Big Dog Philly OGs. I go on a lot of panels, and it's the same thing on every panel. I think ideologies clash, man.
Yes.
For me,
I.
I don't, I'm not gonna debate anybody because if you hear truth, like I say all the time, we use our throat chakra to blow the trumpet to tell truth. So once you hear it and you on that certain frequency, you automatically gonna catch it. Some people might not be on the same frequency as you, so you might not catch what you're saying. Like, oh, this nigga, so they're gonna go against it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, That's what I'm saying. I be on other people's panels. I be hearing brothers clashing with each other all the time. I just think it's certain principalities and ideologies is clashing with each other.
That's all it is. So,
You
so
know how people are. We be at a cookout. You might have the two drunk uncles
uh-huh.
in the back. They might, you know what I'm saying? That's how people are, man.
Yeah,
But go ahead, bro. My bad.
yeah. Go ahead, Knock. We listen to you.
Nah, that's why I'm the black sheep of the family. Not cause they keep me up. No, they push me to the side. I got tough skin. I could have bullied my way, and like I could be, but at the end of the day, I use that as a sign, to protect my energy, to protect
Yes.
my peace, and I mean to manifest my peace, and protect my environment, and do all these things. I don't try to, I think, my energy, my presence is valuable, you know, is
I
is
agree.
is is very is needed. It's not just anything. It's not just just it's not just like anything. It's just like how anything can be anything. It's just for anything. Mine is a
Mm-hmm.
specific reason. You know what
Man,
I'm saying? My energy.
I won't cut you off, Knock, but the only problem, I'm gonna be real with y'all. The only problems I really had since being in these YouTube streets and going on these panels have been when I go on Caucasian people's panels. But other like coming together with y'all, like I ain't really had to argue with nobody. But when I go over there, man, I'm having to argue with these dudes. I'm like really yelling at them. Like it's coming. It gets to a point to where like, man, if this dude was in my face, I'd beat the brakes off him. I don't like to get
Yeah.
violent, but the only
Yeah.
problem I've had is with going on a white dude's channel and them not agreeing with what I'm saying. But as far as like building with my brothers, man, nah, I ain't had no problem. It's been all love. I've actually learned shit.
Yeah. And not necessarily panels, but channels and lives and all that. I have joined with other races and other Caucasian uh, people. It's hard to get through to them. Even the woke ones, it's hard to get through to them because they refuse to go past 1492. So it's hard to reach them on their own channels and panels when they know the truth. Because if they a real esoteric person, whether they arrogant or not, they know that truth. Because it's in.
Right, right. I agree with you, Gene. And they'll be this how I ain't saying all of them like this, but this how shy some of them be. They'll act cool with you when it's just you and them, but when they get around they people, oh man, it's cutthroat. Cause I sit back and watch. I'm like, okay, I see how they act. They thinking snakes. All right, but that's besides the point, man. I'm just I just feel like we just gotta stick together, man. Ideologies might clash, but that's besides the point.
That's the thing, though. It's true, but it's nothing for us to come together about. We haven't established what we're gonna come together about. We all preach, let's come together. We gotta get together, but nothing, is really established what we're coming together about.
With this
I think
knowledge,
I think
get
when
this
we
get this
establish a,
get this message out, get this knowledge out. Because like Gene said, and like I think you had said this before too, Anaga. It's not about like me per se, man. Me personally, I'm not trying to reach nobody's sleep no more. I'm past that point, man. I'm trying to connect. I'm out here trying to connect with people on the same frequency and vibration as me. That's why I be reaching out to people. That's what I'm trying to do now. That's the stage I'm at. That's the point I'm at in my life when it comes to this. Because I know this is not meant for everybody. Static real bad.
For me,
Yeah, you good now though.
now that my I had actually put my ear on the phone was to my ear right now, and I had put my ear on the thing and kept clicking out, not even knowing I was doing that.
Right, right. What's up? What's up, Trish? What's up with you?
well, they say knowledge is power, but I think is organized information is power, which is organization. I think that's where power come from. Being harnessed that, because I think power come from us. So we are powerful people, powerful beings, right? So the
Powerful
power
people
come from
beyond
us.
boundaries without measures. You right.
So the power come from us, right? And and into the organized, you know, and through organized information, come the organizations, where the power is being harnessed at, you know, and powerless being, can come for power. It's
Right.
just simple.
I agree with that. That's true. Do y'all feel? I'm gonna ask y'all a question. Do y'all feel like all of our people will be awakened? Like all of them, like on a mass scale? Do you feel like when you talk about chosen, you feel like it's only a small, certain few chosen ones of us that's meant to be on this timeline, is meant to be on this frequency, is meant to be conscious like this?
Yeah, well, it's always start with a small portion, right? It's always start
Right.
with a small portion. It's always, always start with the first step, right?
Right.
So yeah, that's what I said. We live in the first stage, right, of this uh evolution. I wouldn't call it revolution because we live in this thing that we are in, and go get and basically uh going above it. So we evolving, above these things. So I would call it, so this evolution, we getting into. That's why I say at the least everything always had three phases, three stages, right? So we basically live in the first stage, and we enter in the second stage.
Right. Right. I get what you're saying. So we're gonna as other souls is gonna incarnate after us. It's gonna pick up, like we're gonna basically give them an assist, pass the ball to them. That way they can carry it on, right?
Yeah, because we're not applying this knowledge that we are having, this information. I mean, this knowledge that we are having, we're not putting it into formation, right? So which is to build, what I'm saying. So is it basically not, we're not building, no, we're not manifesting it. Basically we're building it, and in all this thing, basically is being recorded in the akashic record, so the generation after us, we have all this, organized information that, they will already, they will just need the way to manifest it, you know just like we had the knowledge to organize this information, basically to build. Like that's why every time we come here, we say we're building. So we basically taking information and we organizing it, and it's being recorded, you know so it's basically like taking bricks and organizing it into building a house, a temple. That's what we're doing with this information, but we're doing it in the akashic record. We're doing it in the mental realm. So the next generation after us, when they come, they will already have this information organized, because you have to understand this information wasn't organized. It wasn't organized at all. This information was being spread all over. We have to go and find this information and then come and put it together. You know what I'm saying? We have to go and find every piece of the puzzle and then put it together. You know what I'm saying? So, like I
Right.
said, next generation that's coming after us, they will be more handy. You know what I'm saying? This is why they won't have the technology to assist them. You know what I'm saying? They will have to build, with nature. So we're going to start to build organization, build temple. You know, we basically, you know what I'm saying? Turning this knowledge,
Gotcha.
manifesting this knowledge, turning this knowledge into physical, into
Right. Right.
tangible things.
And you talked about the Akashic records. I want both of y'all to like elaborate to anybody listening. They don't might not know what the Akashic records is. What like? Tell them what the Akashic records
My
is.
my my bad. My thing went out again. I ain't get to hit a full lick, but it sounded like we speaking on what what the history or something like that.
Right, right. But I was wanting y'all to elaborate and tell like my subs, what to anybody that don't know what the Akashic records is. What is it? To anybody listening that don't know what it is.
Oh, go ahead. Now
To me, the Akashic record is the astral realm.
you can explain it. Go ahead. Now
Yeah, can you hear me?
Y'all can hear you.
Yeah, so to me, the Akashic record is the astral realm,
now
right? Which is the mental realm, right? So this is where we go when we dream, right? We go to the
now
astral realm, we go to the mental realm when we dream. So the Akashic record to me is the energy that's creating this realm that we go to when we dream. That's what the Akashic record is to me. And so basically everything that's happening here is being recorded over there.
Yeah. Guess I cannot say but to agree with that one right there. 100% agree with that. Yeah, so everybody that's watching this panel, your Akashic records is inside your astral realms. If you want anything you want to know, is inside your Akashic record, aka your astral realm, which is when you sleep and you astral project, or when you meditate, you consciously astral project. When you meditate, you not physically, but your soul and spirit astral project when you sleep, and your conscious astral project when you meditate or praying. So yes, the Akashic record lies within you, any god and goddess. The Akashic record is the recorded history from knowledge, resources, planets, realms, etc. From the beginning of time that only we can access through the Akashic record, which is like I just said, through meditation, your conscious, or through sleeping astral projecting. This is why when you go to sleep and wake up, you can down there talk about some shit that you've been trying to figure out for years. You get a better understanding of when you come across it in your astral projection, because your astral projection is a part of the spiritual realm. It is a part of all knowing, if that makes sense. That's what the Akashic record really means, the all knowing, the all seeing eye, aka the Egyptian all seeing eye. That's us. We are the Akashic record. But if they don't explain it, then y'all can always comment on and ask more questions about the Akashic record. Because
You good, Gene? Yeah, I agree with both of y'all. Yeah, Akasha Records. Yeah.
we have two different Akashic records. We got a physical Akashic record and we got a spiritual Akashic record. I think y'all know that physical Akashic record lay at.
Yeah, break down the diametrical difference between the physical and the spiritual.
Okay, the spiritual one is what I just spoke on. Astral
Right.
projection consciousness. The higher self. That's the astral. That is your esoteric. That's your esoteric Akashic record because you are connected to the source, which is all knowing. You are connected to the Egyptians, which is us, which is the all seeing of everything. The Mayans, which is the all time living civilization that created the end and beginning of time, beginning and end times, and the Mayans kind of so.
Well, I don't know. I haven't I wasn't aware of the physical Akashic record. You know, I
Hold on. My phone had went out. I wasn't being done. My bad.
you got
So
it.
that's the spiritual one. Your physical, not necessarily yours, but it, it, it derived from yours anyway. So the physical Akashic record lies within the corrupted shape-shifting government. This is what they call they archives and shit like that. That's all that just mean Akashic records of what's going on, what they've been doing, or what our own people been doing on this planet since they've been here.
Yeah, I was saying I wasn't aware of the physical Akashic record because I come to think that the physical was the city, right? The physical was the city and the mental was the
Hold
recording.
on. When I say physical, right, this just means something that you can see with the sleep eyes. That's the physical Akashic record that they got in every major country. They renamed it. They call it they call it the it's like secret documents and shit like that. That's what they call it, secret documents or stuff like that. When in reality, that's the physical Akashic record wrote down on paper and tablets and shit like that. That's all that. So it's not necessarily two different ones. It's just one in the spiritual form that only we can tap into, and you got one in the physical form that they wrote down on paper and all this other shit because they had help from the gods and goddesses. They wrote it down on tablets and papers, and engraved it on walls and all this other stuff. You can also find this Akashic record, physical Akashic record, in the White House, the Vatican, Israel. Find this
Yeah, I see
Akashic record
why.
in the White
I
House,
see.
Rome, Israel,
I see why they
Vatican,
call.
all that.
I see why they call it that or they compare it to that.
Yeah,
But like
yeah.
I said, I wasn't. uh aware of that knowledge. I'm not gonna, prop like, oh yeah, I know it and all that. So
Yeah, that
that's good to know and also to look at it that way. But the way I, like I said, I
that's
look at it when I'm talking about, when I'm hear the word a
uh-huh.
rec a record, I'm literally hearing a record, you know, like a record player. So, you got the CD and you got the DVD,
Yeah, you're
so
right.
that would be the DVD, and the physical RAM would be the CD, So that's how I originally understood it. That's why, I explained the way, and I only explained the DVD aspect because that's what the question was basically asking, what the astral RAM is, and I basically how I understand it is like a DVD is where everything is being recorded at, but everything is being recorded on the CD, which is the physical. So it's everything is where everything that's happening here is being recorded.
Yeah, them is facts, man. I agree with both of y'all. I agree with both of what y'all said, man. Because my perspective on the Akasha records is the same. When we so called, because we die every night we go to bed. Every time you go to sleep, you really die. So that's where you go. You go into you astral project. You leave your body. This is why your bed even looks like a goddamn to a casket, tombstone. The headboard's the tombstone.
If we're talking about on a digital level, every time we go to sleep, it's like we tapped in, touch down. We tapped in, so we basically taped in. Like when you tip in a cassette,
Right,
like tape, you know. So when you tip in something, it's tapped in. So
right.
happen where every time you go to sleep, you touch down, and every time you wake up too, you touch down.
Yeah, and that's
So
what I'm
it's
saying. Most people. That's what I'm saying. People be saying I had a dream. I had like me earlier. I said I had a dream. I don't like using dream anymore because being down here in this being in the matrix is a dream. Reality is when you astral project, when you so-called quote unquote go to sleep. That's when life really starts. Because being here is personified. It's personification of death. People say, "Oh, I had a dream last night." No, this is a dream. This is a dream world right here. That's why they say everything has a dream. Dream big, American dream. Because this is a dream
Facts,
world.
facts,
yeah, but we have to understand when we're talking about when we're talking about that, that's the that's the that's a that's another that's the matrix is basically uh a a mental, it is basically, that's why I say as that's another way Gene give me to looking at it, so the matrix is basically another, it's like a dream within a dream, or ram within a ram. So
Right, right,
basically the matrix is like a mental, it's like a mental, uh or it's like it's like yeah, it's like another mental room inside of the natural world, right?
right. That just that
Because
that's just that's I won't cut you off now. That's just us existing on multiple dimensions simultaneously. Simultaneously. Because people feel like, oh, man, that dream was so real last night. Yeah, it's real, motherfucker. That's real. That's real.
well, all right, I get the word. It's just the matrix is just a digital, right? Remember, mental, digital, right?
Right.
So the because you can't really see numbers, can you? Right?
No.
You can't really see numbers, right? Unless you write it, which is spell, which is magic, right? So technically, a digit, is something mental. You know what I'm saying? That give you the illusion it is physical, right? So like I said, the matrix is the digital system within the natural world, right? It's a digital system within the natural world. This is why when you're looking at the movie Matrix, the foundation of the movie is numbers. When Neo found out he was the one, and break the code of the Matrix, he see numbers.
Fact. Neo spelled backwards is one. Zeros and one. Yep, zeros and ones.
Facts. I can agree with both of that. Both of y'all know.
Yeah, but if anybody listening, if y'all got any questions, post them in the chat.
Yeah, if y'all got any questions, any disagreements, any misunderstandings, misinterpretations, or
But yeah,
just, or
just
even to the sleep people, please ask your questions, please.
and that's
Because
why
although I don't like speaking to y'all a lot like that, I do like to reach y'all because without y'all, there is no us. Because we do
let me
this,
say this
Right,
real quick.
we'll basically be speaking for nothing if y'all.
Let me say this very quick while I get it right. And this is the reason why a lot of time when people speak on the
If it
matrix, I
wasn't
want
no sleep, go ahead. I was
not,
just gonna say, if it wasn't no sleep people, there wouldn't be no purpose for us. So we need them just like they need us.
but like I was saying, this is why every time when people talk about the matrix, I want them to specify what is the matrix for them, because a lot of time I see people talk about the matrix and they confuse the natural world for the matrix, you know, because
right. Yeah, yeah.
they're not looking
Yeah,
at.
yeah. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, there is a diametrical difference between the natural world and the matrix. The matrix is just an overlay over over this realm, and an overlay over our brains, over our minds.
Yep.
Yes, bro.
It's
That's the
basically an
perfect answer.
illusion. An illusion, same thing.
That's the perfect answer, bro. Over your
Yeah, the
brain.
matrix ain't nothing but an illusion. It's fake. It's something
Over
that you
your
believe
brain,
in.
bro.
That's why it works.
Is the illusion over your brain. And what create
Yeah.
that illusion? What create that illusion? Not the value of numbers. That's what create the illusion. To the power of money, right? To the power of money, numbers, right? Create an overlaid over a layer over your eyes, right? Create another layer over your eyes, basically.
Right.
That,
Yep.
that's what the matrix. That's what the matrix is the value of numbers to the power of money.
Right. And what's on $100 bill?
It all
Ones
go
and
back to
zeros.
supreme
Hey, oh,
mathematics too.
facts. That's what I was gonna say. What's up? We know the matrix is comprised of ones and zeros, zeros and ones. And what's on $100 bills? Ones and zeros, man.
Hello.
That's what I said is the value of numbers to the power of money. I think that's the best definition I ever created for the matrix.
Yeah, that was a deep one right there. I ain't gonna lie. I give you that one. That was deep. Cause I ain't even think of like the money and the matrix and the connection. And although I watched that matrix movie a million times and caught on to that, I didn't catch it when you were saying it. But I get it now.
So that again, that's why when people talk about the matrix, I want them to be specific, specify, because we must not confuse the two. If we don't
Yeah.
understand that is a layer over our brain, we won't be able to remove the layer, right? And see the natural
Yeah.
world. Neo.
Mm-hmm.
We will just end up exit ourselves out of the natural world. That's what we'll end up doing because we're confused and think that the natural world is the matrix and exit out of the natural world when we're supposed to exit out of the matrix, right? Which is remove the layer over our eyes, right?
Right.
And
Right. It's all about cracking that dome. That's why I say it's a affirmative dome over this realm, and then you got to get through the dome over your Dumla Magata.
It's all about cracking the Da Vinci Code that lays out our DEA, not DNA.
yeah, that's why the S between the exit and 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 exist, right, is important, right?
Facts.
That's why
Facts.
it's
Facts.
important.
Hey,
That's why the
hey,
serpent. That's why the serpent is important. Between God and the creation, right? That's why the knowledge of good and evil is important, right?
right.
Because like I
Hey,
said,
y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna step away for like 20, 25 minutes. Y'all gonna hold it down? Or y'all want me to end the live?
I'm here.
I
Hey,
mean, I'm here.
Gene, you here? I'm gonna step
I'm
away for
here.
like
I ain't
20,
got nothing to
25
do.
minutes. All right, I'll be back.
Uh,
But yeah, so
go
what I
ahead.
was
Go
saying,
ahead, Mike. What you were saying?
yeah, I was saying the S between the exit and existence is important. You know, because if you don't understand, you know, the S is the spiral, right? You might exit, you know, out of the natural world instead of just exist in the natural world. You see me? You might just exit out of the natural world and trying to free yourself from the matrix. You might end up exit from the natural world instead of just exist in it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And a lot of people don't understand that either, though. You have been lost some people with that one though, because that's a deep esoteric science, like what you just said right there. So everybody conscience ain't strong enough to even understand what you just said for real. Even the woke people, they not. It's hard to even understand what you just said.
Yeah, I started to feel like I'm 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 like in the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I started to feel like, I'm building, creating things, like I did before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things that I put, for me to find here, right? And build on and
Yeah.
create the future for the next stop, right?
Yeah.
I'm building it, but also manifesting it. You see?
Ooh. Yep.
Building it, but also manifesting it. So I'm building the future, but I'm also manifesting the future. So basically, yeah, that's it. I'm building the future that I want to manifest.
Okay. That's a nice way right there to break that down right there. 'Cause
Yeah, because I feel like a lot
a
of
lot of
things
people
that,
don't even know. My bad. A lot of people don't even know that that in their past energy cycle that they push it and play for the next energy cycle to help them remember. But a lot of people ain't gonna understand that because they don't believe life after death.
yeah, because they don't have the knowledge of manifestation. If you don't have the knowledge of manifestation, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
might not you might not believe, in life after death because you don't know how you manifest yourself into this existence. You see, it's easy. That's why I said I'm building it, but I'm also manifesting it. You see.
Yeah.
So therefore, I could I could say, uh not I could say not that I don't believe in death, but I don't have to go through death, right? Death
Right.
can be me too, right?
Yeah.
When I say death
100%.
when I say death can believe in me too, I'm not saying like I would believe in death. I'm saying be live, when you living in something. So death can be living in me.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
No, no, I
Me
do. I do. I do.
instead of me just hoping or believe that okay, death exists. Nah, I know death is in me, so I know. Therefore, I know death exists. You see, so I don't have to go through. But yeah, that's deep. That's deep esoteric knowledge. That's deep understanding. That's why I say,
Yeah, that's deep. Right? Hey, you. I'm glad you asked me. That I understand that. I fully understand that. But that right there was a, that's a deep ass knowledge right there. And even woke.
you went out.
That's some deep knowledge. That's some deep esoteric right there. Even though most woke people can't even fathom the understanding of what you just said. So,
That's why I said that I feel like, I'm building the future and manifesting
mhm.
it. So I feel like, you know, people going to like that right there is already in the Akashic record, you know, and it's just going to basically when people can act when it can actually happen, right? When people can actually understand it and people will realize that, oh, that ain't nothing new. Like, yeah, people already in 2024 talking about that. You know what I'm saying? Just like we said, I mean, that ain't nothing new. Jesus was talking about this, or Osiris, or this, whatever was talking about this. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing. So when people can finally understand what we're talking about, can finally experience it and apply it, they're going to realize that it's nothing new.
Nothing new under the sun. You're right. And I ain't gonna
But
stop. I
right
like how
now,
you
go
just
ahead.
taught me a little because I like the way you just broke that down. You just I knew about it like that in that form already, but you just broke it down a little bit more deeper, and that was some real esoteric knowledge right there. How you just broke it down from the afterlife to the present, to how you building your past to the future and manifesting it through making it possible through manifestation. Whether it's this lifetime or your past life, or for the future life. That was a deep breakdown right there. And it almost lost me how you was breaking it down, but I had caught on to what you were saying. But that's how I know. That's why I say, even in the woke people, that'll lose them right there. 'Cause they so stuck on believing in death that they don't believe that it's life after death. They don't believe in reincarnation. They don't believe in energy cycles. They don't even understand what different energy cycles mean, let alone life after death. If that makes sense. So I fully understood what you just said to a esoteric T. And that was a good breakdown analysis of that. That's
Yeah,
it.
man. You gotta be connected. You gotta have
Yeah.
that connection. Because
Mm-hmm.
the alternative connection is not stable. You know, the alternative connection is dynamic. Is not static, right? It's
Right.
dynamic. So this is the reason why the polar. This is the reason why the pole keep going through a shift, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's because we not understand that that the connection have to be direct. It can be alternate. It can be an alternative form of connection. It cannot be altered. It have to be direct. So
Yeah.
what we prioritize. We prioritize alternative current, right, over direct current, because we think direct current is something dangerous, which it is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? But it's the best connection you can have. You see, just like we prioritize going through the middleman, right, instead of going directly to the source, right? It is dangerous, but it's the best connection, because that's where the static is at. And people
Yeah.
think static is negative. Static is not
Mm-hmm.
negative. Static is neutral.
Yes. And it's a part of us. So.
Yeah, static is neutral.
Mm-hmm.
Is dynamic. Is the dynamic is the positive and the negative.
Mm-hmm. I fully agree with that. I fully agree with that one.
That's why they want us to keep focus on on the dynamic aspect of reality, or existence, instead of understanding the static aspect of it, because the static aspect is sacred knowledge. So therefore, they make it a secret,
Mm.
among themselves, to keep it, hidden from the masses. But all this knowledge
It's
have
so.
to be. Give me
Go
like
ahead.
10 seconds, right? All this knowledge have to be put on neutral ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
All the the central point of this knowledge, you know, cannot be uh on either side no more. It can't be on the positive side or the negative side. It gotta be on neutral ground. This is why the battle of Armageddon, the clash of the Titan, is supposed to happen. It's supposed to happen on a physical level only, because it already happened on a spiritual level or mental level, on an astral level. You know, so it already happened. So it's only supposed to happen in the physical. And after that, only then, the static will be restored. Only then balance will be restored. Because the battle, what we don't understand, the battle took place when the scale was tilted. It's the battle that took place that tilt the scale. So when the king come back, right, for his kingdom, right, it
Yeah.
will only be peace. It will only be balance. The scale will only be balanced.
I mean,
It's like when you throw something up. When you throw something up, it come down, right? Because it came from down. So therefore, this is why they say everything must go back to where it come from. Return to the sender, right? Return back to the center, right? So if you send something up, it's going to come back down because that's where it came from. It came from down. If it came from up, it would have been up there already. It's nothing that's never up come down. Nothing that's never um uh that was never up is coming down. It's only the things that came, I mean, that went up that's coming back down. So you only coming back when you leave. If you came back, it's because you left. You know what I'm saying? So if the battle happened, it's only to restore balance. If the tail was tilted, it's only to come back, to balance again. But yeah, that's why people don't understand. That's why people confused about what's going on. I don't know if it's still here, Jen, but yeah, that's why people is kind of confused of what's going on, or what side they should be on, or or not what side, or what position they should be on, right? If they should be on the left side, on the right side, should they just be in the middle? Yeah, you have to be the one judging the left side on the right side because both sides is working together. The left wing and the right wing is the same. Is two different wings of the same bird, right? Of the same eagle, right? If you know that, you know how are you going to choose? If it's two, they're giving you to pick between, you know, uh the two of the lesser evil. Why would you pick if you know both of them is evil, right? Why can you say no? Matter of fact, I'm gonna reframe that choice. I'm gonna hold my choice, right? It's like when somebody if some like you because if somebody come and offer you to buy two broken cars, you're going to say no, I'm good. I'm gonna keep my money, right? You're not going to say, all right, since I gotta, choose between one of these cars, so I'm gonna pick the one that kind of, you know, better. But it's two, both of them is two fucked up cars. So you're wasting your money. That's why you're going to say that you're good. And it's the same thing. If we know they tell us to pick between the two of the lesser evil, why would we pick?
yeah, you're right. It just be confusing sometimes because, like you said, it'd be hard to pick when both sides looking the same sometimes. But I guess that goes with enlightenment. If your conscience ain't ready for it, you just ain't gonna ever be ready for it.
You went out. I don't know if you're still speaking, but you went out, Jen. Mic check. But yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to, Chill Zone. Always come with a special guest. That's always special. But yeah, man, that was very powerful, Bill. A lot of esoteric knowledge, a lot of deep information, you know, that's already organized, that's just need ready to be applied, you know. Yeah. And a quick reminder too, that's for us that's giving out the information, that's giving out the knowledge information. we we have to apply it too, because without us applying the information, uh we not we won't see uh the future. You won't see, I mean, you will miss how you get to the future, right? Because of you're not paying attention to your manifesting, uh to how you manifesting, you know uh the future. If you're not paying attention how you're manifesting the future, then you're not going to know how you get to the future. You're just going to find yourself into the future. Like if you're not paying attention how you get into your dream state, right? You're not going to know if you're in a dream. You're just going to be dreaming, and the whole time, the next day you wake up, oh yeah, I had a dream, like Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is the key thing is to be aware of the information you putting out, the knowledge you're putting out, and know how you
And don't
manifest
get
in
me
your
wrong.
state.
Don't get me wrong. It is some guys and gossips out there that manifest through their dream state, and inside their dream state, they know that they dreaming, but that go back to a select group of people that's overly spiritually woke and enlightened right now with the spiritual realms that know how to do that and remember why they dreaming and when they wake up. Because you got people out there like they can go in their dream and then when they wake up they can't even remember what they dreamed about. So yeah, it
Then
gets
you
deeper
got
than that.
people, then you got people that will wake up and tell you, right, what they was doing in their dream and why they was doing it in their dream, because they was really the one doing it. They wasn't witnessing them doing it. They wasn't watching themselves having a dream. They was literally having a dream. That's what I said. So it's different. Like right now, I'm not watching myself having a conversation on this panel, having a bill with you guys. I'm literally having a bill with you guys, right? So it's
Yeah.
actually happening. I'm not watching it happen, right? It actually happened, so it's the same thing. That's why I said that if you're not aware, you know that how you going into your dream state, you're not going to be aware that you're dreaming. You're just gonna wake up and like, oh yeah, I just had a dream. It's crazy. I had this dream about this, about that. But nah, you went and create this dream before you sleep. Before you sleep, you was thinking about having this dream, right? Or before you sleep, you was thinking about that. Then what if this dream? What if this really happened? What if this dream? All these what if, or I want, or I don't want it to happen. The universe don't understand none of this. The universe just understand the thing, the image
And
that's being projected, and that image
we
is going
also
to
gotta
be.
understand this too. This on a different topic, but we gotta understand this. Fear is not real. So all the sleep in woke people out there that still struggle with this fear thing of other species and other extraterrestrials. I'm re- I repeat this earlier. I'm gonna repeat it right now. Don't ever fear your own creation. This is why your ancestors walked amongst all species once upon a time. They are your creation. You Why would you create something just to fear it? That don't even make sense. Do not fear your creation. I'm talking about the reptilians, the Zetagrade. Do not fear them. They cannot harm you unless you let them. It's your conscience that give them power over you. So once you get enlightened and tap into who you really is, and then you get to tap into your akashic record, then you get the understanding that hold on, the we are the father of civilization. They are our civilization. How am I fearing my own civilization? That's like me having a son and fearing my own son as long as he living. That don't even make sense. So don't fear your creation. All black and brown gods and goddesses of this planet. We created.
Well,
Go ahead.
to me, it's kind of simple, right? To me, fear is like a necessary tools. Why do you think most people wear shoes?
To to cut us off from source.
No, because they fear something might happen to their feet, because they see, right, other people fear of what might happen to the and shoe, right? What might happen to their feet if they're not wearing shoes. So therefore, most people, right,
Oh, you
buy into their
okay?
fear.
You saying what do we? I thought you were saying what the elites in a they what made them do that. I thought she was asking what made them convince us to start wearing shoes. That's what I thought you were saying.
Yeah, that's why I
What
say
made them do that?
fear is a necessary tool. That's why most people, don't wear shoes. Why you think most
Oh
people don't
yeah,
wear shoes? Because they
oh yeah,
fear, what might happen to
yeah.
their feet. So therefore, you can use fear, you know, uh, to uh stop you, right, from doing something positive or negative. The thing is now is what the fear cause you to do. Does it cause you to do something negative, something positive, or something neutral? Just like a belief. A belief can make somebody do something positive, negative, or something neutral. Or the truth can make somebody do something positive, negative, or neutral. You see? So we have to understand, that is what we do behind these things, right? Behind these tools, right? That's what's important. It's not the tools. Like I could use a knife, right? What's necessary is what is how I'm using the knife. It's not using the knife, it's how I'm using it. Am I using it as a tool, or am I using it, to bring violence? You see what I'm saying? So everything come in that way. Everything come like a 50 cent. You have you are a whole being. You're not a half being. You're not missing nothing to make you complete. You're a whole being. You have both sides. You have the negative and the positive and the neutral, right?
I'm back, man. I'm back. I'm back. What I missed?
Nah, you ain't miss nothing, man. We just adding on to this deep knowledge, and esoteric information, we giving these people.
Facts,
We
facts,
just
bro.
keep on adding.
Hey, I fully
Appreciate
agree with everything you just said, Naga. From when he left the panel and came until he came back on, everything you said, from the breaking down the ideologies and the signs and symbols and dream states, I fully agree with everything you just said. I ain't got no disagreements, no debates about that. Everything you just said was 100% accurate. Only thing I was gonna say was, like I said before I just commented right now, that's gonna lose a lot of people, even the woke people, because they was always talking about this dumbass matrix.
You know what? I commend you for that. You know why? Because when I say certain things, right, among certain people, I expect them, right, to the expectation is on them. So I see them as an expert. So I put
Okay.
the expectation on these people to fully understand, not understand, but to fully comprehend. Because I don't
Yeah.
want to under the
Yeah.
impression that they standing on what I'm saying, but I want them to have the uh, impression that they comprehend what I'm saying. So when
Yeah.
people do that, I commend people because when it don't happen, I'm disappointed because I had the expectation. I thought you was the expert. I thought you fully comprehend, what I'm saying. You know how it ties in, and how it's connected, and you show me different. No, I'm disappointed, you
Yeah.
know. So a lot of time people think that I got a problem with them or I'm mad, I hate them or whatever. No, I'm just disappointed because I have high regard for you.
Yeah. And that's all it be sometimes. Motherfuckers gotta understand each other on a past the esoteric level. When it comes to me, you, and people like Truth and etc., we need to understand each other past the the esoteric level because it's bigger than the esoteric. Esoteric just stands for knowledge known by a select group of people. We bigger than the select group of people. We are the masters of this land. So we ain't no select group. We are the group of people. So we need to start like you said earlier, Naga. We need to really, really, really divinely come together, search this realm for all our hidden knowledge and secrets, put it back together like a puzzle, physically. It's hard for us to come together spiritually. We have no choice but to search our realm, looking for our history, and put it back together like a puzzle, like you said, Naga. So that's another thing from over an hour ago. I overly agree with you on that searching the planet and putting the pieces back together physically for the blind eyes as well as the spiritual eyes. Because although we got an Akashic record, we still spiritually lost just like the sleep people is, if that makes sense. We can't even access our own Akashic record without having to meditate or pray or look in a book or something. We can't even access our Akashic record. Like so with that being said, we just as lost as the sleep people. We just got a little bit of knowledge and we just a little bit more enlightened than them. We just understand a little bit more esoteric knowledge and fact history than them. But we are just as lost as them because we
I
still
think
seek knowledge.
I think we know when I spoke on that, I was saying that's what we actually doing. We're literally doing that. But
Yeah,
I think what's stopping us from realizing that's what we're doing and how to manifest it and how to
yeah,
manifesting it is the fact that we got caught up between the original piece and the copy, right?
yeah,
And the piece
yes,
is that's a copy of the original. So we all have the a piece, and some of
yes.
us have the same piece, right? It's just that some of us that have the same piece, only one of the pieces is the original piece, and we arguing about which one is the right piece, but only one, is the original piece. So they made a whole bunch of the original copies, photocopy of the original copies, so we can argue amongst ourselves, or so we can be distracted from realizing how we
Hold
manifest
on, hold on,
our
hold on,
future.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Give me like 1 minute real quick. Hold on.
But yeah, But yeah, so that's basically what's happening. That's why a lot of us that's basically putting this knowledge together, we building up, we putting the puzzle together. That's why we argue amongst ourselves, because some of us have the same piece. The conversation that go sweet, nice and sweet, is when each one of us have a different piece, right? When each one of us have a different piece and we putting it together, it be the best conversation. But when some of us have the same pieces, it turn into an argument because we arguing about which pieces is the right piece, right? Because all of the pieces look the same. Now we're trying to find out, all right, which one was the first one, which one is the original one, which one is the right one, right? That's why we argue, and that's why we're being distracted from realizing how we manifesting our future, how we walk, literally walking into the future. The future is not coming to us. We're walking into the future, just like we're walking into the earth, or we appear into the earth, but we can't see how we appear, how we fit into this reality, because we was distracted from creating the future, from creating this reality. And that's exactly what we're about to do again. That's why we can't, there is no connection between us and the next generation. I don't know if you're still here, True Zone, but Gene got fell off. Probably in the back chat trying to come back. But yeah.
Apologies, apologies.
But yeah, I don't know if you heard what I said, if you wanna chime in and shit.
Hello. I mean, what you say?
All right, I'm back. Hey, yeah, I heard what you said, Naga. Yeah, and I agree with that, man. As long as we connect, like I've been trying to just connect the dots, man. Like put the pieces to this puzzle together.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're literally doing it. And another way of you doing it, well, you're doing it because you're the one, you're consciously bringing different guests, with a different approach to this
Yep.
truth, but the same
Fully
conclusion.
agree.
So that's what you're doing. You building, you're putting
Bringing the
this
pieces together.
the pieces together. But like
And
I said,
and my
sometimes
bad,
there
my
is
bad. Go ahead,
argument
go ahead. My
and
bad.
yeah, just 10 more seconds. Like I
Yeah.
said, sometimes there is arguing and misunderstanding because you ran into people that have the same pieces, right? And the argument, or the distraction becomes, which pieces is the right one or the
Yep.
original pieces.
Right.
And that also go back to 2 weeks ago, truth, when we first got out the panel, we had our little talk. That goes back to me reaching out to you under the together banner. And I was saying we need. I was wondering if we can come together and try to unite more people through your following and my following. I feel like we can reach a little bit more people, and that also comes with what Naka just said, collecting the pieces, because each God got their own get their own downloads. Some of them get the same
Facts, facts.
downloads, some of us get different downloads, but the pieces is inside our Akashic record. So if we can bring together a gang of esoteric people, then we can definitely crack
And
this
Yeah,
you know,
we all
you know,
we need.
together.
and y'all know what's so crazy? That's what me and Danielle was talking about earlier. The chick that I had on my, or the goddess I had on this panel earlier. She was we all say the same things. Like we never meet nobody on the same that has this knowledge in person. It's like
Yeah,
it's like we all separated. We only like come together online because
and
that's
and
all like
and that's how they wanted it. I ain't mean to cut you off, but that's how they wanted it to be. It said it in the Bible. All the chosen one, it ain't say chosen ones in particular, but it do say all God people is going to be separated throughout the whole planet, basically. So it's actually playing out. They ain't just said nothing wrong in that Bible when they said that. We actually spread out all over the planet. The woke people, we spread out. They ain't lied. They
Yeah,
told the truth.
we need an organized uh group of 9 people, right?
Mm.
To end these 9 people,
Hold on. Nah, look, my bad. What made you use the number nine though?
because the matrix start after the number 9.
Which is the divine nine. I get it. That's
So
what I
the
thought you were finna
matrix
say.
start after the number 9.
Okay.
So we need 9 people. So the number one have to understand how everything's always ties into one thing.
Mm,
The number two have to understand how everything always split into two things evenly, right?
mm,
And the third person have to understand how everything always split into three, until you get to the 9, to the ninth person, understand how everything breaks down into 9 things. So we're
mm.
doing basically 2 things at once. Basically we're taking 9 things and turn it into one thing, and we're taking one thing and turn it into 9 things, right?
Ooh, that's deep.
So that's how we can create, that scale. We can create that sacred 8 scale, right? That sacred 8 scale that we know that go backward, that go both ways. That's a two-way system, that we're gonna use to navigate,
Okay,
through the matrix.
I ain't trying to cut you off, Naga, but me personally, True probably got his own opinion on this, but me personally, that's like that's to me, that's off panel talking right there. We can talk about that on a FaceTime or something, or a regular call or something. That's not for this panel. That type of talk right there. That coming together and how you trying to say organize it. It I mean, you can speak. That's his panel. If he allow you to do it on here, that's his panel. But that's like behind closed doors talking right there, because you
Yeah,
you you
well,
you you, you going deep into ideologies and coming up with schemes against that they won't agree with, and
like
yeah, well,
yeah, now, yeah, go when it like when it comes to my panel, man, you can speak your mind, man. Go ahead, it's what's go ahead.
no, that's
It's
not
nothing.
what he's
It's
saying.
nothing. It's,
That's not what he's saying. What he basically is saying, is for is the matrix. The matrix have they have a target. They have certain
yeah.
target.
right. I see
So
what you're saying, Gene. Right, I see what you're saying.
that he talking about in that sense. But what we have to understand, that's just us talking, right? That's just we right now. We that's not being uh is not being birthed yet, right?
You
That's
right.
like a couple talking about having a child. They haven't even went to sexual intercourse yet,
You right.
because the sexual intercourse have to take place
in a sacred place, just like the birth have to be taking place in a sacred place.
Yeah, you right. I was just saying like, never
So
mind.
yeah, that's why I was just breaking it down in that way. But what you're
Yeah.
saying is 100% right. Like I said, the sexual intercourse and the birth have to be taken, have to be done in a sacred place. So which makes you right, which makes you 100% right that
Yeah.
once we know, right, who we are as these nine beings, right, we're
Okay,
going
I get what you're
we're
saying.
going
I
we're
get it.
going yeah, so we have to know who we are first. Once we know who we are, we have to, magnetically, we're going to,
Ooh,
attract it to each other.
yeah,
Maybe
that
listen to the
that
word I
that was
use.
deep right there. He just said that once
Yeah,
we figure this nine out, magnet magnetically, we're gonna automatic attract each other.
yes, sir.
Words. I get it. I get it. I get it. You're right because that's why even in our present and past times, we always had to openly come together before we secretly plotted. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah, man. They added three, you know, they added three to the original science. They added
Mm-hmm.
to the original knowledge, the triangle, in order to penetrate. The triangle is an arrow. In order to penetrate. You know, uh, uh, the our knowledge, the sacred science. The information. You
Mm-hmm.
know. So once we remove the triangle, the three. So the system, you know, basically restore back to its original state. So this is why we have to focus with the number nine instead of the number 12, because the number 12 is what uh creating the loop, right? Is what's creating the loop instead of us, being in the
Yeah.
sweet spot of the sacred eight.
Let me ask y'all this right quick. Look, do in the palm of y'all hands, do y'all got the letter M?
Yes, sir.
What about you, Chu?
Yeah, I do. My bad, bro. I was Give me one second. I'll be right. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. My bad, y'all. I'm kind of in and out.
All right.
I'll be
Yeah.
right back. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. I'm gonna just wait till he get back to speak on that because I want that to be like a. I want him to have his opinion on that. I don't want him to come back in and we've already discussed it and got to go back and
Yeah, we
explain.
got we got two M's. That's M and M, which is two W. Which is the two M's is the two W, which is the two U, which is the number 11 with the X in the middle. You
Mm,
know, which is the two pillar that the Masonic, uh, that they using, but they stay in the middle. They using the center pillar. They're giving you the two pillar that's basically surrounding the third pillar. That they are following. That straight path that they have. The sweet spot between the sacred eight. That's where they are at. But they're giving you, the two pillars to pick, and choose between one of the pillars.
mm.
So, but yeah, that we are the original Masons. The
That
master builder.
yeah, I was definitely say that. I
Yeah,
was gonna say similar to that, but I would definitely say that. Had I'll go back to yeah, I'll definitely say that. Well, and I'm sure Truth Zone already know about that too.
yeah,
But most definitely, yeah. We the original Masons. My sons.
That's all that mean. But I was gonna say like that letter M stands for the masses, if that makes sense. I'm gonna
yeah. The
break it
master
down.
builders.
Facts.
That M stands for masses. We are the masses of this land. That's why we are the Asiatics. The Asiatics stands for land mass. That make us the
Well,
masses of this land. We are the original masses of this land. The M is engraved on us to let us know that we are to return. Everybody.
well, well. I think is that they kind of
I think they kind of play on it though.
and pray on it.
Play.
Oh, play. Yeah, 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 yeah. You right.
Because I think the master, I think the M, is for master builders. So I think they play on it, they flipped it and make us think that, you know, we had to win something when we already won. You know, WIN when we was already WON. We knew we was already WON when we was the master builders because we knew that we was the one that built all these infrastructures. You
Yeah,
know, but they got us think that those that built the builders were slaves, right?
yeah,
So when they got us to think that the builders were slaves, so we abandon, we forsake, the masters, which was our own uh selves, our own, who we are. This is why, in Kemet it was know thyself. You know what I'm saying? Know that you
yeah,
are the master, not the master of another being, but the master of the builder of your own reality. So you was the one, you was the master that was building your own reality. You know what I'm saying? So you had to know that. They wanted to make sure that everybody know that if you was coming into this thing, that the
yeah. I get
reality,
that.
if you attracted negative energy, it's because you create negative energy. If you attracted positive energy, it's because you create that. If it's neutral energy, it's because you create that. So that was not for us. That was for outsiders. That was for the foreigners when they come into our civilization, for them to understand that we're not about you know, doing no negative things, or even positive. We're basically on neutral ground. What you do, what you do is what you get. What goes around come around. What comes up must come down. So yeah, that's come from the master builders. But like I said, they flip the script around. They make us think that the builders were slaves, so we abandon our knowledge, our science, right, and adapt foreign science and foreign religion, foreign knowledge, and all of that. So we became them while they trying to figure out a way to become us. I don't know if you're still here, Drew Zone, but I know Gene jumped up for a minute. But yeah, man, I just wanted to clarify that this right quick. We are the master builders. He's not no master masons. He's not no mama son, because we not really identify only with the mother. We identify with our parents. We not identify with the father or the mother. We identify with our parents. So we are very grounded. We are a very well grounded being. We are a whole being. We're not a half being. None of these things. You know. So we're not no mama son. We're not track ourselves to the mothers only. You know, we we tracked our origin through both sides. You know, of our parents. So the M to me is for master builders. So if we are gods, we had to have the power to build, right, and create things out of thin air. And the M in our hand was the sign that we are the chosen. We are those that being chose to do so.
Let me see what's going on in the chat, man. Oh yeah, not really. Yeah, I don't know the truth. I don't know if Jane probably in the back trying to get back in, trying to get back up on the panel. But yeah, so and one thing I kind of want us to do, those of us that have all this information, I want us to start finding a way to wrap this information into a story, right? Into a form of story. This is one of the reasons why Jesus was known for what he knows, not the character that that was attached to the story, right? But the real, character of the story. This is why he was well known, during this time because he understood how to take, everything and his reality and tell it into a story, right? And turn it into a story because that's the best way to learn is through stories. That's why they have stories for their children. They have story books, to put them to sleep, to have them, to entertain them. You know, that's how the children develop, and that's also good for people that's not mature. Telling them stories, they can learn. So if we can find a way to tell these esoteric stories, knowledge or esoteric breakdown into a modern day or into a modern day or modern way stories, that would be very beneficial to the people. That's just my opinion. But I think if we could find a way to do that, that would be very beneficial to the people and to us also. Because I think that and another thing, I think that's one of the tools that uh these other entities use, these other being use, to have us wrapped up into their chaotic matrix. I think that's what they use. They use stories, storytelling. Yeah. And even hip hop too. Hip hop music is a form of storytelling. So the whole matrix is basically operating on storytelling, and that comes from us, people, from how we used to pass down information. We pass down information in the form of storytelling. Even my grandfather, I think I explained this a lot of time. Every not a lot of time, every evening, around 6, 7 o'clock before bedtime. Because on the countryside in Haiti, people go to sleep around 8, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. So 6 o'clock is when the sun is going down. 6, 7 o'clock. So everybody, uh, uh, united, in the kitchen area, in the cooking area, and the old people would tell stories, and crack jokes, you know. So that come from us, the folklore stories, or the metaphorical stories, the uh, all these stories, man. It's stories that came from us. Any story that associated with this specific ram come from us, was told from us before it was told from anybody else. Welcome back, Gene.
My bad, bro. I didn't know you was trying to come back up, man. I had ran into somewhere real quick, man. I just got back in the car, man.
No, it's good. I'm glad I here listen to y'all.
Yeah, I've been in and
So
out for like
yeah,
the
I was
past
saying.
hour. I've been in and out like for the past hour, man.
So yeah, I was saying, what you guys think? I was saying that if we can find a way to tell, to give out this knowledge and information in a form of storytelling, uh, it will be very beneficial to us and the people. What you guys think about that?
Fully agree. I agree.
because I think that's the one of the most useful tool to the matrix. To get us wrapped up in the matrix. The way we wrapped up, is through storytelling. So they take our stories and remix it. It's like when a song came out and the song is so came out, it's so nice, and there is a lot of rappers, right, that make a remix of it, and all of a sudden the original song, you know, is not known no more. It's only known through the remixes. You know what I'm saying? So you have to know, oh, this is a remix. You know what I'm saying? Let me go back and listen to the original song. You get what I'm saying? So this is what the Matrix is. The Matrix is a remix of the natural world, or not is a remix of the stories we told of the origin or our existence and our in the natural world.
Right? And that's what it's all about. Us revert back to nature, man. Naturality, man. Being supernatural. We're natural right now, but it's about being supernatural. Finding our way back.
Now I think we're digital right now. I don't even think we think we're physical, right? I don't even think we think that we're physical yet, right? I think we something that's very well below the physical.
Say that one more time, Naga.
I was saying I think we're something that might be very well below the physical. That we might think that we're digital. We don't think in term
Right, right.
of
I'm saying like far as our mindset, you saying like I don't think we is digital, but like far as like the physical, like just the physical, and like in all reality, I feel like it's digital because look at they put our biology with numbers, social security card, birth certificate, shit like that.
yeah, but that don't have nothing to do with the physical. That have everything to do with the matrix.
Right, right. I see. Yeah. Hold on. Say
Yeah,
it one more time. I don't think I'm catching you. Say it one more time.
I was saying that don't have nothing to do with the physical. That the numbers, because remember, the foundation of the matrix is numbers. Like I said
Right,
earlier, that's why when Neo broke the matrix, the code of the matrix, he see numbers. You
right.
know, so and what you just said also backed up that we live in the matrix. But us, right? We not those numbers.
No,
You
not at
see?
all.
That's what I'm saying. So we know those numbers. Those numbers, we use those numbers to represent us. So I think that we are our representation instead of thinking that we are, who we are. We just have certain things that represent us.
Got you.
So that's why I say I think we might be something that might be very well below the physical, like a representation of the physical. A representation of the physical is below the physical because the physical presented himself itself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you say.
So that's why I say we think we numbers.
Right.
Because we use
Hold on.
numbers.
And speaking of numbers, and like synchronicities with these numbers. I don't want to like get off topic, but this is kind of in line with what we're talking about. I've been seeing the number 144 every day for the past year, man. I put this on everything I love. Like when I go do jobs, people write me out checks. I had a check one time for 144. I said that ain't no goddamn coincidence.
It go
Like
back to
I had
what
a
I was
bot.
saying. It go back to what I was saying earlier about the nine. About the
Yeah, no,
nine.
yeah,
So 144 is nine. So it's letting you know that you're in your right mind. You're in your right mind. You need to be. You just gotta keep going. In order to reach your alignment or enlightenment. Enlightenment is alignment. You see?
right, right.
So
You need to keep going. Like I said, you're in your right mind. You're in the right way. How you're going with things. You just need to keep going until you reach that state.
Right. Hey, what's your take on that, Gene, man? Because I've been seeing the number 144 every day for a whole year, bro. I went to an apartment complex. They said it had an apartment 144. I said, man, come on, man. But I know what you're saying, Naga. What's your take on that, Gene?
Uh, I ain't really don't know to be honest, but cause I apologize. I was just in and out doing something. I ain't really get to hear everything y'all was just saying. Can I get like a little small little like
No,
Nah,
I'm
it
saying like
small
basically
little?
I was saying like for the past year, I've been seeing the number 144 every day, like every day, everywhere I go. I look at my time, it's 144. I go to an apartment building, it got 144. It's the apartment building. Somebody make me out a check, it got 144 on the check.
Yeah, it mean nine.
Right, right,
Divine. It mean divinity.
yeah. Listen, numbers is being synchronized through numerology,
Yeah.
right? Just like religion is being synchronized through theology, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to go back to the numbers is being synchronized, or being generated, right, through
Yeah.
numerology. So the in numerology, the highest number is 9, because every
right,
number has to be broken down to a single digit.
right. And that's the key to the cosmos 369, ninth to the ninth power, the binary code.
100% right.
That should be the tritary. That should be the tritary.
Man, this
Thing.
dude got this cigarette. This dude got this cigarette lit right next to me in the apartment. Man, that shit stink, man. How people smoke, bad, man? How the fuck people smoke cigarettes, man? That shit smell like ass. That
I
shit's coming
never
through my goddamn.
understood people that smoke them, and I overly couldn't understand how they can continue to smoke.
God damn, I gotta move, man. That's just coming through my. I got all my windows up, man. I can still smell that stinking ass shit. You got that shit hanging out the window, man.
I was
Motherfucker, a
Listen,
complete
bro.
zombie.
Listen, bro. It's your state of mind. It's the build. I mean, it's the wall that you build around cigarette that giving off the energy that you're receiving.
Man, I
Cause
think it's I
remember,
think I think I think it's some parasites or demons inside them goddamn cigarettes, man. 'Cause that shit smell like death,
nah, bro.
man.
Listen to what I'm saying carefully. Carefully. Remember, we only receive what we put out, right?
Right, everything's a
So
reflection,
the
right?
yeah, the energy we put out is the energy we get. So the energy we put towards cigarette is the energy we receive when we see cigarette or when we smell it. Because we put an energy that this shit is stink, right? We put an energy that this shit is bad. We put an energy that we don't know how people do it. We don't understand how people don't know that this shit is affecting them. So every time we see or smell cigarette, we see all these things and hear all these things. That's all it is.
Right, right. I used to smoke Black and Miles and cigarettes like 10 years ago, man. I quit all that shit, man. That shit was fucking my body up, man. I let that shit go. I stayed smoking them Black and Miles.
But like I was saying though, something to what you and Gene was saying. You probably will come back to me. No, I think you had asked Gene a question, and I wanted to build on it. What was the question again? Oh yeah, you was asking him, on how he feel about you seeing the numbers. Yeah, we are talking about the numbers. Yeah, like I was saying with the numerology thing, with 9 being the highest number, you know, so you keep seeing the highest number is you keep seeing a reflection of your higher self in the matrix, because it's in the matrix. It come in the form of number. If it was in the natural world, it could have came in the form of a dog. I mean, of an animal. It could have come in the form of a being. It could have come in the form of something, in nature that you kept seeing. And when you do a deep research on that thing and you see that thing associated with the highest uh form of energy, you get what I'm saying? So number 9 is associated with the highest form of energy only in the matrix. You see?
Right. Right. Yeah, I
because
got you, man.
after number 9 in the matrix, everything go back to zero. You know.
Right, and that's why they put that. That's why they put 144 in the Gnostics text in the Bible, because 144, like you said, equals up to number 9. That equals divinity.
Yeah,
That's a
that's your higher
divine number.
self.
That's a divine number. That's
Yeah,
what the Ankh is. Speaking
yeah.
of Kemet,
That's
that's
what the
what the
uncle
Ankh
is.
is.
So is.
The Ankh is the number 9. That's
Yeah,
divinity.
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
So you could have seen, it could have been a license plate. You just drive in and you see a license plate say 144. Like you said,
Yeah,
a house number.
Man, my
It's just
nigga, my wife, my nigga, my license plate is 144. My wife's license plate is 144.
see. That's what I'm saying.
spiritually
Is
divine.
yeah. Is your higher self revealing, you know, himself, revealing himself to you, letting
Yes,
you know that look,
yes. That's what that
you
is. The
in your
signs and
right
symbols.
mind. You in
That's
your
definitely
right
what that
mind.
is. Truth. That's signs and symbols of your higher self reaching out to you. They like to tell us that that's your spiritual guardian angel. No, you are your guardian angel. Your aura is your guardian angel. That's what protects your avatar in this realm. Your aura,
Hmm.
your electromagnetic energy field. Don't know guardian angel protect you in this realm. You protect yourself with your aura energy field. Also, your conscious believing in the matrix.
Facts. I agree with that. Yeah. Facts, bro. It's you saying so. It's our higher selves, like
Yeah,
like giving us a spiritual divine protection.
Yeah, but it's not
yeah,
just your higher self too, though. It's just is the highest form of energy also, because your higher self, you know, is being empowered by the highest form of energy. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
yeah,
Because your higher self is just an individual, aspect, of the whole higher form of energy. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. And speaking of like the Most High, when people say the Most High this, the Most High that,
that's it.
it's not some deity watching over them. It's you. Your higher self is the Most High. Because who's higher than you? Who's higher than my higher self? Nobody. Nothing.
There is your
But so, but
energy.
so, yeah, energy. But like, who's higher than my higher self? Your higher self is the Most High. So people say, "Oh, thank all praises to the Most High." You just giving thanks to all, and you giving thanks to your higher self.
Yeah, in that sense, yeah. But in certain sense, you're giving praises, honor, and respect to the highest form of energy, because the highest form of the energy is what create the different version of themselves. You see?
That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So sometimes in certain
Yep,
sense, certain aspect,
100% agree.
yeah.
Hey, Gene, I got one question for you, bro. I hear you mention this all the time. You talk about like source, like how we all got this spark from source.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
that's one of my major points I try to push on every live, every story, every if I ever go to a YouTube channel, every channel or everybody panel, that's one thing I'm always push. But go ahead.
that's all I was asking you. Like when we talk about source, is that like that's a spark that gave us spark to our soul? Like is that like? Because I want to know more about it. I just want
Okay,
you to like to elaborate on it more.
the source thing I speak on when when I be speaking on the source in my stories, lives and stuff like that, and I be saying we all descend from one source that gave us one soul, one eternal flame, and one akashic record.
You broke off, Gene.
Usually when I speak on that, I'm strictly talking about just the primordial source. That's it, which is the creator of all, which is the dark matter energy.
Right.
So when I say we
Got
come
you.
from source, I'm talking about us as nine ether beings, the carbonated or the we 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 are the we are source. In other words, we are source. We are an extension of source. So when I say source, I be talking about all the black and brown gods and goddesses, and I also be trying to say like, or at least try to get people to understand that we are not separate at all spiritually at all. We all share one soul and one eternal flame that was given to us by that was given to
And
us
But
it,
by
and it, and this eternal flame, this It burn. There's no beginning. There's no end to it, right?
No, no,
Right.
it's eternal. It's an eternal flame. They talk about this in the movie.
You broke off again, Gene.
They talk about that in Thor Ragnarok, the eternal flame, how it can never be dimmed, or I mean, it could be dimmed, but it can never be put out. And why you think
Well,
the
I
eternal
think
flame in the movie Thor Ragnarok, the eternal flame was the destroyer of they matrix that has made up world, if that made sense.
Got you. Got you.
I think the eternal flame is dim.
You said,
But but
you said you
but
think the
but
eternal flame is what?
it's dim. It's dim
It's
light.
them?
Yeah. But the but the the brightest form, right?
Mm,
Of that light, right?
mm,
And its lowest form. That's why I go to the phases, right? That's why I go to the phases of being bright and being, like it out, like it is up. I mean, is it out, right? Like how we see the stars, right? But the dim light is the moon, is like the moonlight. Like even when the sun is there, you can see it if you're looking in the right places, or which with the right
okay.
tools.
That
So
that makes sense, but I think what truth is asking is about the connection from source to the eternal flame and the souls. What I'm saying is they are. I'm not trying to go against you, Naga, but they are not the eternal flame. They have no connection to the eternal flame. They cannot summon the eternal flame. Only we can do that. The eternal flame is the element of fire that sits inside our DNA. This is why our ancient witches was able to summon fire with just thinking of it. So I ain't going against you. I'm just saying this little part that they could never summon, use it, harness it, none of that. They are not a part of the eternal flame. They are not the eternal flame. They're not the light of the eternal flame. They're not the darkness of the eternal flame. They are just a human
yeah,
race
I
created.
I understand, because the general consensus, the general teaching, the global information is that they come from us. So therefore, they have to go to the us to get to source. But with my own, right, comprehension, with my own knowledge and understanding, I think that everything come from the source, right?
Yeah,
And I think that the human form is not the highest form, right? I mean, is the highest form, the most perfected form of consciousness, but is the last form. So
yeah,
before the
yeah,
human
yeah. So
form,
them, you right, you
before
right,
the before the
you right.
human form existed in this realm, there was other form of consciousness that was
You right,
already
you right.
existed. So the human form, the human being form of consciousness, is the last form of consciousness that ever existed on this planet, but is also the most perfected form of existence. I mean, of consciousness and existence.
No, you
So,
right.
but when it comes to the origin of everything, everything originated from the source. Nothing come from another thing, right? But
Yeah.
everything collectively come from the source in different time.
No, you right. You right. Cause I'm finna piggyback on that, but I'm finna agree with you at the same time. By them coming from us, they make them a part of source. Not necessarily source, but they do make them a part of our reconstruction of God DNA. So yes, you're right. You're 100% right. They are a part of us that do give them access to these things, but they cannot access these things that you're speaking on without us. Although they are an extension of us, they don't have access to these things because they were not created by source. They was created by something that was created by source. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I said, that the general consensus, that's what it says. The general form of teaching, that's what it says. But according to my understanding, I don't go by they come from us. How come that we come from the same source simultaneously? Because I don't look at the flowers, the roses, the red flowers, the white flowers, the yellow flowers, and say, oh, they come from each other. I don't look at this the color spectrum and say this color from the come from the color. I don't looking at the light spectrum and see that this light come from this light come from this light. But I look at all light, all flowers, all animals come from in an origin simultaneously. So all flowers come from the origin simultaneously, and all animals come from the origin simultaneously. All human beings come from the origin simultaneously. That's just me.
Hold,
That's through my research, through my
I'm
understanding
finna
and
come right back
comprehension.
up. This phone went out. I'm finna come right back up.
Yes, look. But yeah, that's just through my comprehension. It's not me going out and regurgitating and saying that, oh yeah, I have a reference. I seen this. You can go and look it up. No, this is something I have. You have to realize yourself, right? Reality is something that have to be realized. If people get it, they get it. If they don't get it, they don't get it. But reality is something that have to be realized. It's not something that can be told. It's not something that can be taught, that can be teach. It's something that have to be realized.
Gotcha. Yeah, man. So when I ask these questions, I kind of already got, I already came to a conclusion with my own, like on my own, like 'cause I already know all this
Realization.
stuff. All this stuff, yeah. Realize that all this stuff comes from within anyway. So I already pretty much knew it. Know it's just I like I like getting other people's perspectives, man. You know.
Yeah, man. It's because they find a way to they find a way to alternate the female's womb, right? They find a way to alternate the female's womb where most female can only where it's very rare for you to have a twin or a triplet or a quadruple, kids like the animals do. It's very rare that certain that is most of the domesticated, gene edified animals, right? That only have one babies when they have babies. Most animals have multiple babies. It's the same way with us too. We always had multiple babies, but they
Right.
find a
Hey,
way.
Naga, I heard you. I heard you mention earlier you got a twin brother.
I had a twin brother.
You say you do?
I had one,
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
and I mean
See
to
that?
say sister too. No brother. I mean to say sister too.
Yeah, 'cause I got a twin brother, man, and I was talking to my mom about this the other day. I was like, we might have been in the womb at the same time, but we different souls. And she was telling me, she was conveying to me that like she's like you started walking first, and then he followed right behind you. Everything you did, he did.
But that's what I was trying to tell Gene earlier. We can come from the same people, but we two different beings because we have different personality. Your personality build up your character, and your character, right, is basically what created your avatar in this reality, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that's
That's why
true.
we stuck.
Two people can get together and have 10 kids. All those 10 kids gonna have different spirits, different souls.
Yeah, like I was just like a dog can have 10 puppies, and they all grew up to be different type of puppies, different marks, different, they're all unique, right? And they all can have a mark in common too. But the part is, that's what I said earlier, only when we start to look at the universe to the eye of diversity, we will fully understand what we're living in, the existence that we're living in. As long as we keep looking at the world to the eyes of division, which is mathematics, which is go back to the numbers again, we will never be able to understand, you know, uh, uh, the planet, the realm that we're living in, the existence that we're living in. because it's very diverse, and we not and we throw diversity to the side on the curb. We put diversity under the carpet, under the rug, and we rooting for division, for separation. That's why a lot of time. That's why a lot of time when people talk about diversity, it's being confused for division. You be like, no, you over here promoting division. You do that. No, it's not division. It's diversity. If you understand diversity, you can see how we connected, but we're still unique in our own way. Just like the roses, the yellow flower, the white flower, the red flowers. They all have something in common, but they all unique.
Hey, yeah. Speaking of that, Naga, I heard like me and you, we did a panel like I think a month ago. I had you on a panel, and you had mentioned that we should have stayed. We should have stayed segregated from everybody else. And then earlier today, before I did this panel, I heard another brother talking about how we should have stayed segregated. I said, "God damn!" I said, "Naga said the same shit."
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I could definitely be having some deep ass esoteric insights and knowledge, boy.
Yeah,
Facts,
because
bro.
it's our integration that caused our downfall, that bring our downfall. Because when we were segregated, we was on the in position to rise up and become the most powerful nation that ever existed. Because we are the most diverse group of being on this planet, right? Melanated being is the most diverse group of being here on this planet. So when we were segregated, from the Caucasians, right? We was in position to rise up, and become the greatest nation that ever existed.
Yeah,
But they seen it coming, right? And they wanted to buy themselves some time, or they wanted to not buy themselves. They wanted to uh us to grant them some time, because we basically they was given some time. They ain't had nothing to buy anytime, right? Or to attain, anytime, So we had to, be graceful to them. So we had to give them some time to get themselves together. But in giving them some time, something happened. We're realizing that they ain't really taking the time to, you know, do what they ask us to do. They actually taking the time out to find a way, to do the opposite. You
yep.
see? So this is when we realize that, okay, your time is up now. Whether you're ready or not, you gotta go. You know how a couple can be together, and they broke up, and one of them is taking his things. They're like, oh yeah, let me take now. The other one like, nah, you gotta go. You gotta go right now. I'm gonna call the cops. You can't get your stuff. The cops will bring your stuff for you. Because he's already got it at hand. When you could have, take the time for you to take your things out. You was trying to promote violence. So now it's out of my hand now. Now you have to deal with the justice system. So it's the same way with us. You know, with us, the children of this ram, right? Against the chief and the children of the other ram.
What happened?
Gotcha. Yeah, because they try to sell it to us as it was a good thing, like the whole civil rights movement and all that shit. They try to sell it to us like we need to be together. We need to
Yeah,
desegregate.
because it was a good thing for them. It was a good thing because they get time, you know, to try to try to find a way, to do the opposite of living, right? So that's good. That's a good thing for them. But to us, that was bad thing. We should have never give them time. We should have just said, nope, you gotta go. You find a way to get your stuff, to get what you need, whatever you want. There is a way you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. We don't want your stuff. We're gonna give you all your stuff. But like I said, we give them some time. But either way, what's supposed to happen is going to happen. The fact that we're going to rise, and become the greatest civilization that or nation that ever existed on this planet, because we're the most, diverse we ever been. Listen, we're the most diverse we ever been.
Mm. I got
So
you. I
the
see what you saying.
so so the comeback, the major setback, is for a major comeback.
That's what you said. I agree with that. Yeah, but
So
that's
if
what I'm saying. That like kind of blew my mind. That was like I said, I heard that you had mentioned that, and then I heard somebody else mention it, and then I listened to his perspective on it. Like, yeah, that do make sense because if you go tell somebody else, they're like, no, that that's a bad thing. No, it's a good thing.
that's why I use the American people. That's why I hold them more accountable than any other people, because they are the most important pieces, right, on the board. And this is the reason why
Yeah.
that's the same piece that they use, to try to do what they're trying to do, to buy themselves some time, right?
You over there
This is
sitting?
that's why. I say that again. But yeah, that's why that's the piece that
Huh?
they choose to use, because
Wait
that's
up,
the most
these out here. You
important
don't
piece
even
on the board. You have to
eat.
understand the queen. Can you mute Jin for a little bit? I think he telling somebody.
My bad, my bad. I thought I had music. My bad.
But yeah, that's because the people here is the most important piece on the board. Is the queen. Is the queen the most important piece on the board? So this is why they use the people here, and this is why I hold them uh more accountable than any type of people. But uh unfortunately, it's being looked at wrong. It's being taken like, in a negative way. But it's in a positive way. It's to let you know, listen, uh what need to be done, have to be done here. Need to be done for us to rise, become the greatest nation, have to be taking place here. That's what it is. That's why me personally, I hold the people here on the mainland more accountable than any other group of people. It's not in a negative way,
Yeah,
but it's more, you know, to let them know, like it's like, it's two different ways you can wake somebody up. You can just be nice to them, or you can just shake them the fuck up, right?
yeah.
And they'll wake up. And this is what I'm doing to the people here. I'm shaking them up, right? Where
Right.
so they could wake up. It's not that I'm uh being negative, but that's how it's being looked at. That's why for the past 8 9 years I've been trying to find somebody that have that capacity, that have the ability, right, to shake the people in that way. But unfortunately, these people, everybody that I came in contact with, I get the feeling, I had the thought that there was the one. Just like the Matrix, how everybody in the Matrix thought, everybody before Neo was the one, but until they came in contact to Neo, and everybody was convinced, or mostly or at least
Yeah,
the important people was convinced. So this is why, like I said, for the past 9 8 years, I've been trying to find that one person that I know, okay, that not going to be nice to his people, to the people here that I know, okay, because the reason why I'm putting a a line between me and the people here is because there is a line. If we want to be uh realistic, there is a line, and until everything is being recognized, everything is being acknowledged, you know uh nothing will fully be uh uh healed. Nothing will fully be solved, because something that's always we're going to discover something that was always swept under the rug, right? So it's clear that I have an accent. It's clear that, right, I wasn't born here on the mainland. Even though I have the status, I was born on an island that have the same status. But I have to, come to reality and understand that there is a distinction, right, amongst the way I talk, the way I grew up, the way I understand and see things versus the people here. So it gotta be a people, right, that grew up here, that speak the same way, but right, that just know
that okay, the people here need to wake up, and I can't be nice to them. I have to shake them up in a way that way. Yeah, they could be mad, they could do all that, but at the end of the day, when it's all come down, they're gonna wake up and they're gonna wake up and understand that it was for the better. Like if a house is caught on fire, you can be in a deep sleep that you having dream that you having sex, or whatever the case may be, you having the best life, you know, and I woke you up. You might be mad, but once you come to your senses and realize the house was on fire, you're going to thank me, you know. So the people, this land needs somebody like this that's not going to give a fuck about how the people feel about the message, about what's being said and what's being done. They just need to do it. And I haven't yet find that person. I haven't yet find that person, bro. Because everybody that I ran into and I thought that they was the one, they turned out to be sensitive. They turned out to be uh very uh yeah, very sensitive. Like anything get under the skin. They end up having thin skin. They don't have tough skin to restrain certain things. So I'm like, okay, that ain't what I thought it was, because the person that I think, just like the people thought about Neo, right, is going to be recognized, right? And that person not going to give a fuck. That person not going to do it. And I think that's what everybody is waiting for. But at the same time, the people that's not waiting, right, and that also don't have the capacity or the ability to be that person, right, is saying that there is no need for that person. But when it comes to reality, when it comes to the fact of the matrix, is very well needed. Like I said, if a house is being caught on fire and there's a lot of people sleeping in the house, they need somebody to come and wake them up, right? And shake them up and yell, right? And make them uncomfortable in the house so they can wake up.
I fully agree with that. That's what you call sparking the eternal flame again. Exactly what you're speaking on, Naga. That's called sparking the eternal flame. Sparking the flame inside of them where they got to come through anger, force, or spirituality. Sometimes it takes aggression to meet aggression to reach enlightenment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, fight is
Yeah, I'm not.
fighting
Well,
fighting
I'm not
fire with
saying.
fire, right? Ain't that's
I'm
the
not. I'm
embodiment
not.
of fighting fire with fire?
Well, I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
That's
saying.
basically the
flame.
I'm
same
not saying.
thing.
I'm not saying somebody that's gonna go and fight with the people, but I'm saying somebody that's going to provoke the people to wanna
No,
fight.
that's what I'm saying. That's what
Hold
I'm
on, right
saying. Like,
quick.
I'm basically saying through anger or forcibly or loud talking or however they want to present it to a person.
So listen
Sometimes
to
it
what
takes
I'm saying.
fire to meet fire
Like,
to wake us, enlighten a person.
I think the conscious community need a Tommy Sotomayor, right?
Hmm.
That he's not going to disrespect the women and fight and bash them, right? But he's going to trigger them, right? Enough to let them know that there is something that gotta be done amongst themselves. So, like I said, so I felt like we need a people, somebody that's going to trigger y'all to the point that y'all might want to fight, but not with him, because he's not going to fight with y'all. You see? So he's going to, whenever you're ready to fight now he will start letting you know, okay, since you want to fight, then why don't you fight against this? Why don't you fight against that? Since you wanna be a fighter. Why don't you fight against this? Why don't you stand against that? Why you wanna stand against me? Or you mad? That's when now you have to brush the reality in his face. Now he's mad, even though he's not wanna hear it, he's going to try to combat it. But at the end of the day, when he come to his senses, he's going to realize that was for his own good. So that you trigger something within himself that he gotta deal with. So we need somebody that's going to trigger something into the people that they gotta deal with.
Yeah, That's 100% facts.
because it can't be me. You see, it can't be me that trigger them, even though I might be the best candidate to do so because I
Hey,
know.
hey, hold on now, hold on. I'll be back like in 20 minutes. Y'all gonna hold it down for me?
Yeah, I'll be here. I don't know about Gene,
I'll be right back.
I
but
might
yeah,
not be able to be here that long. I'm on the train now.
but yeah, I'll be here. But yeah,
You
like I'm
won't, you
saying,
won't.
so,
All right.
yeah, like I'm saying, even though I might be the best candidate to do it, but I want that to be done by somebody that deserve it more than I do. Because I felt like
I
uh I got that already. You know, like I'm not that type that greedy to say, oh yeah, even though I got a car, you know, uh I could be doing this, doing that, and get this money to buy me another car. I'm just gonna do it instead of letting somebody do it so they could have their car for themselves, somebody that's really need that car. So, like I'm saying, so I feel like, when we talk about, uh hero, right? We we the people here on the mainland barely have anybody we can say that's our hero, right? Basically, we don't have no icon. We don't have no blueprint here. Everybody that appears to be like the blueprint, right, end up being a sold out, right? The people found out that there was a sold out. There was never for the people. So, people is speaking. I'm creating my own words. People is speaking for the people, right? Here on the mainland, we never had any hero that we can claim and that we can say, okay, we're going to use him as a structure. We're going to use him as an icon. We're going to use him as a blueprint, you know, to bring our people together. So this is why I said that even though I might be the best candidate to do that, to shake up the people, right, and end up the credit of being a hero when they come to their senses, when they come to their realization, right? But I think is much more needed, right, or much uh more deserved to somebody here on the mainland. That's just me. But hey, I don't know if you're listening, True Zone, but I think Gene got dropped off. I think he probably want to come back up. I needed to be added back up. I don't know if Jane is in the back chat if you're trying to come in, but if you're listening to Zone, let him in if you can, whenever you can. But yeah, man, is needed. Uh, we can go ahead and say we don't claim uh any type of Messiah. We can say that we don't need a Messiah. We can say that we never had one. But the truth is that the people here need one, right? Because how else they're going to come? How else we the people here are going to come together if we don't have something we can use as a blueprint? If every blueprint that we have in front of us turn out to be a fake, right? Fake and fraud, right? Turn out to be sold out. How can we say, okay, we have this right here, we're going to use this as a blueprint or a structure infrastructure in order to bring our people together. So even though, like I said, the people might not ask for it, is not asking for it uh consciously, but subconsciously they need it, they're asking for it, and very well need it. That's the truth. Subconsciously, we the people here is asking for a Messiah, and it is somebody here that's going to rise, right, and claim That's it, right? It's somebody that's going to come and proclaim and claim that seat, because the seat right now, the seat is empty, and everybody is looking at it like, nah, that ain't no real seat. Ain't nobody, can't nobody sit up there for real. That's how everybody is looking at it. But there is a seat for a Messiah. That's to every people, every nation always have forefathers. Should I say always have uh some type of parents that give birth to them. Of course, we live in modern time. Most counterpart to every civilization is being hidden, right? The female somewhere somehow, you know, end up in the dark, right? End up being in the dark, end up being the shadow. But every civilizations, every nations always have, you know, uh, a group that considered to be the parents of this of the nation, and they always have men and women. It always have start with men and women. So, like I was saying, the nine, right? The nine need to need to find themselves, right? The nine need to realize who they are, right? And the thing is, the nine, eight out of the mind is elders. That's the thing. Eight out of the nine is elders. Only one out of the nine, you know, is a youth. You know, there's only one out of the nine. But it's really two. So I want people to understand. When we're talking about one, we're really talking about two. When we're talking about two, we're really talking about three. When we're talking about three, we're really talking about four. When we're talking about nine, we're really talking about when we're talking about eight, we're really talking about nine. When you're talking about nine, you're really talking about 10. You just don't say it because you know the zero is silent, right? The zero is silent because the zero is the hero, the beginning, right? I mean, the alpha and omega, the beginning and the end, right? So the zero is the hero, and the hero is silent. The hero never go and brag for himself that, oh yeah, I'm a hero. I do this. You don't know who I am. I do this to you. I do that. I do that. No, it's always the people, right? That anointed, that person to be the hero. So it is, the numbers, right? Because zero is not a number, right? It's a placeholder, holder, right? So it's the numbers, right, that make the zero, the zero. But some people will say no, it's the zero that make the numbers numbers. Either way you look at it. But like I said, it's only the zero is silence. This is why when you count, right, you don't say zero, one, two, three. You just start with the one. Welcome back, Gene. So, yeah.
Yeah, my bad, my bad.
But yeah, I was building on how, we need to get back, with the nine, that even though I might be the best candidate, but I think it's more necessary, and well deserved for someone here, to be that person because is much more needed, and I was saying that we need to get back to the nine, you know, and other than nine, eight other than nine is elders. Only one, you know, is a youth, you know, and that one is really two because
one is really two, two is really three, three is really four, four is really five, five is really six, six is really seven, seven is really eight, and eight is really nine, and nine is really 10, you know, because 10, you don't say it. You don't say 10. 10 is say 10. You don't say 10. You only say nine. You see? Because the zero is a placeholder, right? The zero is what give birth to the numbers. The zero is not a number. You know what I'm saying? So I was basically saying that, we need to get back, from zero to being a hero.
That's some deep
So
shit you just said, man. That's some deep shit.
yeah, this is the reason why too we say gangsters work in silence. The hero don't go brag and say, "Oh yeah, I'm a hero. I'm this and that. I'm God. I do this to you." The hero is very humble and let the people put him on the pedestal. So this is why they say gangster work in silence. So we need to have that person, you know, that ain't going to be arguing, with people talking about, who I am, what I can do, but it's just going to wake these people up and then just be themselves, doing so without bragging, doing so without seeking glory. Because only when the people realize who they are, only when the people find themselves, that they're going to give that person the glory, that he deserved to be the hero.
Right. All right, hold on.
So like I said, man, even though the people here is not asking for a messiah, is not asking for a hero, right? But it's very well needed, right? And they are asking for it subconsciously, right? The people here on the mainland is not asking for a messiah consciously, but subconsciously we are asking for one, and it's very well needed. So this is the reason why I said that even though I might be the best candidate, right, to play the role on waking the people up and not giving a fuck, right, and not be sensitive or trying to fight the people because I consider to be an outsider, right? But like I said, I think the credit is very well deserved to somebody that's from the mainland, because we don't have a a icon. We don't have a hero. We don't have any leader in front of us. We can say that, okay, that person right here, set the tone for us. We're all going to come together, around that person, right, and build. We don't have that because everybody we thought that was for us turned out to be sold out, turned out to be boule, turned out to be, you know, uh our enemy. So therefore, there was never, therefore we can't use these as a blueprint, as an infrastructure. So we need one. That's why somebody is going to rise out of the American nation. Out of the American nation, someone is going to rise, you know, and that person is the one that's going to shake y'all up. And ain't nothing going to be able to happen to him because he's going to be protected, or she's going to be protected, or they're going to be protected because, like I said, one is really two, right? If he's a man, he gotta have a wife, right? If he's a king, he gotta have a queen. If she is a queen, she gotta have a king. If she is a woman, she gotta have a man, right? So nothing ain't going to be happening to him, her, or them because they're going to be protected by their eight elders, which is really 16, because each elders have their counterpart. And one plus six give you the seven. So they are really protected by the secrets.
That's real deep right there.
I ain't hear what you said, Gene.
No, I was just saying that's real deep right there. What you saying?
Yeah, that's how it gotta be, man. This is what it gotta be. Even though we don't need it, right? Even though we had one, right? We assassinated him. I don't want to use the word crucify because that's a religious term, but we assassinated him, right? Or them, right? But that's what we need right now.
And that's why I explain it in that way. That that Messiah had to be, you know, grounded, deep, you know, in where can nothing penetrate, you know, that kingdom, because that kingdom is coming from within, and it's just being projected or expanded, you know, on the outside. It's going to listen, trust me. It's going to find the message. Is going to find the people that needed the message. How many times you end up uh uh running into a video, right, that you really needed for confirmation, or that you really needed to take you into a different level, right? I'm pretty sure that happened a lot of time, right? So this is what we're doing. We're putting content out. We're putting information, organized knowledge, information out for people that need it. Period. That know how to use it. That know how to apply it. Period. Right? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. What you were saying? We putting out this knowledge for like minded thinkers like us, or like just for like even like the NPCs. Do you think the NPCs count in the game? I ain't gonna say that they don't count. Hell no.
I'm saying we're putting
I
information
ain't trying to cut
out.
y'all off. When I come up on this tunnel, I'm gonna come back in because it's gonna start static on this tunnel.
All right, no problem. Now I'm saying, Truth Zone, that we put in organized knowledge out information,
Right.
right? I'm not saying an information. I'm saying we put in organized knowledge out
Right.
information for people that's needed to apply.
Yeah, I got
That
you.
needed to apply. Just like we find certain organized information that we was able to apply, right? How many
Got
times
you.
we came across a video that has some inside information that give us some insight on for us to apply certain knowledge, or we get from the video, or we already had. So I'm saying that
Right.
happened to a lot of us. So it's the same thing that we're doing in return. We're basically giving back to the people. We're giving them back organized information, and organized knowledge, information. So when they get that, they can just go ahead and take that organized knowledge, that's already information, and apply it, and basically use it and get something out of it. So
Got
that's
you.
why I speak the way I speak most of the time. My conversation uh bleed out into the future, right?
Got
I
you.
find
Yes,
a way.
sir.
This is why I speak in a dualistic way, in a parabolic way, in a paradoxical way, right? It's because a lot of time my conversation bleed out in the future, and sometimes it came from the past, but it bleed in the present. So everything I'm saying always bleed, whether is it it always come from somewhere, and going somewhere. So it's basically connecting two ram together. It's basically connecting two world together. So basically everything I'm saying, you just need to follow. You just need to read in between the line of what I'm saying, and that give you the bridge, to how I get, to what I'm saying. That's all you need to do. Look in between the line, because what I'm
Got
saying
you.
is a parable. Is two things. I mean, is one thing that's connecting two things, or is one thing that means two different things.
Got you.
Yeah. So a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
feel
time,
it, man.
yeah. So a lot of time, what I'm saying is a lot of things. What I'm saying is bleeding into the future. Like when I say I'm predicting, a civil war. After the election. You know, it's bleeding into the future. That's a prediction. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying
Right.
something right now.
Into like we was talking about the Civil War earlier. I do because they've been putting out a lot of subliminal messaging about that Civil War too. I seen they had puppets on the TV. Well, I seen a video on YouTube, matter of fact, and these puppets they had Civil War on their wardrobe. So they trying to like, and they just came out with a movie called Civil War too. So they got to put the truth in these damn movies. But you got to think they using both sides to stir up this war. They playing on people's psychological. They playing on people's mental. But they using the political realm to kick this hornet's nest.
Listen, that's how they get
They
out. That's how they able to get out. You know, when you broke into the honey, right, of the bees, right? The bees started a fight, right? And the fight that started, or they started an attack, right? That looked chaotic. It looked like they're fighting against each other, right? They're bumping into each other, but they all have one thing in mind: is to get the queen out safely. If the environment is not able is not good for the queen, right? So they all have one thing in common, right? And this chaotic thing movement is to get the queen out, right? So when they start a
got you.
civil war amongst us, is so they could get away, right? Right quick, they get away, right?
Right,
And then
art out of chaos, so they can flee off into the, like
yeah,
distract us with the
into the
bullshit, so they can flee. I
yeah,
got
they
you, man.
flee out, going back into the darkness. Cause that's where they came from. That's where they're going. They're going back into the darkness and never wanna come back to the light again. Because the entity that lead them, right, out of the darkness, right, will never wanna come back here again based on his own judgment, right? Based on his own judgment and his hatred and his ego, right? He won't ever wanna come back here again. This is why we will have eternal peace on the planet, right? Because
Right.
because of his own ego, of his own hatred, of his own judgment, he will never want to come back. And every one of us that followed him and go back to his darkness, thinking that we're gonna be able to come back. When he come back, going to realize that we stuck with him in the darkness because he ain't never coming back. That's what hell is. Because those of us that went with him will be held captive for eternity. That's what hell is. We're just going to be held captive for eternity because we won't be able to come back. Because the only way to come back is if he come back here. Because we only following they only following him to come here, right? So we're going to follow him, right? Thinking that he know the way, he is the way, Yahweh, right? So we thinking that he is the way. So we're going to some of us going to follow him, right? And he's going to take us to the darkness, right? But we're not going to see it as darkness because we're going to think that he's heaven because it's like it's like it's like when you're in a dream world, or it's like when you if you able it's like going into the metaverse. If you was able to go into the metaverse, you're going to think that, oh shit, this is heaven. But until you actually realize that you're in it, yeah, go ahead. But yeah,
Now
until
you
you
get. Now you
actually
got it.
yeah, so until you actually realize that you're in it, you know, you're not going to take it serious. You know, so it's the same thing, man. You know, they at the end of the day, like I said, they're going to some of us going to follow, he's going to some of these people are not going to come back too. That's what going to make the playing field even. Some of them, will inherit. This is why they say the meek shall inherit the earth. So some of them will inherit, this realm because they ain't going back with him because they understand that, he is the agent of chaos. He is the, you know, god of chaos. So they ain't going back with him. They will repent, and actually stay here. So they will inherit, that eternal, life that we have over here, you know. But like I said, those of us that went with him and those of his people that went back with him, they're going to think they're in heaven until all hell broke loose and they realize that they are actually in hell in darkness.
Got you. That's what you're saying, man. Because they say Yahweh and his followers, Satan and his followers, they gonna follow him. Just like these people are gonna hold on to this patrilineal system until the wheels fall off. They're gonna ride this motherfucker till there ain't no gas left. And this train is on empty. Ain't nothing left. I mean, this car is on empty. Ain't nothing left, man.
Yeah, so the civil war is only going to, that's them founding their exit. That's them creating their exit. Because every time there is a vortex, right? There is a portal that's open, right?
Right,
Every
right.
time
Do
there's
do
different
do you
type
feel
of
like
things.
do you feel like this is the last election? Even though they still electricity, do you feel like this is the last election?
Yes, yes. This is the last election. This is what the election that's going to start. This is why I said I'm predicting a civil war. So after this election, there's gonna be a civil war, and
Which
after
pup
the
which puppet you think they're gonna put in there?
Harris, Kamala Harris,
A lot of people feeling like they're gonna put Trump in there. They're gonna install that motherfucker back in. They're gonna put that puppet back in there.
nah, they ain't going to do that. He want to get in there because he want to get that he want that glory, but that glory belongs to the women, to the woman, right? So this Kamala Harris is going to get that glory. When I say glory, right? Because we're talking about them versus us, right? So it's a bad thing for us, right? I mean, it's a bad thing for us that he's going to Kamala Harris going to be the president. She promote all these things. Abortion. She all got all these things against her. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to them, she is the one. That's going to allow you know them to she's the one that's gonna allow those that want to stay. So basically, with Kamala Harris, right, abortion going to be a big thing, right? So it's gonna be a lot of soul that's not going to be able to reincarnate, and these souls are the soul that's going to stay here. You
Right.
see?
Yeah. That's my thing. That's my take on it too, man. I feel like it's like a timeline shift right now. I feel like they trying to see whoever going. I feel like whoever gonna go vote for this patrilineal system, they gonna stay stuck in this loop with them. I feel like the ones like us that's ascending consciously, we're gonna go to a different timeline. Like we're gonna go. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like they're gonna stay stuck in the third dimension.
Now listen to what I'm saying. Them not gonna be able to come back here is for their own good, right? Because them coming back here would lead them into somewhere else. So if they was able to incarnate around this time, you right, they will basically follow the devil, right? So because they're not gonna be able to incarnate, in this time, and that's their good karma, though. You know, it's their good karma that created that positive, karma for them, in the future, right? Based on how they used to live, in the previous life, is what create that good karma for them in the past, for them to be able to be in position to follow the devil, you know, uh, subconsciously, right? That's end up going to have them end up being there consciously. So, like I said, they're going to that's for their own good. It's going to happen. That's why I said that it's for her own glory, because these beings, right, going to give honor her in some type of way. They're going to honor Kamala Harris in some type of way, in the kingdom that's going to establish here in this realm, right? So they're going to have some type of reverence to this entity, right? To the entity of darkness, not the male, but the female. Just like you don't hear them talk about Lilith's husband, do you? But you hear them talk about Lilith, even though we know that she is that negative entity, right? She got that negative energy attached to her, right? People still, right, uh, honor her, right? But nobody knows who her counterpart was. So it's the same thing with Kamala Harris and Trump, right? And this is the reason why too they not
together. They were supposed to be a couple, but they're not together because, like I said, there was a fighting amongst the power, between themselves. Who's going to, uh, be in charge? Who's going to, govern? Right? There was fighting amongst themselves, so it ended the same way. So at the end, beginning, he had the glory. He ended up beating her and get the glory. At the end, she ended up beating him and get the glory. So, like I said, Kamala Harris to me is going to be the president, right? And this civil war going to happen, whether it was Trump or Kamala Harris. I think there was going to be a civil war regardless. But what I think was going to happen on Trump is the fact that with the abortion, Trump was going to, leave the portal open for all these souls to come in so they can follow him.
Got you. Yeah, I got you. I see what you're saying. But yeah, man, I'm about to skate up out of here, man. It's been real, man. I appreciate you coming up, Naga, bro. And I shout out to everybody. Shout out to Genetic Guy. Shout out to Gene. Shout out to Danielle supplee. Special shout out to you for coming on earlier in the panel. Because you dropped a whole lot of gems. Everybody drops gems, but special shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to Paul from Newcastle. I think I said Philly's name. Who else joined? Shout out to Origins of Beginners. Shout out to you. Shout out to John Francis. Shout out to Trisha. Shout out to everybody that joined. Shout out to Hurricane JW. Shout out to Latoya Williams. Shout out to everybody that joined the panel, man. Everybody that's in the chat.
You know, I
Appreciate
was
that,
gonna
man.
go. I was gonna go live today, and it's crazy you went live. So I don't even think I need to go live no more because I feel like the message went through either way.
Right,
The message
right. And I'm
is
I'm
just
gonna upload. I'm gonna upload this live, so anybody want to go back and listen to it, y'all can go back and listen to it. A lot of gems was dropped in this panel.
yeah, man. That's why I say I don't even think that I need to go live no more because I feel like like I said, the information, the knowledge is in the ether, right? And anybody that's
The look, the Ethernet, not the internet, the Ethernet.
mm-hmm.
We've been plugged in, we've been connected, man. We all one. But yeah, man, it's
Yes,
been
sir.
real, bro. I appreciate you coming up, man.
Hell yeah, bro. Until next time, man. You
All right,
already know.
salute, man. Salute.
Yes, sir.
All right, peace out, y'all, man. I'm in the wind. I'm out.